यो यो यो। यो यो। ये क्या है भाई, आज तो टाइम चेंज हो गया यार। यस सर। वॉच पार्टी, वॉच पार्टी एक्चुअली। वर्ल्ड कप चल रहे हैं ई स्पोर्ट्स के। तो अब तो कमबैक होके रहेगा। फोकस रहेगा, फोकस। व्हाट इज फोकस? राइट, ऑल राइट, ऑल राइट। 2 दिनों बाद स्ट्रीम पर आके अच्छा लगा। बढ़िया बात है भाई, बढ़िया बात है। यार पहला मैच है जेई वर्सेस एमआईबीआर का। और वहीं पे स्ट्रीम ए पे मैच है टीएच का। आई डोंट नो किस कौन सी टीम को देखा जाए। आवाज खोलना गेम की। गाने चल रहे हैं वो। रुक जाना अभी। यो गोकू फ्लेक्सी, व्हाट्सअप, वेलकम टू द लाइव स्ट्रीम गोकू भाई। लॉन्ग टाइम, लॉन्ग टाइम। अभी गाने चल रहे हैं, अभी गाने चल रहे हैं। अभी तुम्हें मैच जैसे शुरू होगा वैसे ही चलाते हैं। ये लो भाई। खोल दी है आवाज। ले। क्रंची रोल की ऐड आ रही है। कौन सा एनिमे है भाई? Stream all the latest and greatest anime with Crunchy Roll. Yes sir. लॉन्ग टाइम क्या, रात में मैं लाइव देखता हूँ, आपके घर वालों ने देख लिया और मेरे गेम ओवर हो गया, इस टाइम कर लिया करो स्ट्रीम। ओके डन। ठीक है भाई। थोड़े दिन तो अभी इसी टाइम होगी भाई। आज रात को मेगा कैमिलियन भी खेलना है। आज तो लंबी स्ट्रीम है, लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम आज।
For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
चैट में क्या चल रहा है? चैट में कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा है अभी।
The human body was built to move.
ठीक है भाई, ऐड ही करो तुम लोग। ओके, स्ट्रीम एलिमेंट्स इज हियर। मैंने टाइटल गलत डाल दिया भाई, डे 2 डालना, डे 3 डाल दिया। लॉल। Valorant at Esports World Cup 2026 Day 2 Group Stage Stream B.
AJL should be scared of us because we are the defending champions. We are known to be Chinese team slayers.
就是没有跟我们交手过，然后他们没有尝试过我们的风格，可能会有一些需要就是小心的我们吧。
Why should XRG be scared of us? We have Martin, you know, they don't have Martin.
我知道他们
Damn, intro तो crazy है भाई, रुक जाओ मैं थोड़ा नीचे आता
我们
हूँ।
有 Raga
I think anyone on our team can pop off. I think we're all strong players. I mean, we're really good.
I like to play against good opponents, so it's gonna be a fun match.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to Paris. We are back. It is day 2 of the EWC 2026 year, and we are kicking things off with group stages with 2 new groups. We've got Pilsky alongside Athena on the desk. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we are in for some fun today. Let's welcome in.
क्या है ये
these
गेम?
beautiful humans.
Valorant है ना? Yes.
Who's
Valorant का World Cup, मतलब World Cup चल रहा है esports का. Yo.
Yeah, Athena, you're a little slow.
Definitely.
A little slow on the draw here.
That was my
to start
bad,
today.
honestly.
We're going to be getting into this one, and it's going to be another beatdown. I have a feeling if you're
Whoa.
looking at other historic numbers, there's one region that's succeeding and one region that's struggling. I, of course, am referring to the success of Americas and the downfall of Pacific.
Do you want me here, Puckett?
Pilsky,
I will.
I actually think he's the problem.
is it going to be 0-3 with you involved?
It really could be. It really honestly could be. But what I will say is that Global Esports...
Saiyam Owl is dead. Let's go. Damn.
It's not
No way.
Wait, they still have an American coach? I thought they got rid of one.
Actually,
मेरा भी Dragon Ball Legends का esport player हूँ. Oh
Yeah,
damn.
no, that's probably worse.
Finally,
I
yeah,
can say that I'm
finally.
Canadian. It's fine.
We've got a lot to talk about today. We'll be diving into all of the matches, all of the storylines. Before we do, though, we want to take a look back in our STC rewind of everything that happened on day number 1. Let's take a look.
डे नंबर 1 पे क्या हुआ है दिखाएंगे अभी. एक ही मैच कवर किया था हमने, वो भी फाइनल कवर किया था. 100 टी जीती थी क्या कल? लेट्स सी. आसूना RRQ
We'll bring
RRQ
up
versus
our own
100
audio and talk you through what we witnessed here as it was 100 Thieves shocking the world to start the day. What do you see in that matchup, Athena?
It wasn't shocking, actually. Thank
What?
you very much. This was very highly expected from my part, at least.
Right. You
You're
told me
blowing air
100
over
Thieves
there.
were the worst team in Americas.
That's not at all
The
what I
weakest
said.
of any
you
of our competitors.
are a gaslighter. What's
you said
new?
USA
Men.
is a bottom squad.
No, okay, but seriously, we have to talk about yesterday
Oh,
because this
100
game was
जीती
kind
थी.
of wild. It felt like on Ascent, 100 Thieves, they had a really good run. They were struggling to close it out because their mid rounds
सही है, अभी
they
सो के
were
उठाया
so
ना.
good,
हाँ,
but
yes,
when
yes,
it came
yes.
to the end or late
उठाऊं,
rounds, they were
thumbnail बनाया है
struggling a
और
little
आ गया
bit
भाई live
against
करने.
RRQ.
Yeah, look, I can make
जो लोग कहते हैं गेम खेलने से क्या होगा,
at the end of the day,
ये
it's just
होगा.
another international event, another international game
भाई,
where they do not play
$2
up to the
million
standards
का
that they've shown
tournament है ये.
domestically. And I have to give full credit to 100 Thieves. I thought that they were better fraggers,
Yeah.
they had better prep, they had better macro, and they are very much deserving giving them a very clean 2-0 over an RRQ.
Jemkin was my favorite player to watch. Pilsky, as someone who watches this team on a regular, who played the best for RRQ and who underperformed?
Xfero, and then I think everybody else underperformed as far as I'm
Crazy
concerned.
guy had some rounds.
He had some
was one of
rounds.
the main reasons on Ascent why they came back.
He's their caller at the end of the day. Yes, he comes up with some big plays. Unfortunately, Zan, that was his debut game, by the way, in Tier 1 for RRQ.
But Timotino jab wo use karta hai na apna.
Yeah, and that happens with a lot of players entering the esports scene.
Kya naam hai us
You're thrown
player
onto
ka?
the biggest stage and you are
Vele.
thrown to the walls.
Vele ke saath shot
one of the
crazy.
main stages or faces there on 100 Thieves walks away with his first W. So did NRG though. This was
Bhai,
the
sach mein bhai,
spiciest match
NRG
of
ko
day
kheli
number
hai
one
bhai
across
kal.
the two streams, and everyone tuned
Kuch to
in
crazy
to the
kheli bhai,
3-game
NRG.
series. The question was it going to go into overtime in any of them? Game 2 was a blowout, though, 13-5. Walk me through what we saw on Fracture first. So this, of course, was the pick from Paper Rex.
Yeah, for sure. I think Paper Rex in very good form on this map at the moment, but credit to NRG. I felt like in the gun rounds, they were very much pushing things. Divide with this clutch very much gave Paper Rex the ability to close out this game 13-9 or 13-10, thereabouts. But for NRG, I don't think that they were necessarily swayed by that. They came in confidently to the next two maps and reverse sweep Paper Rex relatively easily. I thought they were playing phenomenal, and I think for Paper Rex, unfortunately, it was just a bit of a meh day.
Yeah, I think another dub for Americas, as usual, you know, kind of as I expected it.
ओ अमेरिका की 2 टीम जीत गई हैं, अच्छा इसीलिए ये चढ़े हुए हैं इसीलिए इतना चढ़े हुए हैं ये.
At least coming into this. I say that, but I literally said PRX was going to win.
Yeah. She was against America.
We won 4 Masters in a row. You guys
आपको
win
पैसा
1.
मिलता है ना वहाँ पे. नैतिक भाई आप जर्नल में जाके बैठ जाओ.
You're already
So anyway, NRG had such a good game. It felt like their teamwork was on point. I think
इनकी स्ट्रीम ब्लैक हो रही है भाई. कोई बताओ इन्हें.
especially on this Lotus, it looked like almost like they had a perfect read on how Paper Rex was going to play. At some point, they were understanding the angles that everyone was instantly shut down.
आज कैसे ये वैम्पायर दिन में कैसे ऐसे है भाई. वैम्पायर अभी भी अंधेरे में ही है लेकिन देखो.
Of course, I was watching Brox to frag out there. If you're looking for a lot of eliminations in this game, if you're looking for an IGL, who do you give credit to from day number 1? Who stood out across any of the stages?
I mean, Ethan. I mean, if you IGL a reverse sweep to Paper X in such clean fashion like that, and your prep looks phenomenal, you got to give a lot of credit over to Ethan, as far as I'm concerned.
I gotta give a shout out to Vora though,
Yeah,
because
true.
his IGLing was insane. His mid rounding specifically was just so good. It felt like we saw him understanding the gameplay almost as if he had the other team on the minimap every single time.
The final game went down on Breeze, and this was where Kiko put on a performance.
ये
of
मैच
course,
तो
on the
Kiko ने भाई legit खा गया
was a
भाई.
player to watch as well. On the other side for Paper X,
आपने इंडिया वाले भी है ना Valorant Esports में एक ही इंडियन है. वो भी इटली का है.
Yeah, they do, and I think they have an easier time in the lower bracket. No disrespect to
nationality
KC, I
Italian है
know
लेकिन
that
वो
they're
इंडियन
kind of like hometown
authenticity उसकी
heroes over
इंडियन.
here, but I think
But
they
he's
may
Italian.
unfortunately struggle to be able to make it in front
His
of a
name
French
is Tanveer
crowd because
Singh.
they've got PRX in the lower
Tanveer
bracket.
Singh है बस.
And even if they cause that upset, they then have to play the loser of Vitality NRG after that. That's going to be a very rough run. That group is very stacked.
That may be our group of death so far. And speaking of the groups, we are here for group stages all of week 0. If you're just joining us, let's catch you up on how the format is going to work.
Okay. ये गेम का फॉर्मेट है. अरे बस कर भाई, नाचने लग गया तो.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year, and this time everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and
DO3
added
and
an extra
DO5. Best of 5. Best of 3 and
$750,000
best
to
of
the
5.
prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Excellent breakdown right there. If you missed any of it, the big takeaways, we've increased the prize pool from $750,000 more. That's up to $2 million with 600 grand going to first place. You can't win the tournament, though, without making the run throughout our group stages. And if you do make the run and make it through groups, you're guaranteed a placement in our top 8. Top 8 is getting paid out. Look at this, $90,000. That is a nearly 40K difference here, Athena, if you simply make it out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay,
I mean, it's really promising as well for a lot of these teams that sometimes struggle to get placements in global events where they kind of
What the
don't
fuck?
get any reward for that. So this is really nice that they have that format, that they're able to kind of make some money on
and
the way
of course, if you win your opening round in groups, Pilski, you are guaranteed into top 12.
One
So
Piece
you're
bhi
going to be
dekh rahe
making
the.
some serious cash
Damn,
out
Abdul
of the
to mujhe
gates.
pura
But these
dekh raha hai.
players aren't here purely for the prizing. There's a lot of pride on the line. Is it regional pride or is it still team specific at this point in Valorant?
Both, but usually regional pride. I mean,
Wow,
I think that there is very much a heavy regional fan base for each of them in Valorant. And
all 16 टीम को पैसे मिलेंगे टॉप 5 to 8 को 90K उसके बाद बढ़ते जाएंगे मतलब नंबर 1 टीम को $600,000
but they just got themselves done, so they're all very proud of themselves.
So where'd your regional pride go?
Where'd my regional pride go? Unfortunately, second place is a little bit sad. But look, we go back to the Masters before that. Very proud because that was an All-Pacific Grand Final. So that's pretty good.
Paper X, of course, is his favorite in the Pacific region. Let's take a look at all of our groups and how things broke down. Starting with Group D today, you're going to see the Heretics in action against AGAL. That's going to be over on our Alpha stream. Here on Bravo, we open things up with MIBR Elos versus Global Esports. Now, both teams having a few change-ups here. Can we talk about Global Esports and the coaching change that occurred leading up to just this event?
We can talk about it, but I'm not sure I can necessarily explain it. I think a lot of people are a little bit shocked that that's actually something that's come to fruition.
हम cover कर रहे हैं आज MIBR versus Global Esports.
Teams that don't necessarily fit together in a fully straightforward manner and make them better than the sum of their parts and bring them to good placements. And GE was an organization
first time मैं Valorant Esports की live देख रहा हूँ live में हाँ भाई मजा आएगा देखिए बहुत मजा आएगा.
They do that for the first time and then immediately afterwards he's on the way out. I don't think anybody really expects.
ये ग्रुप सी का मैच है ये इसमें ये जेंटल मेट्स है ना जेंटल मेट्स इसमें एक इंडियन प्लेयर है.
Think it will. Athena, can we talk about Group C though? I've got my boy Baby Bay, a man who hung it up, put on a headset, was ready to just be a broadcaster with one of us for the rest of his life.
Chumps.
He throws down the headset, he jumps back into that driver's seat, and he is taking over games for G2. That was months ago. Back in London though, this was not the prettiest performance. Are G2 the favorites in Group C, or who do you have your eyes on?
I'm not sure, but for me, what I'm looking for from G2 is to put up a performance because this is finally their time to prove that they can actually do something.
Was this on LAN?
No.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Hey, but have you seen this roster? Hold on. Have you seen this roster, dude? They've all
I'm the new guy. I'm just gathering as much data as I can before
Aspas isn't online. We all know it. Like, when has this guy ever been to a live event and put up numbers? Definitely not kill records. Definitely not kill records. I've never seen it.
A lot of these teams are going to be feeling pressure to not just perform here in Valorant, but to perform at EWC for their club. The club championship has millions and millions of dollars up for grabs. That's what everyone is playing for in the overall scheme.
I mean, you've got a lot of organizations that are representing, I think, NRG G are in good form right now. You have to keep an eye on whether they're in some of the other games. Vitality are in a good position to make their way early into the playoffs. And I think on the other side of things, you've got a lot of organizations that might not have much more representation in other games. I think Paper X is the perfect example of it. If they come through and win this whole event, they'll at least get themselves into a relevant position in terms of the club championship, but they're probably not going to be getting many points from elsewhere. But as we saw from last year, even if you manage to win one game, that's going to be good enough to get you at least some cash in the club championship.
Yeah, I also think
let's go.
We're in Paris, right? We're in France. I'm going to see KC, Carmine Corp. They have the biggest fan base, in my opinion, especially when it comes to the French players. So I'm really interested to see how many fans show up for that team, for that club specifically, because they're across so many games too, right?
Yeah.
So,
which region will have the most teams represented in our playoffs? There are
8 seconds. 8 seconds.
America has 2 wins so far.
Make it easy. I give them a map. They didn't even get a map. So at some point, you have to just kind of back it off a little bit, you know?
Let's talk a little bit deeper into the matchup that we are about to witness, because the players are on stage, and I just saw the photographers.
Screen black aa rahi hai Valorant wali.
About to begin here in just a few moments. The Gentlemen are playing tomorrow, but over here on the stage, we of course are going to see Global Esports against MIBR to open the day. Can we start with Global Esports? Who is this team? Who are their star players? What am I looking at?
I mean, it's kind of a mixed team of the core that was built around from last year. You've got Crystal in there as well as Udatan. They tried to put a mixed team together that didn't go particularly well last year. Didn't get the greatest of placements. Then they've upgraded the roster, bringing a lot of firepower. They've got Autumn over from China. Australian player, by the way. So he's obviously cracked because, you know, all Australians
all the Aussies. If you make it off the island, you're pretty darn good. We got a guy Pred in Call of Duty. He's a monster.
That's the story.
If you make it on the island, you're killing it.
No, but yeah, honestly, this is a team that's been well kind of built over time, had great coaching staff, still have great coaching staff. I think Platoon's been worth his weight in gold, quite honestly, but moving into a head coach position, I'm eager to see if the team is going to be as cohesive. I think Patman is kind of the player that really takes over games and can really be the one to be a difference maker. He just goes into hard carry mode, and when he has a good read on the game, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
We're going to keep talking about this first game a little bit more here. We've highlighted some of the stars from the Pacific region. Let's talk about America's stars, because you told me 100 Thieves are not the worst team in America. And if it's not NRG, does that mean it's MIBR, Athena?
In all of Americas, not here specifically. Listen, MIBR, if you don't know this team.
And I do think that the comp on the right looks more like something that GE might play. Maybe not the Harbor, though, and I do know that some of the, Latin American players and teams do love the Harbor from time to time.
Yeah.
You have been accurate with your
teams like
questioning in the past. Yeah. You might be onto something. Athena, do you agree with this take, or can MIBR roll with the Harbor?
I think MIBR could potentially roll with the Harbor. Also, the Reyna is it's such a crazy pick, and I think that we've seen it have some sort of success. I think when you're playing on a map like Lotus, it takes away a lot of kind of potential. Like when you're playing a Phoenix, you have the wall, you have the flash around the corners. But the Reyna flash is just not that good, in my opinion. So I am a little worried about whichever team did pick the Reyna.
You're saying a little bit worried. This comp is batshit. Like, honestly, what is going on, man? This is crazy. And it has to be GE, because if it's not, MIBR have lost the plot. Like, this is a team that I've watched play a lot of double duelists and things like that.
But low-key, it might be a strat. Like, low-key, if it's MIBR, they're like, guys, we're better. Let's just run them down.
Yo, if I am the brand new coach, I'm bringing out a brand new comp, and I'm about to blow the Valorant community's mind. It is time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reyna, you're really going to have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
what if it works? What if it works?
If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is American.
ये English commentary off करने की option होता है क्या?
ISO is not strong enough.
कम करने का होता है. मतलब मैं इनकी आवाज कम कर सकता हूँ.
What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak agents at the moment. They don't see a lot of play in the meta. There's some of the
कितनी बार सही है क्या? Let's go MIBR. हाँ भाई क्या comp लिया लेकिन MIBR ने भाई साहिल. Crazy.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
There you go. Killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge.
We are supporting MIBR today.
Athena, you've been on the fence here, so I'm really gonna make you give me a
Okay.
declaration.
Fence sitter.
Okay.
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
MIBR.
They're,
Lucky.
I think personally, no, they're
MIBR.
not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower on this team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners, as Champions winners. I can't see a world where MIBR here doesn't take it to those first 8 maps because they're just so good.
ये फिर
And
बिना
looking
इंग्लिश
at
की
the
कमेंट्री
smiles
की
on their
कोई
faces,
फुटेज
come
हो
on, the
नहीं
vibes are there.
क्या कॉम्प है दिखा नहीं मैंने अभी रुक जा दिख जाएगा अभी मैच शुरू होने वाला है बस लेट देम वार्म अप लॉक्ड इन है भाई ये तो कि मस्त मजे ले रहे हैं भाई लोग तो
Not really profiling, just
माउस चेंज कर रहा है अपना माउस चेंज कर रहा है वो अपना
strengths. I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready, so I think we could be going to an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we could be diving in deeper. Production, go ahead and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
कम ऑन वर्नो आसपास जैक मजीनो टैक्स
I love
भाई
watching snipers.
कॉम तो
They're the flashiest thing. If you hit a
IRL
headshot,
का
it's
बहुत
nearly
क्रेजी है भाई इन रियल लाइफ
instantaneous.
ओ ये देख
Ball
भाई
games. Who is
क्विंग्स को
the
देख
star
फुल फोकस
sniper on both sides, and are there multiples?
उसे नींद आ रही है
Because Ethan, for example, pulled out a big
जिंक्स को नींद आ रही है भाई
collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean,
Zaken.
just a star op player for GE. They've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the outlaw?
अभी पता है 2 स्ट्रीम हो रही है एक हो रही है स्ट्रीम अल्फा और एक हो रही है स्ट्रीम बेटा मतलब स्ट्रीम और स्ट्रीम बी जो स्ट्रीम ए है उसमें टीएच खेल रही है टीएच इज डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन फॉर ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स ओ आई मीन ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप की डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन है भाई सो के आए हैं सारे के सारे हाँ भाई क्रेजी एकदम वैसा लग रहा है कि आ गए बस सामने भाई दिखा दो पट पट हेडशॉट पड़ेंगे बस
Want to mix it in for a gun round?
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on G, based on the agents,
Yeah.
who's gonna opt, the Reina or the ISO?
I am
Or the
questioning.
Neither.
I'm
The
questioning.
deadlock.
ISO करेगा ऑप
We're going to see when we get in the server.
आइसो ऑफ करेगा ऑफ कौन करेगा तो क्या लगता है आसपास जैक मजीनो अच्छा पढ़ लिया मैंने
I've got news. Ignore what we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're going to find out as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what we see. We are in the
वार्म अप चल
middle
रहा
of a
है वार्म अप सीख लो
massive
बॉयज
center downtown Paris,
ईयरफोन के
France.
ऊपर हेडफोन क्यों लगाए हैं
All
फॉर
around the stages
नॉइज
are going
कैंसिलेशन
up. We've got video walls growing.
जो IEM होते हैं वो IEM are best for footsteps and headsets are best for voice comms तो ये आपस में बात करने के लिए हेडसेट में बात करते हैं और गेम का साउंड सुनने के लिए IEM में सुनते हैं ये देख भाई कॉम देख अटैकिंग है
Lotus, and I think both of these agent selects make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of MIBR.
ओ रेना नहीं थी रेना कहाँ गई
hasn't really found
ओ
that
सही
much
अब तो
success recently. It's kind of
दोनों फास्ट एजेंट लिए हैं भाई आसपास और जैकिन ने दोनों ने
and kind of struggling to find success. But I think when I'm looking at
We have a
I really
controller.
like him on the jet, and I'm a little bit worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
Yeah, I
सच
think
में
that
भाई
might be odd. Is it a departure from the comp they were playing?
ओहो सॉरी सॉरी बॉयज वाईफाई रिस्टार्ट हुआ था
Going the way of global esports, and I think for
अब all good रहेगा
I mean, taking that peak is one
अब
thing,
एकदम
but not
crazy
having
रहेगा
a
भाई
fallback plan
crazy
is a little bit scary. That pistol,
MIBR.
this is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. Online for both these teams right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now. Straight up on into the C site. No opposition there from MIBR. Just looking to group up on spawn side and see if they can get some damage done with these pistols.
भाई पहला राउंड तो ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स जीत गई भाई क्रेजी एकदम
paranoid and gets treated instantly. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on and they're trying to do this flood retake, but Batman shutting it down.
Damn!
With a trade back onto it now, just flooding it Zekin and
GG's. Let's go MIBR. ओ भाई यार सॉरी यार मेरी अभी थोड़ी पिंग हाई आ रही है, थोड़ी देर और आएगी. मैंने वाईफाई वाले से बात तो करी है.
Their gun round after the upset on the eco.
Kind of not really 1v1s. Obviously a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Ospas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yep. It is the Cypher as well as the Omen towards C Mound though, and that is exactly where GE are starting to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Pat.
There's the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE though. Just one player on this A side by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do and he's completely surrounded. Sheer Wall at least keeping a main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers' spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site, boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left and at least is able to take 2 with him.
भाई मौका ही नहीं छोड़ा भाई MIBR ने कुछ भी.
The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one. And Verno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and 2 of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down, he's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin.
Ace, right.
And that is just insult to injury for Global Esports.
Damn.
11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That is just perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. Looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open and they were like, never mind, I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do, and they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. And maybe are really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on for a moment. But
okay, good trade.
Unitime on the off angle. The Stinger is not the gun for the job there.
Grenade to chai.
And MLBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A site, and at least the waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit hard.
Post plan.
Door's gonna get tapped. That pressure's
Omen सही position पे लेकिन Omen is at good position.
And now all these players from MIBR are playing backside.
But उन्हें नहीं पता कि सभी लोग यहाँ पे हैं.
That spike, trying to get any of these solo peaks. Patman getting the pick onto Tex.
Okay.
Beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly.
Oh.
And now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's gonna win this round as well. Really good job.
Zekin the goat, bhai. Zekin the goat.
Here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR. They're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. Two
अब सही
rounds in
चल
a
रहा
row,
है हाँ भाई अब सही चल
second
रहा
to
है
9 global esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half, but MIBR have come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE. See what they can come up with. It is a glass cannon outlaw, a handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor.
TP का मारी उसने damn TP
Over on the C side of the map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
okay
Lots of C-mount pressure, but they're walking into Javi. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lyrics. And now so much information has gone, but they're going to try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good from MIBR. Ozbot's getting that pick. Everyone's just following up with each other, and all of a sudden,
damn
4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitan has got his work cut out for him.
GG's boys
We'll have to announce
क्या क्या हुआ मैच में मैंने बहुत मिस किया अरे कुछ मिस नहीं किया MIBR ने बस ग्लोबल esports की ऐसे कर दी देखना भाई 12-2 चल रहा है यानी 13-2 से हरा दिया MIBR won the first match next map होगा हेवन और अगर हेवन में ग्लोबल esports जीतती है तो उसके बाद अगला मैप होगा
Yeah, what a way to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about when it comes to firepower. So
crazy खेले भाई crazy खेले
just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly they feel like it. They feel like they're gonna win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back.
Look at Zakan, bro. Zakan is like so small.
A couple of almost rounds. I think there's a lot of those rounds where things go kind of down into
short kick
XVX situations, but unfortunately when one team wins all of the clutches, all of the post plants, they're usually going to win the game pocket.
You nailed it. I asked who was going to be the first 8 rounds. Should have asked, would you see more than 3 round wins for global? Somewhere there is a very frosty smile out there, as there seems to be some issues in terms of where we want to go as a squad. Honestly, is this a problem with a new roster, or is this a problem with just a bad map for them? How has it been in Pacific for them historically?
I mean, you were kind of already having your questions here.
Yeah.
This is yet another comp change. 4 times in a row the last 3 months they've played Lotus. They've tried to change their comp, and this one didn't really look like it was much better for them. As opposed on the side of MIBR, you leave Lotus in the pool. They looked fantastic on it, and unfortunately that was the end of Global Esports for the first match.
So on the coaching topic, do we credit MIBR for doing the scouting and knowing that your opponent has never won on Lotus?
I feel like for me, when I'm looking at MIBR, they changed from Neon and Rays to Waylay and Rays. So
MIBR क्या खेल रही है भाई crazy match देख एक बार
worked a lot on their Lotus in general because they have had success on it, but they just brought out some extra guns to throw.
opening round जीती थी जी उसके बाद जी को मौका ही नहीं दिया भाई MIBR ने.
A little bit of anti-stratting, but majority of this just looked like a scramble. It didn't look like there was that much thought put into those mid rounds. It just felt like they knew what was happening because they had so much information across the map.
Taking a look back at the biggest plays here, Pilsky, go ahead and walk me through what you witnessed.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of MIBR
Look at
highlights.
that.
There might be a reason for that. I don't really need to spell it out for anyone. I think for GE, though, another comp change on this map doesn't really come together. MIBR probably smelling blood in the water. I think if I was a coach going up against an opponent that had changed their comp on a map, that indicates some degree of weakness. I don't think that necessarily is the case for GE. Yes, of course.
लेकिन ग्लोबल esports का ये strong map है भी नहीं. वो हर बार यहाँ पे अपना combination change करते रहते हैं. So I don't know. देखते हैं यार. अगर close match होगा तभी मजा आएगा.
6 maps. I feel like we've seen 3 Vice losses. Is this a weak agent or just in bad comps right now? I haven't really had to play as Vice myself personally. So what's going on here, Athena?
I don't think it's a weak agent. I think Vice in general, the wall, it's so much really good passive information that you could kind of trade 1-to-1 for a Cypher Cam. But I think right now what I'm seeing is just so many people know how to abuse that wall, how to bait it out almost every single time and kind of make it useless. So for me, I think maybe more creativity has to be played around Vice. I don't think that she's weak at all. I really like Vice as a Sun team.
As a former Rays man, I'm happy to see my favorite duelist in action on both sides of the ball. Yesterday, you told me that Jing was going to be this a diamond.
Oh, okay.
Back when you had 2 grenades, by the way. But Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about your favorite duelist in this matchup. Is Rays Jet still the combo to go with across all maps? Who do you expect to be seeing throughout this best of 3 if we get to a game 3? I assume we won't, based on what we've witnessed so far.
Yes, I don't think so. Game 3 hoga.
Try and give them the map.
They got 2 rounds, bro. I'm just looking at stats.
Hey, it was MIBR's map pick.
And one of them, your Rays got you 4 kills, right? With explosions.
Yeah. Look, I think Rays Jet very strong on this map. The burst potential is very good, especially against the Vice. You just go up and over the top of the wall. You're having a pretty good day at the office. So I think that's why you're seeing a lot of that at the moment. But there are
Copyright तो नहीं आता इस चीज से. I'm invited, bro. मैं co-streamer हूँ. I can stream them. How much ever I want.
Waking up early to watch your favorite game. It is Valorant here, week 0 of EWC. We're going to a break. When we come back, more from game 2.
चलो भाई, अब गेम 1 तो खत्म हो गया. अब गेम 2 का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. मैं तब तक क्या करें? I don't know. डिस्कॉर्ड चले. I don't know what to do now. Thank you.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire
ये बंदा आपकी तरह लग रहा है. गोरा है भाई वो. He's अंग्रेज.
Powered by play.
कितना टाइम नहीं दिखा रहा भाई. कितना टाइम है हमारे पास? चलो जितना बड़ी टाइम हो उससे पहले let's see what's going on Discord. Who will win map 2? MIBR, bro. MIBR. Yo. हेलो. गेम देख रहे थे ना सैम. अब क्या देख लेंगे? गेम खत्म हो गया पहला. MIBR जीत गई. क्रेजी जीती भाई MIBR 13-2 से. पैसिफिक टीम है मेरी फेवरेट. नहीं, MIBR का मैच था तो तुझे पता होगा उनमें से. तो 2 लोगों को जानता होगा. नाम लूं? आसपास. और जी में था पैटमैन. भाई पैटमैन गोट है भाई वो. आसपास तो तुझे पता ही होगा. आसपास तो क्रेजी है भाई. नंबर 1 प्लेयर रहा है वो काफी टाइम. लेकिन MIBR इंडिया से है कोई. आज है एक इंडिया से प्लेयर टूर्नामेंट में. लेकिन वो इंडियन है बट हिज नेशनैलिटी इज इटालियन. मतलब मैं I don't know what to say. वो जब तक ये चल रहा है हम पिछला मैच देख लेते हैं ना. क्योंकि पिछला मैच हमने काफी मिस किया था. वेट. Wait, we can इनसे बाहर out. World Cup Day 2 Stream B. उधर टीएच में कौन जीता? ओ भाई अब मजा आएगा ना. लेट्स डू दिस. ये मेरे दिमाग में पहले क्यों नहीं आया?
Look at GE's history on Lotus. 3 different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy triple senti comp, I think, inspired by XLG up against Paper X that didn't really go well for them over in the Ho Chi Minh finals. So
गेम जल्दी कंप्लीट हो गया क्योंकि दूसरी टीम कुछ कर ही नहीं पाई. दूसरी टीम कुछ कर ही नहीं पाई.
and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent.
एक टीम के एक तरफा मैच था पूरा.
Direction you're going to get from both of these teams for
MIBR.
Why? If there is a
The ISO.
सबकी फेवरेट टीम MIBR थी.
A little bit scared. Just going, contesting that fight and making sure they're able to push up. Udotan gonna get the sheriff kill onto Verno, but yes, a pistol going the way of.
मैं इतना कम करके आया, मम्मी जी ने बुलाया है. हाँ हाँ काम कराओ. तब तक हम रिप्ले देखते हैं पूरा.
Aspas getting active, activating. Does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some pressure, using the Prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance.
बस पहला राउंड ही ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने निकाला था. एक बार लग रहा था कि कॉम्पिटिटिव मैच होगा क्योंकि ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने पहला राउंड निकाल लिया था. उसके बाद क्या टर्न हुआ है भाई गेम. ये ओमेन ने किल निकाले थे ना. वर्नो भागा था यहाँ से. They had Vandal. भाई गन्स नहीं थे बस.
Pushing towards the spawn here. Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom, gets paranoid and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on and they're trying to do this flood retake, but Batman shutting it down.
शॉट था भाई आसपास का ये.
Flooding at Zekin and Mizzino getting picked. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not
सच में भाई ज्यादा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए थे.
Pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Echoed by naught but 4 classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already MIBR a massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE. 2 pistols, Sheriff and a Bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with. But it's going to be a little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The Raze Boomba is actually going to go in. They're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time. He was 1 second away from losing that fallback.
बच गया भाई बस वो. पता नहीं कैसे बचा. Grenade. Nice grenade. Oh, grenade से मर गया भाई.
GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Massino through the backside of that door, though, does at least give them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
getting a lot of information, pushing this A line, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal. Now that plan B has fallen apart. GE gonna try to contact up here. They're not gonna clear Rebel just yet. Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now
नहीं खोलूंगा आज.
but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful sheriff shot onto Mazzino, and all three of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in. He is a big game player for over at London, which is not too bad of a run from them, because I remember watching Happy Way run around like a demon on this map, so beating him must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby, and goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down too long here, though.
So much information. Zekin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A side. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Patman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this 1v3, but I think they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster, and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
But no chance for GE, no chance.
Active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2K for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay ball, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious pause for thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet.
Let's see. Let them cook. I think they will go.
They have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall.
ठीक है भाई, आसपास के सामने कुछ नहीं कर सकते तुम. चाहे उसके हाथ में मार्शल है.
Coming out through garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible. The fast floods are there.
Saiyam कोई मरा नहीं है. 2 राउंड जीत गए भैया MIBR तेरे आते-आते.
For the side of GE.
चल भाई, 3rd round. Let's see. Attack कर रही है MIBR.
Get scanned by MIBR, so rotation comes back across for GE. Who have spread out that sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that.
ओए यार ये तो मौका था भाई. ये तो भागा है.
Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate.
Timing हो गई भाई के साथ.
To the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slower.
Batman और Zekin मर चुके हैं. Damn. Okay. 3v2 है. Let's see. भाई ग्लोबली स्टोर थोड़ा बहुत तो दो भाई कंपटीशन. Okay. Oh. Okay.
and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that I worry about.
सब खत्म कर दिया भाई उन्होंने.
4K for Ospas to close out
क्या
the round.
dodge कर रहा है?
But every
अबे
single time it feels like they're in
look at this, look at this,
Completely demolished.
look at this. वो 4 हैं, ये 3 हैं. वर्नो और आसपास इस मैच में है. ये अंदर घुसेंगे. 1 2 3.
struggle when it gets back into sight when they're trying
भाई क्या साइट क्लियर करी है, क्या साइट क्लियर करी है भाई. Goat MIBR.
in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Ospas, when you're playing against
Damn, भाई ये क्या निकाला है भाई राउंड.
more understanding with these
Impossible.
because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that center utility, taking their time. Gonna crack on into the side.
डार्ट मारा है साइड में.
There's so many sensors.
ओ स्मोक में बैठे हुए हैं आराम से.
That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Yutan on the
Oh,
wall
but-
middle, but the sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities.
रोटेट कर रही है, रोटेट कर रहे हैं कि
A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
भाई आसपास क्या मारता है भाई. जी वालों के पास बहुत प्रेशर है. हाँ. एंड MIBR इज लाइक नॉट अ टीम भाई. दो गोट खेल रहे हैं उसमें, आसपास और जैकन. Verno is good too. And Mazzino, Tex.
Onto this site, they've gambled, and it is a good gamble. But it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need
shot
to get
padega.
their ones here because the flank is also on the
Damn.
first pick onto Ospas. The paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot, making Udo get two. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto
Short
Tex,
to है भाई.
trying towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's actually got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch. Uncovered on the side, but a little bit too late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant. Cannot be calibrated.
ओए हाँ एरर लोड क्या चल. ऐसा लग रहा है कि MIBR को पता है मूवमेंट. सच में भाई ऐसे ऐसे पढ़ रहे हैं, ऐसे ऐसे किताब बंद होती है ऐसे. मान लो ये ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट है एंड आसपास इज लाइक ऐसे पढ़ रहे हैं उन्हें. लेकिन ये राउंड में अच्छा खेले थे भाई. इस राउंड में उन्होंने डीगल से अच्छे राउंड मतलब किल्स निकाले थे, पिक्स अच्छे निकाले थे. कर सकते भाई. ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट अच्छी टीम है यार. They're not bad team. Oh, क्या बात है. Oh, entering? No way. वो तो stacked है.
Wow.
And it's a complete
Wow.
of the seaside. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for.
भाई GE was stacked. मस्त. आप खेलो Valorant खेल लो. मैं वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है, स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. वॉच पार्टी चल रही है, वॉच पार्टी.
It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was
क्रिस्टल
left
सेव कर रहा है.
uncovered. And again,
क्रिस्टल
the
सेव करेगा
sheer
नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए.
of the movement coming
बट
in
भाई
from
ये
Zen
क्या
and
देखने को
Ospas
मिला अभी
against
भाई.
that
They were
site,
4
so
stacked on
quickly
C.
usage, the
And
paranoia,
they-
the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did.
MIBR entered like nothing, bhai.
X's 4
Like
on
nothing.
that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is no way you're getting.
नहीं गन सेव नहीं करने देंगे भाई तेरे को ये. We are sorry. No gun save for you. No gun save for you, buddy.
Even both of the sensors
Flawless by MIBR.
by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give me a little bit of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower?
भाई सच में भाई वो कह रहा था please can I at least save a Vandal.
Well, they do have 2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno? Like 10 and
10-0 is insane.
सच में भाई वर्नो को अभी तक एक बार भी नहीं मार पाए हैं. वर्नो 10-0 चल रहा है.
Funnily enough, were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more.
Damn भाई 5 राउंड में 0 deaths is crazy.
Worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site. Out comes the overdrive from Yutan.
Okay.
Hand in hand with Patman, giving MLBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay ball. Nahta's Fury connects on nothing. Global Esports now 2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia. But
2-4 है, अब तो winnable है.
more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Needs a trade back from Harvey. And
3v1 है.
a shot through the wall onto Verno there, but with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire.
Oh, okay.
It's not even needed.
Okay भाई, Verno dies for the first time. GG है भाई, नहीं 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 नहीं, GG नहीं है, GG नहीं है भाई. यार ये क्या है, इसने वहां से 2 प्लेयर आ रहे थे.
To try to turn it around, Silval and the Neon ult, but it's just not working out. After that, Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long by the dart. Mazzino full stun, still manages to get the pick on Neon. It's just not looking too hot. Javi, knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap play potential that you have.
12-0 चल रहा है भाई. वर्नो नहीं मार पाएंगे. वर्नो undefeated जाएगा वर्नो.
Some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp, and now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted.
Bro.
Operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto Aspas. Flips the leg. Finding some early success here with this operator, and that's
okay. पहली pick तो ले लिया भाई उन्होंने.
Grouped up.
Global Esports, वर्नो को तो मार लो एटलीस्ट. एटलीस्ट वर्नो को एक बार मार लो यार.
The drone still online for Verno though. Walking towards that C garage.
Okay, garage is empty.
They're gonna know this is the
setup पता लग गया.
Miss. Mizzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
Spike है इनके पास. B के बाद chill मार रहे. A पे stacked है. C is empty और Cypher की location काफी अच्छी है. कभी भी बैठा है. Cypher backstab पे आ रहा है. Entered. Verno planted.
Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to go with the goods until Patman is able to come in towards that B site.
2v2.
2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C Long. Finally finds his man Zekken, last alive in the site. And Crystal does a good job clearing him out. Finally around here for GE on this defensive side.
चलो भाई. 1-6 हो चुका है. 1-6 हो चुका है. Is it a comeback? Will it be the clutch?
Back on the board, and the main reason is it's on the back of that operator for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punch.
ये तो भाई map भी नहीं का है.
Playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up.
ये तो map भी नहीं का भाई. खेल लो भाई, खेल लो.
Really nice from RBR, trying to punish that.
वो बंदा मरा नहीं है अभी तक एक बार भी. अब मरा पहली बार.
Was just too good. This is one of those times where
मतलब 13 मैंने शायद 13-1-5. 13 kills, 1 death, and 5 assists.
And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the way the is out, that dart is coming down. Javi actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekken trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mazzino...
Okay, one-on-one है अभी. Trade चल रहा है अच्छा. Site मिल चुकी है लेकिन.
Up inside of the dark cover, Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site, unfortunately. Another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again, at least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A-Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to.
Good choice to save. भाई MIBR क्या खेल रही है भाई. टक्कर का मैच था. टक्कर का मैच तो नहीं था भाई. राम टक्कर का था.
On so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long. And just being annoying, and the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle.
Crazy
in
भाई.
the corner. Just so many.
मुझे नहीं पता इतना एक तरफा मैच हो जाएगा भाई MIBR ये का. मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया था MIBR डिमोलिश करेगी उन्हें, लेकिन इतना तगड़ा.
I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A-long, fighting the A-lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall to back
GE is cooked, bhai. GE is cooked.
They held Heaven. It just, everything just didn't it just fell apart at the end.
That's every round in this series for GE.
Yeah,
मेरा भी Valorant download हो रहा है. Oh, nice.
There's plenty of, you know, XVXs that are winnable for GE, but there's just nothing's landing in the mid rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
that's the facts.
That's the firepower, though, for me.
Yeah, to some degree. 100% MRBR looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency, unfortunately, is another story.
Mizzino having some really good impact frags, too, especially when he's on that B site. Usually being the player with the spike, able to...
हाँ, round कीड़ा था टक्कर का. That my bad. Look at the keyboard, bhai.
Playbook is too. Feels like for every
Yeah, crazy keyboard is आपके पास.
Have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it. Trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE.
कोई ना कोई 5 राउंड बाकी हैं. 4 राउंड बाकी हैं अभी. And let's see. Oh, mid क्या hold कर रहे हैं?
Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
क्या entry है, bro?
That's about as easy as it gets.
No way.
Is all over those players, whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for MIBR here. Verno, 15-1, spotting out the barrel of the gun for Autumn. Not the player you'd want to be peeking here. Crystal on the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MRBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything. And honestly, if Mazzino didn't get it done, Berno was ready to peek. That's kind of unnecessary. Come on, guys.
No way, another flawless.
Back home like that. Unfortunate.
Dude, the reaction timing on these.
It's over, wrap it up. इतने fast तो अपना मैच भी खत्म नहीं होता भाई, सच में भाई. But GE is making blunders. भाई कभी मुझे नहीं याद है कि इतना जल्दी कोई मैच खत्म हुआ हो अपना.
Gun round here.
I mean, this will be a bit of cathartic one. I remember sitting.
और कर लो frost को किक सच में भाई. Without frost they are nothing.
Play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then.
मैं होता वहाँ से 3-4 कीबोर्ड ले जाता. वो अपने कीबोर्ड लेके आए होंगे भाई. वो वेन्यू का कीबोर्ड होगा भी नहीं. सारे कॉम्पी प्लेयर्स अपना अपना कीबोर्ड अपना लेके आते हैं. ओके, 2 किल निकाल लिए हैं. ओके. No way. How?
Playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
ये हुआ क्या यहाँ पे?
2v2, Spike is down on the site, trying to get that from Platt. Scary fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the Spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable.
तेरे को पता है साहिल, कीबोर्ड, माउस और माउस पैड IEM अपने प्लेयर लाते हैं. हाँ, वरना क्या फायदा, वरना सबके कंफर्टेबल होते हैं ना वो कॉम्पी प्लेयर्स. माउस पैड भी अपने लेके आते हैं और बढ़िया बढ़िया लेके आते हैं अपनी.
Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it.
A fun fact.
Worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense.
GE 2 राउंड जीती है और वर्नो 2 ही बार मरा है. मतलब 2 बार वर्नो मरा और टीम हारी है. वर्नो has to stay alive to win. Look at the lineup, भाई. क्या lineup है, crazy lineup. C entered हो चुके. Oh.
Pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things. Let's go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually
भाई 3 लोग मार भी दिए, भी राउंड स्टार्ट हुआ था अभी.
4 players.
मतलब वर्नो तरीके से ले रहा है जी की. चेयर टेबल भी अपने लाते हैं. नहीं, चेयर टेबल तो वेन्यू का होता है. चेयर टेबल मॉनिटर वेन्यू का होता है और गेमिंग पीसी.
Doesn't get a pick. Gets so much damage down. That Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2.
Varna is alive, so still it's winnable. लेकिन दोनों लो हैं भाई. Zekin और Varno दोनों लो हैं. Let's see if Xavier can do something.
towards the bottom side of C long there. The shock's coming out.
Zavik.
Very well aware of where Harvey is coming from over here on spawn side. Hasn't tapped the spike yet.
टैप करना ही पड़ेगा, स्पाइक टैप करना पड़ेगा, वो लोग मस्त बैठे हुए हैं अपना. हाफ कर दे मैं तो कहूँगा.
Clears out the close corner, but neither of them are playing there. Drone in response for Verno to confirm that unfortunately Harvey is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half, trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done, and Zekin is the one to close it for MIBR.
Heavy, bhai.
Really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
सलाम है भाई तेरी सोच को. चीयर टेबल भी अपने ले गया. Secret labs की.
One more round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really
खत्म करो भाई, खत्म करो ये मैच.
They're really good aggressive peaks here.
खत्म करो ये मैच.
Taking their ones because of the confidence they have.
It's ended, bro. It's ended.
From that last
Not a biggie.
Looking like a fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udaton up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site, and they are very tentative, trying to clear out this Bucky. That's great patience for MIBR. Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the Annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas. And it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to do it, quite honestly. Blast Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10 to double digits in the opening half.
भाई वर्नो अभी तक 2 बार 3 बार मर गया 3 बार मर गया. वर्नो 3 बार मरा है भाई. तुझे पता है वर्नो 6 राउंड तक एक बार भी नहीं मरा था भाई. ये मस्त था. क्रेजी भाई. कुछ भी कर रहे हैं भाई.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round.
भाई इनके मोटिवेशंस डाउन हो गए.
It's close to that.
जी के पास अब कुछ भी कूदने वाला नहीं बचा गया. ये इसके बाद टीएच का मैच देखिए. टीएच के क्या हो रहा है. ये गेम तो खत्म होने वाला है. टीएच का मैच चल रहा होगा अभी.
You guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think yes, GE, they're
sad
a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls too have been really good. I'm really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is, and the way that MIBR is still avoiding and calling. Clearly, they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it, because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti, the Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we
THB fraud है भाई. क्या बात कर रहा है?
Squad earlier on in Pacific, they were able to use Jet really.
TH जीत नहीं रही क्या? Last defending champion है ना TH? TH is defending champion, right?
Unfortunately.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
सच में भाई मुझे पता था कि MIBR जीतेगी तो सबको पता, लेकिन इतनी dominating. Last year EWC जीता था. हाँ TH जीता था ना. तो defending champions है वो.
Like jump on the MIBR train with me.
सीधे direct invite हुए हैं वो. वो ये क्या grip है ये?
This is rough. I think for GE, like let's just say there's a little bit of cope here, a tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco. Yeah. Right. Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
10-2. Not bad.
Listen,
attacking map, attacking map.
Likes to push a lot, and maybe with the double senti they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C split here. Aspas is going to be on the site with Zekin. Tex hears all this information. Zekin going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting. Aspas manages to get one. Zekin gets another, but two trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekin gets a second kill onto Udo, and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out on
2v2 हो गया.
that shock might do
Harvey
enough damage.
is little
So
low.
picking off onto Autumn and Harvey in this 1v2.
वर्नो द गोट भाई, वर्नो क्या आईजीएल कर रहा है। अब कोई तो फ्रॉड प्लेयर है ड्यूलिस्ट, बट लास्ट ईयर मिनी बू ड्यूलिस्ट था टीएच का, इस बार कौन है? फ्रॉड से तेरा क्या मतलब है भाई? वर्नो क्या आईजीएल कर रहा है भाई, क्रेजी क्रेजी कॉल भाई। उन्हें पता ही था कि वो सी ही पुश करेंगे।
You could see right from where they kind of get halted up in garage for a moment. They are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun.
Mid, they're trying B.
On their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre. Takes a lot of damage off the hero TP.
Damn, अच्छा जी डबल सेंटी खेल रही थी तब भी नहीं निकाल पाई। ओह no way Mazzino did that.
Continues to conjure magic for MIBR and Autumn, who's kind of waiting in the back of the site. All he
ओ भाई ट्रोल,
before Bono cleans him up 12 and 2 for MIBR.
वर्नो तो ट्रोल कर रहा है भाई ने। मिनी बू मतलब प्रॉपर डब्ल्यू ड्यूलिस्ट। ओह यो व्हाट्स अप, डू यू वांट थंबनेल फॉर लाइव स्ट्रीम? आई मेक इट माई सेल्फ DDA, थैंक यू फॉर आस्किंग। I do it myself. I like to do it myself.
Unfortunately. So that's how it be.
But you can join my Discord server, and if anybody needs
just being so good, especially
thumbnail editor, we'll surely contact you.
But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now 12-2, like you said, we might see that same score line.
Pop.
Creeping up on the line. Easy open.
Zakin for the 1K.
The going continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate.
But dual senti है, entry तो मुश्किल मिलेगी.
Because you can definitely trust Zekin and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves.
They only have a Neon, and Neon is so nerfed. Shotgun भी अब ढंग से use नहीं कर पाती Neon. Verno तो पहुंच के वैलो के ले रहा है भाई। वर्नो इज लाइक आई थिंक द बेस्ट IGL in the World Cup.
Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've
3v4 है, यहाँ फंबल करेंगे अगर तो भाई इनकी गलती है। लेट्स सी। और प्योर पोजीशंस इनके पास, वॉल है सिटी में, हेवन में एक बंदा इन्हें पता है।
Great spacing and entries in from GE. I give it to give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in the barrier as well as the Sonic sensor.
Okay, net ready है. Net is ready. Crystal का Crystal net में आएगा. Got 2 in the net.
All 3 players for MIBR and Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up.
Okay, got 3 in the net.
Finally pulls the
W by W.
But I think he's better off just saving this Vandal at this point.
Really well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity.
अच्छा खेला भाई, जीई ने अच्छा खेला वाला राउंड। जीई को यही करना पड़ेगा, जीई को स्लो एंट्री लेनी पड़ेगी साइड में देख के जहाँ पे कम लोग हो, किल्स निकाल के वहाँ पे सेटअप करने पड़ेंगे सबको, क्योंकि 2 सेंटी है इनके पास। तो बैक स्टैप और रीटेक का तो मुश्किल हो सकता है। A favorable site इनकी, C is good too. C is good too.
You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be
Okay, उन्होंने A stack कर लिया है, B is empty, and C पे सिर्फ साइफर। और साइफर का एक बार वो देखो सेटअप, उसने B पे एक वायर दी है और C की एंड में एक वायर दी है और खुद C के फ्रंट में खेल रहा है। If they get B, it's winnable.
Quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex.
Okay, they got the C side.
Opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play.
They got the C side.
There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with.
Oh, trip भी गई.
These players taking sight with a Vandal.
Sight मिल चुकी है GE को.
Really annoying to deal with. Like
हाँ, अब dual senti को.
They're trying to keep this sight. They have the trip on the flank. They don't.
Retake करना मुश्किल रहेगा अब.
There's an omen.
Retake would be harder.
We are in this 5v5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that back side.
Oh!
Catman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and
What?
are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3.
How can they fumble that? बैटमैन प्लस ऑटम यूडो को मारने के पड़ेगा ही, मरना पड़ेगा भाई, यूडो को मरना ही पड़ेगा।
MIBR coming into EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see exactly why they were able to run over the Americas qualifier very well for themselves, and unfortunately,
sheesh, God gives late but gives always better.
the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at. They get into a 5-on-5 post plan. All of the sentinel utilities.
Sheesh भाई,
MIBR just retake with 4 players.
क्या फंबल किया ने उन्होंने एंड में, एक दो राउंड जीत सकते थे और जी, कोई बात नहीं, वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड।
Every single player knows how to play together really well, which is the one thing that I feel like MIBR was missing for a long time.
इनका मैच तो पूरा हो गया, so let's see what is going on, what is going on with let's see what is going on the other side, on the other side of the match. स्ट्रीम में देख ले, टीएच का मैच देख लेते भाई, जीई ग्लोबल एम्बैरेसमेंट व्हाट, नहीं यार, they played fine भाई, एमआईबीआर के सामने I don't think so they had a chance. और टीएच का मैच तो अभी शुरू हुआ है, राउंड 4, राउंड 4 फॉर टीएच, टीएच ने एक जीता हुआ है, लेट्स टीएच का मैच देख लेते हैं, हमें क्या है।
But his impact, if he has even 3/4 the game that he normally does on the Neon, it's going to be way higher when it comes to those rounds around ultimates. You already see it, round 4, and it's being used to basically...
भाई उन्होंने इतनी जल्दी गेम खत्म कर दिया, इतनी जल्दी गेम खत्म कर दिया कि टीएच का भी 4 राउंड हुए हैं अभी तक, टीएच वर्सेस वर्नो है भाई, वर्नो हो गया, गोट आईजीएल, यस सर। भाई एमआईबीआर ने डिमोलिश कर दिया, 26-5 इज क्रेजी, एंड वर्नो डाइंग 3 times इन लाइक अ मैच इज सुपर क्रेजी भाई। भाई आईजीएल था भाई, वो उसे कॉल्स भी देनी थी और मार भी रहा था, मर भी नहीं रहा था उनसे।
That felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds, so I'm definitely going to see what happens if Woot goes down early.
ये अंडरडॉग टीम है क्या? एजीएल अंडरडॉग टीम है क्या? साहिल, एजीएल का नाम मैंने सुना नहीं है पहले। टीएच में ड्यूलिस्ट कौन खेल रहा है? वूट खेल रहा है कोई, एंड कोशमार्स। एसेंट लिया है, किसका मैप है ये? करंट एसेंट डिसाइडर इज लोटस, पिछला हेवन था, हेवन में 11-13 हुआ था, लाइक ये क्लोज मैच है, ये मैच में देखने मजा आएगा।
They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb, like expect a lot more of these slower rounds when those ultis aren't trading utility for orbs. But push has to come to shove eventually.
Picking 45 seconds. It's also a sort of mixed bag buy, so the lower the time gets.
चाइना टीम है, डिसेंडेंट है, टीएच से हार जाएगा, डिसेंट है, टीएच से हार जाएंगे ना। एजी बहुत बड़ी और अच्छा चाइना की, ओके। इस पूरे रूस्टर में कोई अंडरडॉग टीम आई है कि नहीं आई है? कोई अंडरडॉग नहीं ना, सब ऐसे बड़ी-बड़ी टीम्स ही हैं।
Precision seems to be the aim of his game. Benji's done well at least to trade it back. Might just give them the plan, but they need to clear underneath, and they've done that with ease. But again, a second life given, and now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far gone, and because of that, Shrimp is able to just sit and wait for re-ends.
It's well played in the end there by Shrimp. That little jump, if he swung out wide, he was in a whole lot of trouble.
What?
But he gets out of dodge.
ये टीएच की टीम, ये बच्चे।
Paranoia for Kira, just a small bit too late. But this is
भाई बहुत छोटे लोग, छोटे I think 16-17 साल के होंगे ये लड़के।
You see it very much on the other side as well. It's going to be something that I think both teams are going to want to compete for those orbs. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds.
भाई एमआईबीआर का और मैच देखना था, साहिल से ज्यादा एक्टिव है आज, इससे पहले आज तक नहीं देखा हम इसे एक्टिव। साहिल
some of the stuff I saw in the qualifiers.
ये follow करता है ना, tournaments follow करता है.
GRQ playing the opposite roles, but I could definitely understand why they've made the switch if that is the case. Woot through, and already both players towards short, getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through B as well. So the defense have so much information and so much of a player advantage. You might look at this and go, oh, is this an eco for Heretics with how clean this has been? Nope. No, this was a full
AG जीती भाई वाला round में.
Invested, and yeah, all gamers have made it look like an eco.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and simple, it is going to
flawless for AGL.
For all gamers to put them
साल भाई एक दिन टीम में होगा. जेंटलमेट्स और BBL अंडरडॉग्स हैं. ओ जेंटलमेट्स का मजा आएगा. वैसे RRQ भी क्वालिफायर क्लियर करके आई है. इनवाइटेड टीम नहीं है RRQ इस बार. पेपर एक्स पैसिफिक की इकलौती इनवाइटेड टीम थी.
A trap activated, cage activated, and then I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
I like the change up as well. Like I said, Fangir's been struggling with that early A-site fight. So they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's two players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot and Koshmaras in their tracks. And that's exactly what they do.
TH के पास guns नहीं है, save round है.
And then go back to the default once again. But of course, for the attack side,
हाँ default settings हैं. Smoke आ चुके हैं. They know they're going for B.
To play with a dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he will be dealt with. He had a teammate, however, still
3v3 situation. Guns अभी तक नहीं आई है. Gun एक gun आ गई है. Phoenix के पास एक gun आ गई है. Oh, damn! Eco round. 50 हो गया ये.
With the spike, could have caused issues, especially with the blaze wall already gone. But now a 3v2. The chance to move together. The time.
एक के पास ही गन है अभी तक. अगर ये एंटर करेगा तो दो के पास गन आ जाएगी.
They're both gonna wrap up quite quickly.
Dead.
In that previous map, it's a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed.
No doubt, Sahil IGL तगड़ा है.
That was found on just 10 HP.
हमारा नेता कैसा हो, साहिल जैसा हो.
I think just waking up in the last map, you're seeing the level of what some of these individual players can hit.
हमारा नेता कैसा हो, साहिल मियां जैसा हो.
And with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them. I do think second half is going to be a different story.
5-2 Heretics ने timeout लिया है.
Exactly short on difficulties.
No, if anything, this comp looks almost built for the attack. Like, because if you had maybe the chamber or something like that, I might.
I think decider match होगा इसमें.
You've gone for a double duelist that allows you a more aggressive dive. Do I think that Phoenix is going to be good on the defense? Not really, unless you're.
तुमने एक चीज नोटिस करी, इनके जो कमेंटेटर हैं, जो इस टीम इन दोनों टीम के कमेंटेटर हैं, वो थोड़े से सीरियस हैं. और उधर जब MIBR वाले कमेंटेटर्स थे, वो क्रेजी कमेंट्री कर रहे थे भाई, क्रेजी से कुछ कर रहे थे कुछ.
From all gamers, and I think it's what Heretics are going to be attempting as well. But it just depends how many rounds they have when they go there. Like right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
Yeah.
For all gamers. No signs of slowing down. They are up against the full buy again. Tour de Force used up, and well, he's going to bail out right away. Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try to get a few bits of damage. Few points of health off, but I don't think it's found anything.
No, absolutely nothing. Aggressive positioning, and okay, just a pre-fire. An aggressive position, but okay. Woot's been able to trade, or get traded, I should say. Still.
Okay, 6 मिनट में मैच होगा. यहाँ पर दोनों टीम ही गोबर हैं.
This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate back online for him once again. Koshmaras was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight.
अब हम इंडियन पंजाबी प्लेयर देखेंगे. MIBR के मैच में कुछ था नहीं बोलने को तो हाँ ये भी है.
Time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
6 मिनट के अंदर नया मैच चालू है भाई. Gentlemates versus दूसरी टीम.
Shrimp's going to go down. That exit through main's never kind. It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Oh. Crimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
5-3.
Look at him.
Yeah.
Taranveer Singh Akab, Bipo Punjabi, मैं कॉल देगा पंजाबी में कॉल देगा वो सालियो हट जो क्यों रेड पे की पुल्स आ गई पुल्स हेलो
who's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaris. The plant still. Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp.
अच्छा खेल रहा है श्रिम्प भाई.
Fangir up top.
अरे 10 मिनट कर दिए यार अभी तक तो जल्दी दिखा रहे थे.
Meanwhile, that swap over from Heretics doesn't really seem to be paying dividends, but maybe the second half has something special in store for us. Remember, this is where all gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense, and here in Ascent, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking, but
चले हाँ यार
second half, the pistol for all gamers
कुछ तो चल रहा है भाई कुछ तो चल रहा है crazy.
on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore because it's already been the case in the last map that a massive streak of rounds. But yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both teams win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it, though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defenders' way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches.
Attack कौन कर रहा है?
Spotted right away.
AG attack कर रही ना?
Heretics have a plan though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaris for Wu to continue forward, but they see nothing. Trap on the floor that's soon to be broken, and
trap तोड़ दिया.
Otherwise, not a sight or a sound to be found as all gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site. In fact, towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position. Oh, the position spotted run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities for kills. But the main thing for all gamers is they've got themselves a plant. Kira, a 1-for-1 trade.
Lucky था ये shot मारा.
Clear that position quickly on the Heretic side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close. Rians does well, but again, this man
खत्म भाई.
Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmara standing, and he cannot hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol, and now 9-4 in the lead.
GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills in a pistol that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence, but as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well, with all those orbs to be fought for.
9-4 लोटस प्राइम का डिसाइडर होगा.
Heretics first full buy might not be very easy.
वो 3 लोग एंट्री देख रहे हैं भाई. एक ही. रुका मस्त हो गया. They're not buy, they're not gonna push. Nine, मत कर बेटे, मत कर. Easy.
You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round. But if this map has been anything to go on, all gamers are not going to give them the time of day. And
ओके उसने गन देखने नहीं दी कि इसमें इसका गन कौन सी है. सही खेल गया Phoenix.
Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having
50 seconds
available to him.
Oh, now they know. It's a safe.
The disappearing. I like the totem pole though. It is 4 different variable heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it seems like they might have been aware of the potential of something this dangerous, and already it's starting to look a bit worrying. Nice damage though. Couple of players dropped, and well, eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that run it back online.
Damn.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play pretty direct coming into this one, Heretics again could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. Expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lease of life. Heretics from map 1. We saw it, though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control. Right away, Buys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab.
Okay.
The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on site. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2.
2 ले गया भाई, 2 ले गया. Still in the game.
Small mistake.
Still in the game.
To the right. And this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics dangling on to a cliff's edge. The very tips of their fingernails.
Smoke दिया.
Through the smoke they go, and both players winning their fights at once. Heretics cling to
निकाल ले
play,
भाई.
as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic. The individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break-back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Fangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers, and we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap-up on short late by Chamber.
2 kill मिलेंगे क्या जेट को? जेट को क्या 2 kill मिलेंगे? वूट को क्या 2 kill मिलेंगे? I don't know, bro. शॉटगन लेके बैठा तो हुआ है. Oh.
With anything. With this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodge.
Oh! लेकिन 1 HP कर दिया उसने. Heal हो रहा है.
Get a little bit of health back.
GRQ is healing. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. No.
Edge of this smoke, maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's
okay.
One again. GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already.
2v2 again.
To turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
Winnable, my winnable.
Work is still to be done. All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill, secures the advantage as Rian's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as you can get, but Kira there to secure.
All right, 1 मिनट में अपना गेम शुरू हो जाएगा. 1 मिनट और देखना है वाला बस.
On the board right now, and considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think that they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15-6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game. Heretics are... It's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of ults. Like a Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
A lot of space taken here by Bai. It's a risky play when you're up against pistols. And, well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris. But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side, only having a bandit. It's a good position, but 1, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they
not
looked
really
at the
weapon
time
for it
and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back. And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back. They need to get a move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this a conversion. Boo with his 3rd already, but he's going to have to basically do everything. Time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through, and instead is stripped to close.
भाई नाइफ कर दिया भाई.
The attackers go down, but they're not going to care.
नाइफ कर दिया भाई.
No, I think the economy's in a pretty decent position.
This is just week 0, and this is a qualifier week. So, Athena, you got to win 2 matches to get into that top 8 playoff bracket, right? That's what everyone is here for on week number 1. As we take a look at Group C, who are the favorites in this group? I've got G2, Gentlemates, XLG, and, of course, Nongshim, who will be playing over on our Alpha stream against G2.
This is kind of hard. I usually side with G2 because I'm an America's girly, but I'm also looking at Nongshim. I'm looking at them to have their redemption arc. Yes, to figure out what's going on with their team, especially when you're looking at Damvion, not the Neon for some reason.
No, I think he's going to be sold. I am sold because I got cope for Nongshim as well. I got some heavy Nongshim cope. You know, I'm like pseudo Pacific at this stage. I hang out with Pilsky enough. I'll just swing my way in there. The thing here is Pacific is kind of underperforming this tournament so far. I think Nongshim might be that last hope, perhaps. Dummy, I think he's going to go back on the Neon for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I don't think Global Esports is your real hope in Group D. Let's take a look, though, at our Group C competitors and what we expect to see from them. Both teams.
What the hell? You in 6 a.m.? It's not 6 a.m., it's 6 p.m.
A 2-0 run for Gentlemates as they drop
it's 6:25 p.m.
Who are the star players, though, on both sides of the fight for this one? Athena, I want to start with you. Who are you excited to see take the stage tonight?
You have to talk about Martin on Gentlemates. The guy's been insane literally all stage long. Literally in globals, even when they're losing their games, he's still phenomenal. He's so consistent on fragging out, being that duelist, just being absolutely insane. And the other player I have to shout out to is Mini, only because now he's on that duelist as well. Yeah.
I mean, they're the role swap, right? Bippo and Mini. EWC not that long ago, ended up swapping between Sentinel and Duelist. On the Sheila Gaming side of things, though, I'm looking over towards a couple of players here. I will name, obviously, the Duelist of Raga. He's definitely one to watch out for, but I felt like at last EWC, he didn't really get to show up. The player that did show up big for me and has been showing up all year long for this XLG squad is Happyway on the Sentinel. I think he's a star on this team. I think, personally, might be the best player on XLG.
I love that you guys called out the two players with the most fun names to commentate. Martine, of course, we will hear Athena screaming in the 1v1s. Let's get into our agent selection, though, as our players are getting ready for this matchup. We're stalling a little bit as we're waiting on one player, I'm told. So while we're getting ready for this one, talk to me about where they've had success in the qualifiers to get to this point. Athena, what maps are you looking at, and which agents do you expect to be seeing on them?
Dude, Gentlemates actually surprised everyone in EMEA because they beat Foot in the final game to qualify 3. And the reason that they surprised everyone was because Foot actually had made it to Masters London, came back and couldn't finish it off. And it was just insane to see how Foot, the number 3 seed from EMEA, had dropped to Gentlemates, who barely scraped by
We've
groups,
got
but
our
now-
maps up and running here on
Oh,
the
okay.
monitor. So walk me through the Breeze and Lotus picks. Why are those our first two?
Dude, tell me why XLG picked Breeze, because I have my own opinions.
Breeze is an interesting one because I feel like Gentlemates have banned this one a lot in the past, but Sunset's been banned out nice and early here. I think teams maybe still not quite comfortable bringing that one back.
Sunset, Fracture, Ascent और Split ban है, तो Gentlemates ने pick किया Breeze. Breeze में भाई comfy match और Lotus.
Honestly, I think this is a really Sheila-sided map, Vito. Like, I'm genuinely surprised. Like you said, the Breeze, Gentlemates has been perma-banning that for so long. Now they've let it through. Do they have some sort of comp change? Do they have an idea? Haven being on there, I think it's kind of insane because Sheila just won that against EDG in their BO5 against them. So it's kind of insane. I'm kind of scrambling for Gentlemates here because I really thought they were going to be on top, but after this map, Vito, I have no clue.
Yeah, Breeze and Lotus seem to be our players' favorites if you've been watching the first 2 days of action here in group stages. One thing I'm a bit surprised, though, is to see Breeze make it through, knowing XLG won it 3 times in all 3 of their qualifier matches, right? They let this map go through. This was their go-to. As we take a look at XLG,
Sheila Gaming.
the 4 Chinese players and the Russian stud. Walk me through
Russian
Apple.
stud.
Who are you watching in this fight?
Yeah, I sort of mentioned here, Happyway and Raga to me are the big players.
Raga
still is one of the retained players from last year as well, so he's got a lot of veterancy on this squad. The best news for XLG is last year they had to play with Hiboya, their coach, who's still with us, by the way, but he's not having to be the guy playing on the roster for EWC. EDG somehow landed that curse with having to have a coach come in for the team, but XLG, they've been kind of playing second fiddle against EDG in China for so long. This might be their opportunity to like swing one by, get past EDG, and make it out of this group, and maybe EDG don't make it out of the other group. I mean, that would be huge for XLG.
That would be a crazy timeline if EDG don't make it out and Sheila do, because that would be cursed, actually. That would be kind of cursed for the China region.
On the other side of this fight, of course, we have the Gentlemates, and this is truly a European mixed roster. We've got 2 players from the Czech Republic. We've got a Polish player on the lineup as well. Athena, who are your stars to look at tonight, though, as we now know the maps will be Breeze and Lotus before Haven map 3?
I think we have to look at Martin and Mini still. It's not going to be
just those
changing.
2 still. Doesn't matter on the map.
Obviously, everyone, but I think for Breeze, your double duelists, if they are choosing to run that, we have no
This is
clue
Bipo.
what
This
their
is
comp gonna
his
be.
name
Again,
is
this was their
Taranveer
quarterback.
Singh.
I'm hoping they've implemented some
Indian
sort of strategy.
guy.
Of course, the biggest change they've had is Mini and Bipo switching. Mini being on that duelist role. Maybe they've come up with some crazy set plays, some trap plays on that Breeze. Maybe the aggression
Sova?
is finally there for
Okay.
Gentlemates.
Breeze के लिए Sova is good.
And follow up with Martin's insane fragging skills.
And I got to ask real quick, we have one player on that stage with frosted tips. In fact, it's just one frosted tip. I highlighted the Americans yesterday when they bleached the front of their head. Now my man in the front seat here for the
mod ने कुछ कहा है नहीं?
Closest to us, Athena,
Are you
who's now
jealous?
blocked. I am.
Be honest.
I think he's going to be my player to watch.
Bipo खेल रहा है यानी कि our Indian dude Viper. Martin is thinking about Neon.
Yes,
Neon and
Starlo,
Jet for
RGL,
Breeze.
he's been doing
The veteran.
The veteran on this roster, but actually, I want to talk about the agents. Sorry,
Phoenix
Falcon.
and Jet.
I need to steer away from the frosted tips because we're looking
No,
at
man.
this Breeze. On one side, I'm seeing the double duelist, but that time with the Neon. And then we're also seeing the Phoenix on the side of Sheila. I think this
डबल
makes a
duelist
lot of sense.
दोनों टीम डबल duelist खेल रही है and double controllers, double duelist, double controllers and an initiator. No need of sentinel.
For Genomates, looks like they've been hiding it away, and you know,
No senti play, bhai. No sentis.
Weakness where like, okay, this has been their permaban. They don't want to go to this map, but we've seen in the past as well. Finally, a team gets to play their permaban. They've hidden the way for so long. They've cooked up something, and other teams have no read on their opposition.
It's always really scary when the permaban doesn't get banned, and you know it's going through some sort of wild card. Because again, you also don't have any tape of them playing on this map. You don't know how they're going to play, what their play style is, what they kind of prioritize, especially when you're thinking of the key rounds like pistols and those anti-ecos, those thrifties that they run. So I'm really interested to see how this goes. For me though, Puckett,
It's about the frosted tips. Let's keep it a buck.
because of the frosted tips, I think Gentlemates is
Gentlemates got that swagger. They've got the French fan base. They are playing in Paris, France. The hometown crowd getting behind their team outside the doors. It's time to get into map number 1 as we head to Breeze with Avril and Athena on the mic.
Thank you so much, Puckett. Map 1 here at Sheila Gaming. Gentlemates on that defense first and foremost. Our first time taking a look at Gentlemates on this map.
अरे रे, yes, Goku.
I think I can't even remember when the last
तो
time they actually
आपको
managed to play a
Gentlemates में ये
Breeze
Beepo
World,
Viper
but
दिख रही है?
history.
Beepo is Indian guy. This is an Indian guy. Punjabi guy, I would say.
I do think that overall,
From Italy.
especially with the Lotus
His
in there,
nationality is Italy, but he's
the permaban ends up
Punjabi.
being a pretty bad one for Gentlemates. It could be a quick 2-0, but otherwise, I mean, if we get to Haven, that's a map that has been kind of a bad win rate for XLG, if I'm honest.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
bad,
he's
but
Punjabi.
they just won it against EDG, which is insane to me. Like, I think that for me just kind of just cementing it. Yes, they're playing in the same region. Maybe they have a little bit more tape on EDG, and that's why they ended up winning it out. Lots of anti-stratting that could be going on. But I think it's still insane because EDG themselves are just absolutely phenomenal.
ये कुछ लग रही है टीम तगड़ी.
Firepower when you're
ये
looking at
underdog है टीम.
and it just blows my mind.
Warm up check करो, boys, उनका warm up.
I feel like I'm so lost when I'm considering how Gentlemates has approached this, because I don't see
Technical pause.
anything other than, yes, they might have a wild card on the Breeze, but letting Haven go through as well when they haven't really been crazy on it. I mean, Gentlemates, the last time they played Haven was against Foot. They did win it in overtime.
My
but
warm
still,
up,
it was a scary match.
Beepo, yes.
I really wanted to prioritize
Have some eyes on Beepo.
Gentlemates had the option to actually take away the
Search कर Google पे.
The fracture was more
Beepo.
important to them. XLG were the ones that took away Sunset. So
Beepo in
left it open,
Gentlemates.
left it on the table to say,
Gentlemates
you want
में
Breeze, you don't
Beepo.
want Breeze, take your pick.
True. Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy, but I'm really excited to see what they've cooked up.
हाँ शक्ल भी लग रहा है पंजाबी है. Yes, yes, yes.
Now talking a little bit more about Sheila, I'm really wondering because when they went to the global, right? They beat DRG.
मैं वॉइस देख रहा था अपनी, मेरी सही आ रही ना वॉइस.
And then they beat G2.
Exactly.
Which G2, they've kind of been known now to struggle in the globals. They've been known to not perform, to not put up the numbers.
ये क्या चीज़ है इनके हाथ में? ये दबा रहे हैं, ऐसे कर रहे हैं.
Because it makes me curious on how XLG can perform like that. And the only games they ended up losing were EDG, which regional advantage. They have the tape on everything. And then they lost to Lev as well, Leviathan, who ended up winning the whole thing. So I feel like we didn't really see XLG go very tested for the middle ranks of those teams.
XLG are a weird one to me. I feel like this team has a ton of potential, but internationally they've been kind of, do I say kind of middling, but China overall, outside of EDG winning champs, is just the rest of China just feels like it's EDG and everyone else. XLG need to come in here and prove that everyone else is damn good as well, and that includes second seed coming through from China in XLG. Tech pause done. Round 1 and to start out soon.
Little pistol here, looking like XLG is going to be starting towards that A side, using the dart to get some sort of info here, but Mate's actually getting so much map control already in this elbow. Walk pushing.
They are exploring as well.
Okay.
Going to be droning out through, but this is going to be the opening happening over on the A side of things. No man already on site. A couple players there for the Gentlemates. Keeping things interesting around yellow. Do note the late activation from Leo to come through a little bit later. You talked about the mid control from Gentlemates. Should be coming through double doors now.
No loss and they planted. अब positions hold कर रहे हैं लेकिन
First play, Raga down. He gets his trade though. 1 for 1 so far in this now 4 versus 4 scenario. Still waiting for Leo to come on through. Double doors now entry from both Prox and Martin. But Happy Way trying his luck against Martin, not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysol having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysol doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out. And it is.
Damn.
Round, gentlemates.
Yeah.
Well played, gentlemen. Let's go, Bipo. इनके CPU में GPU लगा होता है. I don't know.
Looks like a really nice
लगा ही होता होगा. Master LAN पे है ना इनका.
Making sure they're not just sitting stagnantly, which used to be a problem of theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martin, leading the charge, able to get onto side.
Yeah, really boys. Bipo's happy.
I mean,
we are happy.
What can you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now, guns on the board for Gentlemates and Sheila. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs.
Gentlemate ने अच्छा भाई किया भाई. Vandal, Phantom, Outlaw.
Definitely probably activated a little bit too late.
2 other
to
guns.
go around, but now
Let's see.
Stack up for Sheila Gaming.
भाई full buy लेके आए तो full crazy buy.
From Gentlemates. It's the walk on through into shops.
XLG पूरी की पूरी A side के entry पे बैठी हुई है.
Here we go.
Entered.
Flash on in. 4 members have already
Gone.
approached, but Mini just makes short
Gone.
work of the defense so far. I saw
They've got 1 gun.
So the rest of the Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually.
No.
Happaway
Gun
also
नहीं
fell
मिली
in
है.
the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers.
3v4 है, but they don't have guns. तो pistol है तो इन्हें ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा.
In short order here. Big shot from Raga.
What?
Secondary.
What?
Doesn't quite get the third.
Raga crazy खेल गया भाई.
Great position and maybe gets the work done with Lysol, but if he stole the rifle there.
I can't believe this, Lysol.
Bro.
Marga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as I talk about Gentlemates, knowing what
मुझे भी समझ में आ रहा है Valorant. Nice.
on that retake, the flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going
भाई
in
पिस्टल से राउंड निकाल दिया यार.
those close angles.
रागा ने क्या मारा लेकिन ये यहाँ तक जीत रहे थे. 1
Start of the 3v5. You see Raga getting
यहाँ हार गए.
disgusting shots. Martin.
यहाँ हार गए भाई.
But the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up, and Lysol really makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy.
Economy उल्टी हो गई भाई अब. Gentlemates अब पूरी पिस्टल पे है.
Riot B stack, playing that close angle, just holding, waiting for.
और XLGs बोनस राउंड पे खेल रहे हैं 2 प्लेयर. बाकी लोगों के पास पैसा पूरा है. सेकंड बाय ले सकते हैं वो इसके बाद अगर ये मैच हार भी गए. और ये हारेंगे नहीं वो क्योंकि अटैकिंग है ना. डिफॉल्ट B सेटअप पे बैठे हुए हैं.
Giving up that full A for retake. Really nice stuff so far.
Where is the 5th man for Gentlemates?
See Sheila even pinging over towards Belt. They sent
1, 2, 3, 4.
in that direction. A little bit concerned about trap setups
Where is
coming
the
through
5th
from
man?
Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B.
Oh, stacked up.
SLG fancy themselves. 3
Jet,
entries onto A.
Mini और Martin
here. Full retake
stacked up.
Gentlemates on A.
Excited पे.
As Bippo would be the one to find out the bad news in short order here, but
The fuck सच में भाई. The last round was the fuck. एक खाली छोड़ रखा है retake पे खेलेंगे. And they were lucky they got A. They're planting.
They know something's up.
Mates
Just using this time
को अभी भी समझ में नहीं आया.
try to reclear this feed, but obviously the
फटाफट
spike
rotate करेंगे.
sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that break, making sure they're taking over 3 angles on this retake. Mini
दोनों टीम के पास सेंटिनल नहीं है तो I believe डिफेंस में प्रॉब्लम दोनों टीम्स को होने वाली है.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila they're going to be taking some damage. Few players going
Bipo
down.
कर कुछ Bipo कंट्रोलर है भाई. Bipo सिर्फ स्मोक दे सकता है. वो स्मोकर है. एंड दोनों की दोनों टीम के पास सेंटिनल नहीं है. Exit frag की कोशिश कर रहे हैं रागा.
So just see if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, right.
Got one gun.
There's going to be something occurring.
I think they will save.
Sheila, I know that double doors is not going to be clean. Star so activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills. Not going to lie to you. Only Happy Way and No Man walking out.
They got 2 guns and
really good for your Thrifty actually.
3 लोग मार दिए भाई. Nice 50, nice 50.
And now for Sheila, they're going to have to figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons.
अच्छा खेले भाई. अच्छा खेले. Gentlemates दिमाग से खेल रहे हैं. Oh.
Check the big flank. Martin and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plant, it's gonna be a little bit tricky, but they have all of the back sight here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's gonna get contact and they're gonna push back onto site.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Gentlemates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those two flankers to be able to get anything done. Hiding in the sands of time will tick down for a third round victory for XLG.
Gentlemates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your two players flank. Just haven't even applied any pressure yet. They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up. They needed to be able to crunch down.
Mini और Martin फिर से save कर रहे हैं. They don't have the money. खुश हैं भाई दूसरी टीम. XLG is like playing too good.
Well, since the pistol there, Gentlemates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A second round. Explosivity with Rag with a double. Into Lysol with his own double. XLG,
what are you doing here?
3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Gentlemates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A
Let's see, right?
once again. They're using that drone, trying to farm that orb, maybe on Varga one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova ult on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Happyway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out Understreet, but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got Happyway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower.
Raga is 70 HP and वो दोनों low है, लेकिन Bippo has health.
Take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he
Raga
can
is the like good player, bhai. They know there is rotating. Gun low.
Get that spike planted, to get that spike
Get the
down on
gun
site to these
and just
players
rotate.
here from Gentlemates. Still clearing. They are
Bro,
going to
what?
pick up some weapons though once they realize that the site is clear, which is really good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Varga on the 72 HP.
Get the gun, bro.
HP, little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up towards that B.
Do you notice what Bippo's also only got the light armor here, which allows Raga to get that one shot. As obviously now, Gentlemates, seeing that A is clear, it's an obvious B plant. Raga has no U to work with. Prox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. No
well played, well played. W, let's go. Tagda खेल रहा है.
Taking him down. It looks like Raga didn't even bother to hide away.
W.
Sort of just plants and holds position right next to the spike.
Yeah, trying to go for one, trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Gentlemates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, I mean, so back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds, every single time, the trades just aren't there. Or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle. And Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they were able to delay for so long, getting those 2 picks onto site.
Martin as well, he got cleared so slowly.
Yeah.
That he was able to get a trade. I believe he dropped in his stun as well.
Operator use कर रहा है Mini. Let's see भाई how's Mini. Mini कैसा op use कर रहा है. Let's see.
This time now going to be a little
But
bit
Mini is in
really
mid.
Nice bit of use through paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury though going to be trying to find its mark. It's W's Leo getting that one.
Crazy. Flawless.
Martin will get the cleanup here, and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in.
Damn.
You know what, gentlemen? Says we're close today, sir.
Gentlemates knowing and being tired of Sheila just constantly taking that A.
Viper.
They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gotten that space
IGL.
every single time, and they've chosen.
भाई Bippo IGL है क्या?
Even
Call
with
दे रहा
that
है Bippo.
Sova ult
I
from
think
the
Bippo
side of
IGL
Sheila,
call
it
दे रहा
didn't
है.
really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting it. They continued to push forward, continued to
I
get
believe
that
Bippo is IGL. Bippo call दे रहा है. भाई ये क्या था? Crazy मारना भाई. Crazy कर दिया. मौका नहीं दिया. Okay, mid में आ रखे हैं इस बार, लेकिन हमारा Mini जहाँ पे ऑफ कर रहा है वहाँ क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? वरना सी Mini ऑपिंग भाई. Okay, they're getting mid to A जा रहे हैं, लेकिन
lean heavier over towards A and
okay, A में entry हो जाएगी उनकी.
Instant rotation. Happyway's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site is going to be Nomad. Lives out as mentioned. Makes are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of
Raga is
SLG.
low.
Not really being contested that much. Because they have a really good retake plan, at least we
ठीक है.
hope so for Gentle Mates.
अभी तक कोई मरा नहीं है, अभी तक कोई भी ट्रेड हुई नहीं है अभी तक.
And No Man instantly gets the
No
pick
Man
onto
ने
Starzo.
कहाँ से मरा?
But now they know No Man's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the
Hopper आ रहा है पीछे से. Hopper आ रहा है पीछे से. ये shot.
Get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill, 2 members left for both these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well, has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage.
Damn.
Araga, post runner back with 4
Daisy?
kills in this round.
Come back.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round.
भाई रागा crazy खेला भाई लेकिन इस राउंड में. दोनों टीम ऐसे ही जीत रही है, कभी वो कभी वो. इनमें से कोई भी टीम ऐसी नहीं है कि एक साइड एक तरफा मैच नहीं हो रहा.
But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila just winning it out because Raga having a phenomenal clutch there for A. Was it 2?
Okay, they're hopping on the attack. नहीं यार, ऑफ दोबारा मिनी ने ऑफ दोबारा ले लिया. Let's see if Mini can do something with the op this time. This time, maybe this time, maybe. भाई मिनी के सामने कोई भी नहीं आ रहा है.
Early half so far is Raga leading the way for XLG onto site for B.
Oh, nice shot, Mini.
First kill from Mini on the happy way, but the plant's going to come on through.
Happy way.
Getting the spike down again. Another retake here for Gentle Mace, but this time they have numbers. A drone coming in at such a bad timing. Nomad getting the pick onto Starzo, another onto Martin. And now, Mini trying to get one. Leo actually shutting him down. That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
Oh,
yeah. I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentle Mace, just down to 1 for now. Bippo, can we find some magic in the 1v3? You got a double kill on the last retake, and now he's going to say, money not looking great, chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
Bippo will save and he'll buy for the team.
Crazy. I mean,
टक्कर का चल रहा है मैच. Yes. 5-3 हो गया. 3-5 to be honest.
This time. They're trying to get that information. They put the Viper's pit down in a main. They gambled so much. They knew that they would be able to delay for long enough. Tried to get the early information, but they just didn't push far enough down that elbow. They were a little bit too scared to overextend. And because of that, Sheila, they had so much space to just go into B main. And what I really like here is Sheila, I feel like before they were kind of more well known for their defaults, playing it a little bit slow. But it's interesting because they pick Breeze into Gentle Mates. And they're also just doing these executes. So I think
इनके लिए ऑप काम नहीं कर रही है अभी रंग से.
Mindset of, I don't care what they do. I don't care that they haven't ban this map. We're just going to do our executes, play our playbook, and it's working out really well for them.
And they're usually just sort of going in, executing, committing to the site.
Go, go, go.
And it's win or lose there, as we saw even on previous rounds where XLG wanted to fight for the A orb, and they'll die there if they have to. No backing out at all. But this time around, it's XLG going all the way up mid. And mates should know that they've completely lost mid control here. Tunnels is open.
इनके लिए ऑप काम नहीं कर रही है.
Many looking for that angle. Doesn't quite land the shot, no man. We'll get a lick of damage over towards him though.
Look at the positioning now. 2A, 2B, or Neon in the mid.
Trying to get any
but
information here, no man. Just constantly
ज़्यादा control
going towards that
XLG के पास है अभी.
That nothing is really contesting him here. Able to walk up and down towards that mid doors, and it looks like they're grouping to another A execute
mid
once
to
again. But Martin actually getting a pick onto Lysor.
Yeah,
Martin ने मार दिया. And they have entered A. Call दे दी होगी सोबा ने.
Really showing his worth here. Leo. And no man gone at this point, so Gentle makes it time to pick up the pace here a little bit. No one left. Raga doesn't want to get second.
Nice round.
Wanted to make their way on towards A, losing a player
nice
super
round.
fast. Is XLG. Ended up being the mid to B, mid to A rather, that was perhaps a little too slow for them.
Yeah, I think
मोटा मारेगा.
overstayed his welcome towards that mid. He had so much space.
भाई मार्टिन का राउंड था ये. क्रेजी निकाल दिया उसने. 2
for free. So kind of crazy. I meant no man, sorry, not Martin, but just overextending, keeping that space for way too long. They just got punished.
Emmett is playing so good.
More successfully
like, let me be honest. Emmett is playing good.
Belt now being taken by Gentle Mates.
Poison's off.
Okay, B default खेल रहे हैं.
And again,
M8
Gentlemates
and A के बाहर.
trying to get info, but they're not going to hear anything.
Gentlemate is gambling without senti. They have to gamble. लेकिन mid control अच्छा आ गया Gentlemates के पास. And they will try to get entered in A. Drone को कोई information नहीं मिली अभी तक. Raga.
Seems like Raga's got to run it back every couple of rounds, and he's going to make his ability
2v4
to at least get his team onto site, and straight
Nice,
off
last
the
guy left.
usage will find a kill as well. Back over to A, where they found most of their success, and this time not going through mid, straight at the guts and shops instead.
If I'm Gentlemates right now,
M8 Bipo वाली team है ना? Yes. M8 is Bipo team.
of that on that screen, and I'm really talking about these setups, these defensive setups. They've
M8
been
मतलब
struggling the whole time in order to just gamble the right way, get that space. They know they're taking that A main a lot. Now they've started to give up mid. They're focusing a lot. This is the third time we've seen them fight for that
M8
elbow.
मतलब
One
mates.
time they were
Oh
actually
damn,
towards that B
mates
main,
का
didn't get
इन्होंने
much.
M8 कर
The
दिया.
other two times
Mate.
nobody was there. It's just way too
Gentlemate.
slow for me on the side of Gentlemates. To get
M8
that
mate.
information, to know where
Gentlemate.
they're going to stack their
Teammate.
defenses. Because right now they're just too stagnant, staying in that so often and giving up the retake almost every single time. It's so hard when a team is good at post plans.
Should be a lot more of a better retake had two players not gone down to happen, but even a 1-for-1 trade that would have been ideal.
Relax कर रहे हैं भाई तो.
That pushed up
Okay,
happy way had.
GE qualify or not? GE didn't qualify.
Onto site would have
GE lost the last match. Amit bhai, how are you?
because Raga's had
Welcome to the stream,
so
Amit.
far, multiple runner backs in this opening half.
Last match saw MIBR versus GE and GE got demolished by MIBR. I mean, why not? Zach and
And now jumping back into another gun
भाई क्या
round.
टीम थी रैक्टैक्स oh boy बहुत क्रेजी मैच था MIBR ने भाई ट्रोल किया उन्हें बहुत ज्यादा मारा GE को GE lost GE की तो GG कर लिया MIBR ने
hasn't really gotten them that much value, but this might just be the round because three of these players here on Shilai, they're playing really passive.
सारे गुड प्लेयर थे भाई MIBR में crazy.
Here we go.
Oh.
Possible contact, but not going to be a committal from Gentlemates through the elbow itself. How about on this window on the B side? Cross senses something. He doesn't want to cross that angle. Calling over for a little bit of help here as well.
Okay, Mini will stay in the mid. और वहीं पे Martini is rotating to A. Why? Oh, it could be lucky. It could be lucky.
They're not really sure where they want to end either. Just kind of making noise, putting pressure anywhere, trying to see if there's any reaction.
B छोड़ दिया है भाई M8 ने and I think M8 is doing good. Smoke आ गए हैं mid पे. Now they know they're rotating. Bipo is ready for the mid, but nobody is coming from mid. Everybody is going A main. Rotation start हो गया. Martin is rotating. Mini is rotating. 3 stack हो चुका है A पे. I don't think so. Nobody is in B. Omen will go in now.
This is for sure going to be the execute. No man caught by that scan as well, but so far
Okay, everybody is on the A. Action has been started. No picks, 2 picks. Raga is crazy, bhai.
Raga, who once more is just getting a lot of work done here. Spike planted down.
Bipo got 2.
3 versus 3 now, 2 instead. As he takes down Bipo, and it's just Prox alive. He's only got a Guardian as well.
Damn.
Only 2 rounds left to play through, so you know your boy ain't saving, but he's got to run into the Lion's Den.
The winning condition this round for Shilai Games.
India qualified for Sport World Cup, Esports World Cup. India.
He's out.
There is no team from India, but there are some Indian guys. Sentinel make Indian IGL, and
condition is just so hard to beat. And again, Gentlemates just
Gentlemates have Bipo. He is also from India, Punjab.
We need to see the post-plant statistics
Yep.
for
So
this because
there is no Indian team for Valorant, I guess. I don't know about other sports. Maybe in Mobile Legends or Free Fire, maybe.
Few of the rounds that didn't go
I don't
down
know.
included.
Esports tournament में बहुत सारे matches हैं. They have Free Fire, they have Mobile Legends, they have Kings of Honors, and I don't know, a lot of games. I will be covering Valorant, Taken 8, PUBG Mobile, and CS2. I have never seen CS2 in my life, but yeah, this time I'm gonna stream it.
Tucked away into a corner with Starso getting a number of kills. Beyond that, not too many memorable defensive rounds for Gentlemates.
And look at their economy right now.
But I would say if they win one more round, अगर M8 एक और round जीतती है, तो उनके पास बहुत ज़्यादा तगड़ी advantage होगी because no team has a proper Santi. There is no one on the B. भाई M8 is doing a big gamble.
What does he feel about this one? Time is of the essence here, but he just doesn't land the shot. Bippo as well falls. That's going to be the round, I'm afraid. No money coming into this unless Martin goes absolutely dummy thick. This is going to be XLG 8-4. They got the plant. 2 left to play through.
I think it's not a bad half. It's a good half.
Just Raga going down.
Asian World Cup. Oh, Asian World Cup. Okay. मैं Dragon Ball Legends में कोशिश कर रहा हूँ World Cup, World Championship के लिए. All the best, भाई. All the best.
What I was worried about when
Half time. It's a good half. It's a good half.
Map through. It's a struggle. You're obviously going to get a team that's eventually going to pick it, and it's clear they haven't gone over it that well. They're struggling, especially when they keep giving up these retakes. And for me, the big question here is, Shilai, they're doing the same thing over and over again towards the same aim. Yes, they're slowing it down.
Winnable है भाई,
yes,
winnable
putting pressure somewhere else.
For gentle mates, it's winnable.
Ended A almost every single
It's not end of the world because दोनों की दोनों टीम के पास
that Gentlemates hasn't kept trying to push for the pressure.
Sentinel नहीं है, तो attacking will be easier. Attacking is easier in this map too. क्योंकि mid control इसमें hard होता है.
If it's not broke, why fix it, right?
You can hear the drums of victory sounding before us. Might just be the victory march for Shilai Gaming on Breeze right now. Gentlemates, you better be open.
Shilai Gaming.
We're much better attacking side of things.
Pacific team है ना ये भी, ये Chinese.
Waiting for those two duelists.
Yeah.
Martin at the forefront to lead the way for this team, but so far it's been a bit more of a quiet Breeze, and starting to think why they decide to let this map on through.
Yeah,
मैं Valorant में भी try करूँगा. Valorant is like
really good fights,
hard.
especially towards
I don't know, इंडिया की कोई टीम है भी Valorant के लिए जो World Championship में करती है.
They struggle to kind of assert themselves, make sure they're taking a lot of those 1v1s, because I feel like in terms of firepower, they definitely have it, especially when you're looking at those two duelists, like we said.
Gentlemates बुरा नहीं खेली, Gentlemates ने gamble बहुत किया. हर बार उनके पास Sentinel नहीं था, तो obviously they need to gamble. और वो gambles जीते नहीं. The thing is that, and attacking would be easier.
All of a sudden, they're closed up the gap just a little bit, only 1 or 2 rounds in between, so they're not too worried about.
इंडिया में कोई नहीं है क्या Valorant के लिए? इंडिया में बहुत सारे लोग Valorant खेलते हैं, but I don't know about the esports. इंडिया में esports की इतनी ज़्यादा craze नहीं है. बस हल्के के बढ़ रहा है, but still not at the peak, जितना होना चाहिए. Like look at the prize pool, buddy. $2 million का prize pool, यानी $20 lakh. कर लो 100 से multiply.
Now we talked about this one, but their attack has to be far more impressive. A lot of catch up here. Pistol just about required as well. You wouldn't want to put Shilai on 10.
20 करोड़ रुपए का प्राइस पूल है भाई, 20 करोड़.
What's XLG walking down mid for the time being?
होना चाहिए यार इंडिया में. इंडिया वाले भी बढ़ पाएंगे आगे. वो तो भाई 20 करोड़ रुपए is not a joke.
Find anything on the way in. He doesn't get spotted. Calling over the troops slowly and surely with maybe a couple of XLG members wanting to go over towards attacker spawn.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Rarga. Happily going to get the pick onto Bippo. Mini, though, trading on to Rarga. And a beautiful shot again from this Viper onto Mini. 2 nice headshots. Martin going to get the pick onto Nomad. And now all of a sudden a 3v2. And the 3v2 split up on the side of Gentlemate. Starzo manages to get 1. Can he get Lysor to get the second? Gets the paranoia off from Lysor, and now all of a sudden
Martin अकेला रह गया. Martin की लोकेशन पता नहीं क्या ने.
Okay. Jumping up, trying to get 1, delaying for a little bit, but Lysor shuts that down.
Yeah, no shot, unfortunately. Some really clean openings there. Happy Way, of course, added to the mix there. As you start to see where some of those X's were on the map. Very composed as XLG to have the patience to potentially wait for that flank coming through.
Yeah.
Indeed, they were rewarded for that. Raga even got caught in the sense that, like, okay, he got those kills. He only died because he was reloading.
But Raga का aim बहुत सही है.
I mean, the biggest
Raga is playing so good.
For Shilai now.
14-8-4 MVP for sure. Raga is MVP.
Even towards spawn in order
Let's
to
see
get that
what's going on.
Started. And I think that made the biggest difference because if Bippo was allowed to stay alive there, it could have been detrimental to their retake.
They need it.
Despite all of that, still have
Controller.
a coming through with Generates. Already onto site here as well.
B में entry बहुत तेज करी है लेकिन
gets cleaned up though is a trade, but Martinez left on minimal HP. See if that one ends up being a bit of a problem a little bit later on. Mini
change the gun. Martin
is he able to use that for anything? A
Minis.
slow going retake so far that speeds up suddenly with Happy Way and Lysol making their marks. Bippo and
Happy Way low है लेकिन
still alive. Bippo's position
कौन बचा है? Bippo got one.
Still find Lysol. Oh, range on that.
Okay.
Stars are making this one
No.
interesting. Only 2 left for XLG now. By the way, this was a 2v4. Now just a 1 left as Bippo.
Bippo left alone.
35 HP.
He didn't have planted, but it's GG. 35 HP में कुछ नहीं कर सकता लेकिन दो बंदे हैं, दोनों पास guns हैं.
And he just can't get the shots.
Yeah, man. Anti भाई.
2 more rounds for XLG. They get double digits.
इंडिया में PGMI और Free Fire के हो रहे हैं esports मैच. इसमें भी हो रहा है.
They couldn't finish it.
Free Fire का वर्ल्ड टूर्नामेंट में भी हो रहा है. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भी.
It's really interesting to see how this team is trying to figure out this.
PUBG Mobile भी है इसमें वर्ल्ड कप में.
They just look so
अच्छी यार.
good. I
हाँ भाई.
understand the fundamental, the beginning of it, trying to go
इसने
fast.
बहुत अच्छा राउंड निकाल सकता था ये. He tried his best. No worries, no worries. They are too aggressive, bhai. I never seen
I mean, look at this. Starzo, 12 and 11, but at the bottom prox.
them play, but they are aggressive. और mid control नहीं ले रहे हैं. Gentle mates mid control नहीं ले रहे हैं. घुस रहे हैं सीधा अंदर. They're in. They're already in.
Still understand there's barely any money or armor on this side of Gentle Mates. First shot is going to go wide, but Lysol will find his man. There's No Man and Raga looking like a team ace so far for XLG if they keep this one up. No Man though, how about a 2-for-1 for a triple kill at 11?
भाई round दे रहे हैं उन्हें. I know they don't have a sentinel. You can enter, but mid control लो थोड़ा सा. I would suggest that.
Yeah, they really need to figure out what they want to do this round. It's kind of scary.
सच में भाई.
At this team, especially
It's already ended.
The firepower from a player like Martin. We talked about Mini being up there too. And now all of a sudden they're just crumbling under the pressure. They got all 4 of those rounds in that first half. So split up, won that pistol, lost that second round. And now first gun round, they're fighting towards the same main here for XLG and they're actually going to meet mates.
Okay, well it's a good morning to come on through, but see if the U-Tool ends up falling better for Gentle Mates in just a moment. Lysol teeping to the other side, but does he have the opportunity? He's gotten himself out alive, trying to thread the needle through that smoke, but so far just catching nothing. Stars are eating a little bit of damage, and Lysol will eat the bullet to the face instead. A good couple of shots from Mini on 10 HP. Finally, it looks like Gentle Mates are coming alive in this half.
Yeah, no one breaking that dart for Warga. He's stuck in that corner getting scanned, trying to get one. But it just was not looking good. And finally, Gentle Mates, I like the way that their post plan is looking at least. They're going aggressive, taking that back sight, dishing out exactly what XLG gave to them and making sure that they're showing them that they can play those post plants really well. All 5 rifles too as well saved for them. It's going to help them snowball, potentially get an operator online in 2 rounds for Mini. And No Man here saving that operator all the way towards that window. Happy Way actually going to get away with that Phantom as well, but no one here to contest him. Just
finally, bhai, Emmett won.
2 players on Gentle Mates got away on 10 HP as well. Probably copped a dink coming through from a Phantom. Didn't quite.
Emmett quickly match खत्म करने को हो रही है, but वो उसी में dead हो रहा है. ना.
But yeah, we talked about this earlier exchange. So much util being played in.
इस बार भी उन्होंने वही किया. They are not changing their gameplay. They'll be like, we will win. ऐसे ही जीतेंगे.
Yeah, those 2 picks from Mini as well.
Who wants the mid control? Okay, this time they are doing good. लेकिन A पे 3 stack है. Viper is alone on B. The gamble is going for XLG if they do not enter the quick. Okay. Early smoke ने बता देगी यहाँ पे 2-3 लोग होने वाले हैं. Mid से pick ले सकते हैं वो easy.
Towards that A, little A split potentially. They're going to back off of mid for a little while, putting pressure towards that A main, wasting a lot of that util and using that neon wall.
I mean, they're throwing everything in there. This stage are out as well. Went towards mid as well. Happy Way could be activating soon, but it's Lysol just cleans 2 members up. No possibility. As Gentle Mates just get locked out. Starso, last one standing.
GG.
And he's got to play for something here. Gets the singular kill, but the number of rounds left to play is just so minimal. He's going to walk into the operator. No Man checking the angle. He doesn't want to let anything slip through.
Nice. बहुत time पहले भाई. बहुत पहले.
Okay. One more for Starso.
Revealing area.
He's got nowhere to go.
Operator,
honestly.
operator, operator.
Exactly where he is.
Eight.
Cross and a miss from No Man. No shot, unfortunately.
30 seconds on the
XLG
clock.
कोई भी extensive movement नहीं कर रही है. They are playing
still. Sheila, they've done so
easy.
good in terms of discipline so far.
भाई
and
बहुत
Starzo
disciplined
just
खेल रहे हैं भाई.
trying
I would say that.
to get out onto site, try to make something
Okay.
happen because you
They have
do
seen.
not want to let it get to 12-5.
See?
They're able to buy next round, but it's still not enough. Trying to get that swing, but he's gonna meet the operator. Another win
No
from
man.
but Happy Way is there to clean it up.
Too many members to get.
एमेट वालों ने लस्सी कर ली अपनी.
You have to play for these rounds.
लस्सी करा ली अपनी.
Too late in the day to
कोई बात
still
नहीं, कोई
be
बात नहीं.
saving, I'm afraid, and 12 now found.
The thing is, they're not changing their play style, and it is like
XLG.
not good
That
for the
execution
team.
from Gentlemates being just a
जब
little bit
जब तुम्हारी एक चीज काम नहीं कर रही थी, तुम्हें चीजें चेंज करनी पड़ती हैं थोड़ी बहुत.
Sorry, just running out through that smoke. No one is able to come out.
And they were unlucky too. जब वो गैम्बल कर रहे थे, वो हार रहे थे. जब XL8 गैम्बल कर रही है, वो जीत रहे हैं.
It feels like it's not clean at all.
See, now they have B default,
a little bit raw
and they are going on to B.
And it's looking really rough. But
क्या early rotation आएगी?
finally has an op online, but Nomad's actually pushing towards the south.
They spotted No Man. He's got to get out of there. Doesn't land the
No
shot.
Man की op नहीं चल रही भाई आज.
In terms of the last 3 shots he's taken.
Yeah. 3 shot, no one died. No Man की op तो नहीं चल रही है.
Also don't end up catching No Man. Well,
Oh, Mini is opping.
Mini, no. If Happy Way is thinking about doing anything, which I don't think he is, will be content with just hanging out
You're
so far.
dead.
Tucked away.
Okay, mid control लेने आ गया है. रागा और रागा mid.
Happyway hiding inside smoke. Mini down, but Happyway cannot convert onto a secondary. Martin overdriving. No Man down. 4 versus 3. Numbers looking good for Gentlemate's plant coming through. At long range.
What?
Oh, the lightning isn't good enough. Leo will even up numbers, and you have a cheeky 1v1 as well.
Okay, but Leo is too low.
Knowing of, we'll find out now.
GG.
On the other side, you still have Leo onto procs. Not enough for.
लाइसोर को पता है, बीपो की लोकेशन पता है लाइसोर को. But बीपो knew him too.
Trying to clutch that 1v2, won't even get a shot off.
I would love to see more rounds like that from Gentlemates. Spotting
सच में भाई, Gentlemates ने ये राउंड बहुत ही अच्छा खेला.
whiff online. No Man, he needs
MIBR को सपोर्ट ब्रो. वर्नो गोड प्लेयर है. तुम किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? इस मैच में कर रहे हैं हम M8 को, जो टीम हार रही है. क्योंकि उसमें अपना देसी लौंडा है. तरनवीर सिंह उर्फ बीपो, जो जेट खेल रहा है. 13-11-5.
Understanding the pace of the game and how to ruin it for Sheila Gaming. That being said, No Man, he still has an op. It's back on.
इस बार MIBR no doubt इस बार MIBR वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकती है.
They've been trying to take this deep line and he's
Okay,
just
B default
getting
पे setup है. Mid is like empty.
Bitten off a little bit more than he could have chewed over toward the spawn as well, but other than that, Gentlemates walk away with a round.
The good thing is they're playing slow. And Mini has an operator. वो थोड़ा बहुत sound देंगे अगर पे तो B से कोई rotate कर सकता है.
Taking this one a little bit slower compared to the last round.
Yeah, Sheila Gaming, they have 3 ults online.
M8 has the last round to lose. If they lose this round, then they're done for.
They're not planning on retaking. They're planning on fighting. That drone comes
Okay, mid control आ चुका है, mid to A. But
a little bit too late. I say that, and Lysor gets the pick on.
Lysor का shot था ये भाई.
Over there,
Okay.
the TP off into another side, and Starzo is up.
Oh, he misses again. No Man can't land, and he shots.
No Man ने 4 shot miss कर दिए भाई आज.
You just find Lysor here as well, who's been a little bit sneaky in terms of his positioning. Always on a double.
Okay, they have all 4 players and Happy Way और रागा बचे हैं. रागा is too good too. कितना smooth head दिया सच में भाई. एकदम crispy head था. रागा से head देता है. I think they're saving because they don't have money. Raga have 0 credits left and Happy Way has 250. बाकी के credits भी सही नहीं लग रहे.
The good news is they only need to win one more round to win this out. They have the Viper's Pit still. They have the Knights. They have the Soul Vault. I'm sure they're coming up with a plan right here. And No Man, he's been whiffing a lot of these really important op shots.
भाई No Man ने बहुत shot miss कर दिया. I think 5 shot miss कर दिया No Man ने.
Through that mid doors, you need that follow up just to shut down the execute. But
XLG
was kind of not there. The whiff didn't help. The players lining up on site
किसमें खेल रहा है?
up towards that same side did not help, and now you're allowing
पेशांचे में?
Gentleman's just to slowly rebuild that economy, slowly build and snowball those ults. The knives are still online. A couple of the players are one off their ults. It's going to be a little bit harder here.
क्या शॉट था ये, क्रेजी शॉट था, हेड पट पट.
Together. This pick was so nice.
ये क्या देख, नो मैन का whiff.
No man, unfortunately, no hit.
नो मैन का whiff उनका राउंड लॉस में कन्वर्ट हो गया, पता तुम्हें? अगर नो मैन को शॉट मार देता तो मेट्स थोड़े डर जाते. पर जेंटल मेट्स की वजह से वो किल मिला तो वो सब घुस गए अंदर इजी. द गार्डन.
See if it leads into a final 13th round win for Shilai or not. It's likely that they will still clean away this map, but
टाइम आउट लिया 2 मिनट का. थोड़ी सी बात कर रहे होंगे, कोच बता रहा होगा उन्हें कि कैसे कैसे खेलना है.
Importantly for me, rebuilding that confidence for the team, for General Mates as well, because regardless of the result of this map, if they do end up losing, which is likely, knowing that, okay, well, we came back a little bit from a 5-12.
Look at Raga, bro. I mean, Raga is playing good.
Yeah, during half it was looking really scary. Felt like it was just going to be an end to this map.
ऐसे चेयर पकड़ के बैठे हैं सारे. मुझे भी ऐसे बैठने में बड़ा मजा आता है.
Getting that back online is pretty good. They're warming up a little bit, getting that momentum, and this is Shilai's map pick too. Into that breeze again. This is a map that Gentlemates have spent so long.
सच में भाई.
Now they've allowed it to go through, banning instead the sunset. So for Shilai Gaming, 3 ults still on board here, still able to play that retake. They are a little bit broke, only 2 rifles.
XLG ने बहुत बढ़िया डिसीजन लिया इस मैप को चूज करने का, क्योंकि जेंटलमेट्स इस मैप को हमेशा बैन करते थे, वो ये मैप नहीं खेलते कभी भी. लेकिन इस बार उन्होंने सनसेट को बैन कर दिया और ये मैप को आने दिया. और ये पोजीशन XLG ने तभी ले ली. XLG लाइक वी वांट ब्रीज बिकॉज़ दे हैव नेवर प्लेड इन कॉम्पिटिटिव मैच इन मैप फेवर है उनके पास. ओके.
Is going to find Raga himself dead. Over the top is No Man. He'll finally get a kill. No operator. The Blade Storm's looking nice. And
Raga is dead, but No Man ने अपने redemption ले लिया. 2 बंदे मार दिए No Man ने. 3 versus 4 का situation है. B is empty. They can easily go B. But now Happy or okay, they're going B too.
Still sitting in spawn, still holding for any reaggression. But right now, Shilai Gaming, their numbers up. They have the knives. They still have 2 rifles. This is really winnable for them, and they're not overextending because, again, they still have those 3 ults that's able to get them any sort of retake. And I'm pretty sure Leo, once he sees
मैं मतलब SLG में patience,
send that ult out
हाँ,
just
patience
to
बहुत
get
है.
that damage down. And it's looking like an A main end here. Starzo
पर A main में एंट्री हो सकती है अगर उन्होंने मार दिया इसे. लियो को अगर मार दिया उन्होंने अल्ट पे मिनी.
It's fine.
Oh, but Mini is dead. Mini is dead.
That'll slow things down for sure. Lysol onto Mini, and do you even have time to really get a plant down? This is going to be real close.
13 seconds planted.
SLG, okay, one nice member to play through.
Plant करना ही पड़ेगा. They need to plant. जी जी भाई.
This utility is just causing problems.
2v2.
HP, but Martin has more to say in this round. Leo down in the 2v2.
Damn. जितने शॉट मिस किए थे नोवे ने सबको रिडम कर लिया. 4 किल ले लिए इस राउंड में. भैया आप भी जाओ Valorant Esports में. मेरे बस की नहीं है भाई. मेरे बस की नहीं है. XLG well played.
Pistols across the board. They've just taken a little bit more of an aggressive approach to their defensive side.
Well played by XLG भाई.
They actually weren't genuinely ready for it. They weren't able to hold it down. They whiffed. They were holding together towards that spawn, but it just didn't work out. And for Shilai Gaming, it makes a lot of sense for them to be picking this map. I like the way that they're holding. I like the way that they're executing as well. It looks really phenomenal, and this is kind of an upset for me, but based on the map vetoes, this is what I predicted.
XLG's map pick, they won it. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but a pretty strong performance on the other side. Gentlemates, they have some good fraggers, but they seem to be off to a sluggish start. Avril, what was going on?
अच्छा लगा भाई. जेंटलमेट्स ने अच्छा खेला. XLG वाला मोटे ने मारा बहुत है मिड वालों को. उसका नाम है रागा. भाई ये चल रहा है वर्ल्ड कप चल रहा है स्पोर्ट्स का. और या
deficit is quite the ask, and to be fair, Gentlemates had a fair few rounds strung together as, you know, it seemed like XLG were a little slow in getting that 13th. So again, like I said on the broadcast, maybe building a little bit more confidence for Gentlemates, but they ended up playing on their permaban, and I guess this is what happens.
I was kind of hoping for a little bit more aggression. Sorry, I just wanted to answer your question, but I was hoping for a little bit more aggression from Gentlemates. Felt like they were a little bit more timid, especially with the Neon Jet going in, especially when you have a player like Martine. Crazy frags going in fast. It worked out a couple rounds for them, but they just didn't keep it up.
XLG played too good. Too good. बहुत trigger control, patience और एकदम sharply खेला. But Mantis was too aggressive. Like opposite gameplay हो गया बिल्कुल ही. लेकिन
Huge plays here, and you also have off the off angle in that same clip. Lysol finding a rifle and just completely dismantling Gentlemates. And there was some reasonable rounds here, but some of those rounds I felt like were more of misplays coming through from XLG than the other way around. Maybe XLG's just committing a little too hard to a few of those A pushes. And it was almost all exclusively on the A side of the map as well.
Yeah, I feel like Shilai, they did such a good job, though, at the end of the day, understanding how they wanted to play this map. Yes, they just went A, essentially, because they knew they could take it. They weren't getting contested. Gentlemates made no plan to adapt, and I think that's where they really fell short. No aggression on the right side, not adapting, not really playing to their strengths, it feels like. And then again, Shilai Gaming, they're just so good. This team, if I could give them one word to describe them, it's definitely discipline.
Discipline, exactly right. Shilai Gaming is
for the first couple rounds where they
disciplined.
Did lose a couple of those, but then afterwards they locked in right away. They knew exactly how they wanted to play, and they were just doing such a good job at it.
How long has this Omen Sova combo played together? Because I was so impressed from what we saw from XLG. They seem to put up the perfect smokes, execute at the right time, and Lysor always kind of catching opponents off guard, going to different locations, getting the high ground when you least expect them with a Guardian towards the end of that game.
I think those two are actually the new players on XLG as well, so really fitting in here and delivering the results. But
who is the IGL for Mantis? Mates.
Wasn't doing too much.
Who is the IGL?
Super dominant, really coming through on that Phoenix, finding ultimates, seeming like every
Gentlemates
round on the defensive side. So yeah, XLG, they have the firepower and very timid-looking Gentlemates to push into. Didn't seem like too much of an issue for XLG.
We're going to be diving into more numbers and, of course, discussing what we expect to happen as this match continues on. It's just one map of 3, and I have a feeling we're going the distance here on day 2. Be right back.
स्टार एक्स तो दिखा रहे, स्टार एक्स तो खेल ही नहीं रहा इस बार. मिनी, मार्टिनी, बीपो, स्टार एक्स तो था क्या इस मैच में? तरणवीर सिंह, बीपो, स्टार एक्स तो कौन था भाई? लेट्स गो. आ गया मैं. टाइम आउट है. आई थिंक दे आर डिसाइडिंग फॉर द गेम प्लान ऑफ मैच 2. मैच 2 selected by our guy Gentlemates. एमिड वालों ने स्टार्टिंग में अच्छी, हाँ अच्छा किया उन्होंने. स्टार्टिंग में जब डिफेंड कर रहे थे ना वो, तो मुझे लग रहा था कि डिफेंडिंग में उनके पास सेंटिनल नहीं है, तो अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. उन्होंने राउंड्स अच्छे निकाले. 4-6 था, फिर 7-4 हुआ, फिर 8-4 हुआ. आई वाज लाइक कि कोई बात नहीं, गुड हाफ, क्योंकि सेंटिनल उनके पास भी नहीं है तो अटैकिंग इजी होगी. लेकिन उन्होंने अटैक बहुत ही ज्यादा तेज किया. मतलब इतना तेज नहीं करना चाहिए आपको अटैक, क्योंकि सामने भी प्लेयर जो हैं वो क्रेजी प्लेयर हैं भाई, नॉर्मल प्लेयर नहीं है वो. उन्होंने भी ग्लोबल मैच क्लियर करा है. मार्टिनी और मिनी के कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछे जा रहे हैं, इनसे पूछते हैं.
Yes. We do. Ready to go? Yes. Of course. Let's get it going.
Riot announces that your favorite map has been removed from the pool. How do you feel?
How do you
Okay,
feel?
show the camera. And now let's show each other. Have you got the same one?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Well done, boys.
All
A
right.
solid start. What about when you lose a 1v1 and the opponent is left on 1 HP?
Think out loud as
I'm
well.
looking for the correct one.
Just don't tell the other
I
person what to pick.
I guess.
I
this
think
one.
we're on point right now. I think
This one should make
I
sense.
think
right?
it makes sense right now
The check
for
logic
sure.
is there.
Okay, okay, let's see.
Right.
Show each other what
Damn!
you chose. Yes, nailed it. 2 for 2. When your luggage doesn't arrive.
Luggage?
Your luggage doesn't arrive. Get inside
Maybe I'm
the-
overthinking.
inside the head of Martin.
Martin, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Just trust your gut feeling, Martin.
All right, boys. For 3 out of 3, show each other what you chose.
Oh.
What about when you get 30 kills in an official?
It just makes sense.
Oh, where are you going with this one, Minnie?
I don't know.
Martin's
He
got
made
his
me
already.
overthink. He made me overthink, to be honest.
No, no.
You want to lock it in?
How do you feel?
Take a look, boys. Let's go. Let me take you to the practice room. You're in a scrim. In between rounds, there's not much noise going on. The calls have already finished.
दोनों की सोच एक है तभी तो भाई टीममेट्स हैं वो.
Just outside your head.
They should win भाई.
That your teammate has farted.
This one maybe.
इनकी साइनेजी चेक करो. और इतने सारे इमोजीज हैं. इतने सारे इमोजीज हैं.
And now take a look at what the other
Lol, bro, they're thinking the same.
on your map pick in game 1 of a best
You lose on your map match
Few
pick.
first maps already, so
Nothing much.
right? I think we're thinking the same,
Yeah,
right?
we have to be
We're
It's a
cool like
best
that,
of
right,
5. That's
Martin?
all you got to think, right? First
Right,
map,
Martin?
plenty more to go. That's right.
Whatever.
You can always
Bye.
come
They
back
don't give a fuck if they lose
on
first match.
stage And you get knifed.
I think this one is fast again, to be honest.
I mean, this one could be, but.
We go. All right, boys, show the camera. And now show each other. Let's go again, boys. What is happening today? We're on a streak. Pick
Streak,
one of
bhai.
the phrase to describe your coach.
Okay, there is one choice that could be obvious. I'm
Describe
sure
your
it's one
coach.
because, you know,
Show each other what you chose.
Okay.
Good out of 8. We've hit the record. Can we beat it? What about if your teammate whiffs the easy kill?
I think you need to make tasks just for us, on like new questions, just
yeah,
for
I
me and
think
Martin,
we are
maybe.
two on the same page.
I mean, it seems like it. Show each other what you chose. This is ridiculous, boys. 8 out of 9.
Ridiculous.
More
8
prep
out of
every
9.
single time. Describe your IGL in one stick.
Star XO.
Not this one for sure.
Describe your IGL.
Are we thinking the same, Martin?
It depends if you're in a funny mood.
Boys, show each other your cards. You've done it again, boys. You've done it again. Minnie and Martine. I mean, this synergy. I could have told you this before this piece, but it's off the charts, boys. Well done. Thank you so much for joining us here today, boys. It's a pleasure having you. And thanks for watching.
Damn bro, मतलब 10 क्वेश्चन पूछे गए उनमें से 9 के आंसर सेम दिए दोनों ने, मिनी एंड मार्टिन. They have a good synergy though. They have a good synergy. Crazy. Okay, the match has been started.
After the match against G2 in London, no man won my heart with this post-match interview, but it was today's performance that has won over our analyst desk. I asked these two what's going to happen with the rest of the series. Athena, not a ton of
Bro, let me
faith
vote. Let
in
me
our
vote. भाई gentleman test के लिए vote तो बनता है भाई mates के लिए.
Dude, I've lost so
Keep
much faith. I think
watching.
Sheila just looks
I wanna
really
vote.
good right now.
Is
They're
there
so
no way to
disciplined.
vote?
They're playing together, and the fact of the matter is, for me, the vetoes have totally gone the way of Sheila. So I'm
No,
a little
there's
bit
no way to
scared
vote.
going into this next map.
Now we know Martine and Minnie were our fraggers to watch, right? The duelist that you're expecting. for the
Martine
gentlemen
and
to step
Minnie,
up. After
yes.
they were kind of
Bro,
silenced in the first half, they started heating
इसे
up
कहते
towards
हैं
the end of the
टीम
game.
का माइंड भाई, नोकिया कनेक्शन चलता है भाई. Exactly भाई. They had like तार जुड़े हुए थे
I just
उनके.
don't really like the typical composition that she like run on this map. This is going to be Lotus with the potential, high potential
What do you not like about
for
it,
triple
huh?
Sentinel. It's too cheesy, man. I'm not about it.
Triple Senti खेलते हैं वो.
I prefer when you just go the double duel.
What?
Varga's having a hot hand right now in terms of his gameplay. Make sure he stays on the duel list. You know,
भाई ट्रिपल सेंटी खेलते हैं XLG.
doing on Breeze, transfer that over to Lotus. Plenty of teams play the double duels here anyway. You're having a good time. I think the triple Senti, the win rate on that for Sheila has been pretty poor as well. This is the opportunity for Gentlemates to capitalize.
Gentlemates, what do you have in store for us? Because it has not been looking good for EMEA recently, as we are seeing Sheila Gaming one game away from making it to the next round. Of course, this is the first round of group stages.
Yeah.
2 wins, you move through to our playoff bracket. 2 losses, you're done here and get to watch the rest of EWC. Avril, coming into this,
Okay, दो मौके मिलेंगे ना.
You learned through the first opening rounds.
I felt like this was a kind of 50-50-ish type of matchup. These two teams haven't really played each other yet. Shilai, despite being second coming through from China, China is a bit of a rough region in terms of do they have that many competitive teams outside of EDG, and Shilai's still trying to prove that right now. General Mates, they kind of below some of the other EMEA teams, or at least maybe on par with BBL, but they're not quite up there with Vitality. So General Mates is still trying to prove themselves as well. So going to this game, 2 teams that haven't played each other, 2 teams with a lot to prove. I think it's a bit of a coin flip, although that changes when you have something like Breeze coming on in that you've never really seen.
Gentleman's ने कभी Breeze कभी खेला ही नहीं था.
Roar from that side of the studio where the Heretics are sitting. They're playing against AGAL, and this is a matchup that has been going on for what feels like a decade.
Yeah, it feels
very long matchup.
I mean, to be fair, our first game was a little bit of a blowout. It went really quick. And the second game, I mean, so far, it wasn't that close, so it makes a lot of sense. But I definitely need to know what's going on over there and what the score is, because it sounds really fun.
And a reminder that over on Alpha, they will have a second series later today while we get ready to watch that from the green room. This one, I expect to be a speed run unless the Gentlemates step up big. I want to see someone take that first step. Athena,
कौन जीता TH और इसमें से? कह रहे रोड्स की आवाज आ रही है. Let's see TH is the TH won or no?
Who's going to get us through?
It's definitely going to be Martine right now.
Just Martine?
I mean, the whole team, yes, but Martine, he's just been so good over and over again in the last stage, in the qualifiers. I'm really surprised that he didn't get to perform that much, but I think on a map like Lotus, where we've seen Gentlemates be a little bit better, a little bit more kind of confident. We've seen them play it before. They had a struggle a little bit towards stage 1. They didn't win it that much. I think they played it like 4 times.
Who won?
They lost it 3 times. But then most recently, against Team Liquid, they played it. They won 13-10, which was maybe not that surprising because Nats wasn't playing at that time, but still a really good run to get them to play that next game against Foot.
I want to see Starzo lead the troops on that
TH won.
as well as someone that is a
नहीं TH 11-7 चल रहा है TH और
is he the one with the frosted tips?
That's my man Beep, isn't it? People, I don't know, the whole team looks gorgeous. They could all use a trip to the barber with me next week if they make it through group stages. If not, you're getting cut at home. We take a look at Starzo out of the gates. The fate is going to be locked in. So walk me through the agent selection. No Sovas this time.
No triple Senti from the side of XLG either. Thank you so much. Playing some normal Valorant today. Raga and No Man locking in the duelists again. Again, I'm just saying, Raga's got it going right now. You got to keep this momentum pushed up.
He had such a good first game, and Gentlemates on the other side keeping their comp the same, which makes a lot of sense. You want to have that comfort going into it. You started off with a little bit of a wild card, letting your Breeze through, and now you just want to play on your comfort, on that map that you know, and the one that you've definitely put a lot of practice into. And so
TH मुझे नहीं लगता कि जीती. अभी जीती नहीं है. 12-7 चल रहा है. 11-7 चल रहा है.
There might be a little bit of anti-stratting going on.
Winnable है. TH जीत सकती है easy.
Want to take this to a third map. They really need to lock in.
Are Shilai switching up their Jet player? If so, why do you decide to do that amongst your duelists? I thought we saw Raga.
भाई No Man Jet नहीं खेल रहा क्या?
I just saw him locked in as Jet.
I think it's just the Raze player.
सर Raga खेल रहा है Jet. Raga तो Phoenix खेल रहा था पिछले मैच में. Damn.
It all, to be honest.
Yeah.
Raga last EWC and in general has played a ton of Phoenix, rather the Jet. So both of them pretty comfortable in that one, but probably just trust No Man a bit more in the race.
Yeah. I think also just whoever wants to op on the map can op. And either way, when you're on the Raze and the Jet, both of you can op. You can use that Raze satchel to get into a lot of those really good positions. So I'm not too surprised by it. I think it makes a little bit of sense.
Beepo Goku का नाम लेके.
Now I'm just excited to see how they play together, because obviously we did see the Phoenix, which is a little bit less divey. They're just using their flashes, running out together, but Jet is obviously going in quicker. But with the Raze now, there's a lot of potential here for fast.
If we can, production, bring that agent list back up as we dive in a little bit deeper, taking a look at their previous runs at other tournaments. Game is start. I take it back. No pause for us. It's over to the casters. We got Avro and Athena.
Thanks so much, Puckett. Let's get into map number 2 here. Gentlemates might need to be a little less gentle on Lotus. This XLG, we saw
Lotus, one of my favorite maps. Bipo is playing Cypher. And Mini is playing. Mini and Martin का duelist combo चल रहा है भाई. Fast दोनों fast player खेल रहे हैं. They got it. They're dead. XLG is dead, भाई.
Really nice seasonade combo coming in.
XLG is dead, bro. XLG is dead, bro.
Starzo with two, and this pistol has just been completely shut down by these two players at Saiyam.
Okay, confidence तो है भाई इस बार. थोड़ा confidence boost roll करके आए हैं Gentlemates. And Gentlemates ने defense size में first round एकदम push किया भाई. Round 2 है ना अब. ये है match 2. Round 2.
This time around, we're looking for Gentlemates to be able to lock up the second round, no issues.
Yeah, they struggled that second round. They've won that.
Daisy क्या कर रही है, bro?
They lock in exactly like what you
Daisy.
said. And online Mini with that outlaw, we have the rest of the team. Only one Vandal on site, and
भाई चश्मे तोड़ दिए मेरे Daisy ने.
fighting towards this A rubble. Gentlemates, that is. Sheila, they have full rubble control. All 5 players are here. They're
एक मिनट भाई ये मैच देखना भी है मेरे को. Daisy को भी डांटना है थोड़ा सा. Let's wait मैच देख लेते हैं पहले.
Onto site now, but Gentlemates are very close by. Let's see if Happy Way might be able to sneak his way through into the stairs section. He's hoping for an easy kills here. He'll get nothing. It's Starzo again that just delivers for the team. A triple
Raga.
looking like a flawless.
Crazy, I'm flawless.
From XLG and a 4th one down from Starzo.
That's crazy because if Starzo actually had an ace, that would have been the second ace we've seen on Lotus today. Zekin getting that first one versus MIVR, but it's okay. It's just a thrifty. You know, we're chilling. This is good. This is good for Gentlemates. They won that second round.
We love aces versus only pistols.
Yes.
Woo! Big ace. Eco ace.
And now going into this bonus round for Gentlemates, they're looking to fight towards that A rebel again, possibly another season 8
Holy shit.
There's
Round 3.
here towards that A site.
Daisy को enemy दिखाना शुरू करो.
Might end up finding something of value in this particular round, but lots of action taking place over towards Rebel for the time being. 2
Okay,
players
round
in
3.
that door.
क्या setup है?
XLG will quieten things down a little bit. Do note the pillar gameplay that could
Okay, tree के अंदर 2 player already हैं. क्या ये enter कर पाएंगे? They got 1. They got 2. They got 3. They got 4. Bro.
This is insane. This is a completely different mate.
भाई, is it the same team? भाई ब्रीज में कितना ब्लंडर कर रहे थे ये लोग, लेकिन लोटस में आते ही एकदम से कॉन्फिडेंस इतना बूस्ट हो गया. दे शुड हैव बैंड भाई. ब्रीज को बैंड कर देना चाहिए था भाई. वो तो सोच XLG सोच भी नहीं पा रही है भाई अंदर आने का.
But also really scary for Sheila. Why are you giggling over there?
Because they're just kind of walking through the smoke, if I'm honest. They're just like...
Why are they walking through smoke, taking tree in a close range gunfight when you know they're on a bonus?
A default खेल रही है XLG और वहाँ पे फिर से हमारे मार्टिनी और मिनी बैठे हैं भाई. क्या मार्टिनी और मिनी को मार पाएंगे लोग? Yeah, they got the smokes, early smokes in.
Shop scenario that we saw on Debris.
Viper is alone at the C. And Bipo का setup अच्छा है भाई C पे. Nice setup.
That door once more, but this time being a little bit more measured.
Okay. A में enter हो चुकी है पूरी team, not on the side, but still they can go to the B too. But Bipo वापस C पे जा रहा है. He has some institution कि कोई C पे हो सकता है.
Going into it, a little bit scary here.
Star XO mid में बैठ के call देते हुए बताते हुए कि mid से कोई rotation नहीं हो रही है. And he's telling Bipo to rotate to A because nobody is rotating to C. But the team has a different plans भाई. अब rotation शुरू हो चुकी है. I think Star XO will die. Yep, Star XO got 1 kill. Star XO told everyone that they're rotating. अब फटाफट rotation चल रहा है. Door खुला and they have no idea about the Viper.
So gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might.
Okay, but setup है अभी Bipo का. Ooh,
side, but not quite. Door opens again. Starzo just knocks them all
crispy.
down. Only Raga alive now. Who won't be to do anything. A second.
Another flawless.
But of course, it was no guns again for the side of XLG. Bithron coming up their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG.
जी लेकिन भाई वेलकम टू द लाइव स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो भाई? एमएट ऐसा लग रहा है पिछला सब भूल गई है सच में भाई, पिछला सब भुला के अब वो ऐसा क्रेजी खेल रहे हैं कि भाई हम हमें एकदम दिखाना है बट आर जेंटल मेट्स नॉट सो जेंटल। मार्टिन और मिनी का खेल रहे हैं भाई एकदम क्रेजी, एक दूसरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हुए। दोनों ने फास्ट एजेंट लिया, अटैकिंग में और भी मजा आने वाला है भाई। एमएट ये है क्या? मैं भी पहला मैच दे रहा हूँ। डार्क फ्लेमर व्हाट्सअप डीडी हूँ। ओ डीडी व्हाट्सअप डीडी भाई। जेंटलमेट्स के कॉल्स क्रेजी हो रही हैं, रोटेशन क्रेजी हो रहा है, एम तो क्रेजी है ही भाई।
Waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far.
And the good thing is this is an attacking map. ये attacking map है भाई। Attacking map में एक भी राउंड अभी तक नहीं जीती है XLG।
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the side of XLG as well to figure out
क्या
exactly
shot था
what
ये?
Gentleman's is doing, because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having a trap setup. They're just collapsing based on essentially the information that they're getting very slowly, and they're gambling a lot of the time towards these sites for their defense.
I mean, Starso just sees the cross from
फिर से गैम्बल किया है, A साइड खाली छोड़ रखी है। They have C and B default playing on. C से पुश शुरुआत हो गया, C से पुश कर रहे हैं वो। Okay, they're going back. They have got one kill on the C. Operator कौन कर रहा है? मिनी कर रहा है op. And they have 3 men on the C now. Dog ने देख लिया यहाँ पे 3 लोग ऑलरेडी हैं, तो वो रोटेट कर सकते हैं। रोटेशन स्टार्ट हो चुका है।
Even later on, you can imagine if this does come down to a retake.
Okay, the smoke screen is up.
With the numbers
Viper is already into A.
Scared to over rotate, and the best part is that deep cipher trip.
Rotation start हो चुका है।
They have so much passive information. They don't even need
Tree से अंदर जाते हुए। Tree I think fake करेंगे यहाँ, tree में घुसेंगे। They're still walking on the tree. Viper is in the tree and Jet. Nobody's on the stairs to stop them. दोबारा stairs खुली हैं। I think they will play on retake. They're giving them the side. Side दे दिया भाई।
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario. And now there's
एमएट ने साइड दे दी है XLG को। वो कह रहे हैं हम रीटेक पे खेलेंगे। रीटेक पे खेलने के लिए उनके पास अल्ट्स हैं क्या? They don't have any ult. They have
see how much XLG end up dodging out or respecting it. Well, Raga
GG भाई।
super early. Really wasting no time on the happy way as well. This is
GG भाई, flawless.
Leo, the only one who was super offsite. Now has to do
Paid की ult.
and it's already been covered.
No
Starso
way they can.
nothing on the table. He looks that one
Nothing भाई। एमएट अटैकिंग में खतरनाक है और ये अटैकिंग मैप है
in my life,
और ये घुसने भी नहीं दे रहे भाई उन्हें।
He's going crazy, and the best part for me is he's just confident in going for a lot of those peaks. He's just
Damn, 5-0 is crazy for Mantis भाई। Okay, I have a new favorite team.
Able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him.
Gentle Mantis is playing too good.
With his duelist majority of the time.
Risky moves भी ले रहे हैं। Flawless, third flawless round, and XLG have no money to buy anything there. They bought like 3 stingers. 3 stingers के साथ sting कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे? And we have an opper. Beepo is opping. What? What did I see right? Beepo is opping. Beepo is opping, boys. Oh shit! Nah, Beepo की position compromise करनी पड़ेगी. But let's see if he can get one pick. Nah.
Has the cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either. There's no man. Nice upgrade.
Anti.
I mean, this is the second time really that XLG
Okay.
even seen this site and gotten a plant. Okay, Mini.
Mini got one. Mini doesn't know on the left.
Is around the corner.
Oh, okay. Now they know.
Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, it will come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper. 3 versus 3.
Raga still doesn't have a gun.
It's the biggest gun that XLG
Lysor के पास operator है, and he's looking for the main. I think the waterfall से मार दिया गया है उसे. Star Exo is playing too good. No, it's 1v1 and it's like no gun versus gun. Martin got it. Raga had no gun. Raga के aim क्या crispy है भाई, सच में भाई. That was a good round for XLG.
Throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind. He didn't know.
MIBR वाला हो जाएगा ये round. ये वाला match
Nothing was
हो सकता है.
happening. But
One-sided है पूरा.
rough again. Weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
अरे
the sky flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really
उसे अपना केज नहीं मिल रहा, उसने केज फेंका, उसको केज नहीं मिल रहा है, F दबाने के लिए बटन नहीं मिल रहा है उसे.
probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake because now
Look at that, भाई. Martin is 10-0. Same as Verno, भाई. 10-0. एक बार भी मार नहीं पाए हैं मार्टिन को अभी तक. Oh shit, oh shit.
And they are in the hole. At least by this time, Umbree's mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for.
Okay, C entered हो चुके हैं, पता लग गया बीपो अकेला होता है यहाँ पे. बीपो ने साइड छोड़ दी है और सब लोग रोटेट कर चुके हैं. They have lost no one. And Viper is still waiting for someone to rotate. They have 4 players in the side C. Okay, now they know there's someone in the smoke. He's caught off guard. Ult.
Overdrive in, full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full.
XLG is a good position right now.
This entire half through the wall, though a little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he.
M8 के 2 players की health बहुत ज़्यादा कम है. But makes no sense. Martin is playing disgusting, भाई.
The smoke is all 4 from Gentlemates, and Happyway only gets 1.
Again, the rotations. They're so quick
MIBR.
from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on. The pressure.
Defeat what?
They're so ready, holding that smoke, not
अच्छा,
overextending.
मुझे लगा डिफ्यूज क्यों नहीं किया उसने, अपना हाफ डिफ करके मजे ले रहा था. But they're trolling now. Are we trolling now?
For Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away.
भाई जो सांसें बढ़ गई होंगी. XLG cannot breathe.
They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, their positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least being in tradable position.
Mini is hopping on C, and the setup is on B, but XLG is rushing to A. Okay, they know that nobody is coming on C. Mini is rotating really quick, but yes, A में enter होने वाले हैं वो लोग. They got the spike on the A. No. The situation is not looking good. A खाली छोड़ दिया. I think they will playing on retake again. फिर से retake क्यों खेलेंगे? अकेला Star X ने कॉल दे दी होगी कि ट्री खुल चुका है. तुम लोग रोटेट करो.
Backing away, he wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the
rotation start हो चुका है. मिनी के लिए अच्छा नहीं है. मिनी को एक भी ऑफ शॉट नहीं मिला. But it's an easy retake. Okay. भाई ये सेम टीम है क्या? इतना पेशेंस कैसे खेल सकती है?
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's pit that really adds to XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone isn't going to do enough. Pit falls now, and Lysol can't even capitalize. 4 alive for Gentlemates, and they didn't even need to use ultimates here.
Damn, क्या हो क्या रहा था भाई, मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ. XLG सिंह भाई ये क्या M8 की शक्तिमान कैसे बन गए? और M8 और XLG आपस में पहली बार खेल रहे हैं. They are face to face for the first time.
I bet Sheila feel like more of a fraud right now.
Look at that shots.
Okay, too far.
Bro.
0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Senthy. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get abnormal, because they spent so long playing triple sending on this map.
14-0. Martin hadn't died in any round. 8 rounds हो चुके हैं. Martin एक बार भी नहीं मरा अभी तक. Crazy, isn't it?
8-0.
Martin के पास अपनी ult है और Star X के पास भी ultimate है. Okay, he gave the ultimate. Martin died for the first time. मेरी नजर लग गई. And Raga ने shot तो दिए हैं भाई. Crazy.
Interesting snare doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet though.
Planting हो रहा है.
Patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. This is going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't
Mini and
know
Raga.
if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. Lysor!
XLG won the first round.
And late into the day, we
Finally
got to get the first round on board for XLG.
Finally got the first round.
The board, and XLG just knowing that they just had to group up and execute, and it was kind of crazy because mates actually used 2 ults. There it is, the knife.
वही तो mates ने 2 ult की और अच्छी ult की. पता नहीं बाद में क्या हुआ. I think Star Exo didn't knew that someone is in the Raga had so many good kills.
Why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4, 5 rifles on lock, and they're just fighting.
They're pushing.
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on through, and it's No Man like so that find their kills first. Rocks and Stars are
3v3. I mean, Gentlemates 1-2 round जीत के फिर अपने वही गेम पे वापस आते हुए, but it's 2v2 now. And Leo is planting and Beepo and Pero are it's ये बहुत messy round हुआ ये वाला. सारे round वैसे तो messy हो रहे हैं.
Doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had one. I mean, you had Prox teleporting.
नजर लगा दी भैया, लेकिन नहीं भाई, खेल रहे हैं अभी भी. कुछ भी खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन खेल रहे हैं.
Doesn't capitalize. So what small amount
9-1
victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
9-1 is crazy.
Letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Sheila, they're struggling to
देख क्या घुस गए वो तो.
play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go
The smoke is ready. A stack करा है again. वो सब A पे हैं और हमारे 4 player A पे हैं. Smoke.
Where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martine's going to get that first pick onto Raga. Prox with a pick.
No Man is in.
Now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martine getting picks to
Damn.
Leo.
भाई क्या खेले हैं Mini and Martine.
Just want to run it back.
रश मारा पूरा भाई, पागल कर दिया, पागल कर दिया.
Major aggression put over towards Rubble side. I think they're just assuming that sure.
चलो, I trust Gentlemates कर सकते हैं भाई push, लेकिन ये XLG push कर रही है. They had all the positions भाई. Martine ने क्या crazy kill निकाले. 3K for Martine. 18-2 is crazy.
Figured out now the weak side strat. They haven't figured out that most of the time if they're fighting towards that A main.
Bhai, again 3 on the C side and they're all on the C side again.
From Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of changing their setup.
Okay, well that's going to be the trip gun at least. Traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. Tampa with it actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No Man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper for Starso.
Raga के shots तो crazy होते हैं भाई.
Currently 3 versus 4 spike on the floor. Hathaway trying to dance with Starso across the doorway, but the door's a
Alt again.
so far. It's all done. No Man, no teammates, no chance. And no round
Stinger.
to be found here with just a Stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only going to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, but they're just not able to execute because every single time, Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now, No Man not able to do anything against this.
Holy shit! Gentlemates so crazy team है भाई. कुछ तो crazy खेल रहे हैं भाई. 24 star XO who is IGLing and getting 20 kills.
20 and 3, I think it was, for Martine. I just missed it there, but that's still insane that these two players are just having such a good game. And
40 kill भाई. 2 players के एक team में 40 kills होना is like damn.
Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Stardo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util
W half by W half.
Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
The only round that XLG found was on that B site. And in a lot of cases as well, I want to have to say, they'd get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy Cypher presence in terms of all the util that no one ended up walking into from XLG's POV. And Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough. And that round that they won still came down to a 2v2, mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds, you didn't even see the site for XLG. They couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get
Bipo नहीं कर पा रहा है कुछ. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? Bipo is playing good. 3 round निकाले Bipo ने.
Ultimates or not, but
Bipo is Sentinel in this game. Sentinels are the slowest one. Sentinel को एक side देखनी पड़ती है.
It's just the fact that every
The whole team is playing good. That's why they're winning. By it's game of 5.
And Gamble, the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Shilai to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Shilai, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates. The pressure, the util, the nades, everything that's coming out, let them use it, let them expend it, and be able to come back and re-clear.
Let's see भाई
They just
क्या
didn't
होगा.
have the patience for that. They just weren't able to. And it felt
भाई
like every
पिछले
time
मैच में
they
जितना
were
डिसिप्लिन्ड
thinking, "Oh, we're gonna
एक्सेल
fight again, let's go towards
जी
C."
खेली थी,
Gentlemates was there. It was really good
इस राउंड में
gambles by Gentlemates. Really
जेंटलमेट्स
good
ने दिखा
setups
दिया
as
भाई.
well.
Like who is the
It's a
goat
new half for
for the
Shilai.
Lotus.
They literally have to win this pistol to get a shot at this game, and they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
Okay, we're going to start things quickly here. Straight away, No Man just jumps into his death. At least Happyway is going to be able to respond. Mound is where it will take place for all of these.
Okay, 4v4 situation, it's not halfway bad. They have spikes.
Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though typically, particularly on the attacking side, they go for a site, they commit to this one.
Upgrade.
The defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Okay, there's only one guy on the side C, which is controller. ये entry ले सकते हैं.
Re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the
Ooh.
timing down. Stars, a beautiful kill.
C
onto
entered.
away, and again,
No one on
this
C.
man is just
Waterfall
on
में
fire.
Omen.
About
They got smokes on the CT. They're looking for waterfalls, but
And I had Stars, so both showing up big time. Only 2 players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates, and it just might be a 13-1.
Bipo is lurking. Bipo told them कि वो B से waterfall में rotate कर सकता है, and this wasn't team ace.
Too long now. There's only one more round is required, and if you are
GG
the side
भाई.
of Shilai Gaming, there's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know
GG.
about this one. It's just so rough. You're going to have to force. You're not going to have the best weapons. Maybe sheriffs, maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still just not going to be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No Man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox, who walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so trade with the Leo. At least XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get much more. This is where
Hell no. You कहाँ खड़ा door के ऊपर?
with nothing to play
Lol
for.
भाई.
One round is all that XLG are going to get because Gentlemates come back.
Is it a tournament? Yes. Martin too strong. भाई Martin ने लेकिन last match में क्या किया था भाई? Martin was mind-boggling in this match. Martin और Mini के combination का खेले हैं भाई दोनों जाने.
They played so well together. Their defensive side calling was phenomenal, able to rotate, able to get into those places.
Who will win map 2? Winner is Gentlemates. Gentlemates. Gentlemates को 28% votes आई थी भाई. What?
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff.
Shilai Gaming को
I think the 2 players that we both want
72% लोगों ने कहा था कि Shilai Gaming जीतेगी, but they lost. XLG lost.
Yeah.
It's 1-1. Best duelist at 2026 का Martin. Yes, Martin मस्त खेला.
Because guess what? That was crazy. And I think the next map, it's going to be Haven, right?
Yeah.
Heaven.
Both these teams, they've played it. I think this is kind of a 50-50, but based on the momentum here, I'm looking more towards that Gentlemates.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're live, baby. Okay, let's talk a little bit about my guy Starzo.
Gentlemates, let's go, bro. Let's
of
go.
course, you've been saying Martine. I understand why. How do you go 10.0 KD at half? He was 20-2, I believe, if not 22-2.
Oh my God.
I don't think I've ever played a Raze game with 2 deaths.
He's just been insane, and you know
2
what?
deaths.
Starzo was following him
बहुत गंदा पेला भाई 2 बार मारा बस पूरे मैच में डैम
on the fragging board with him, if not first. So it's insane that both of these players had so much potential, so much impact in the server, both getting over 20 kills. It's just insane. I don't
सच
know.
में भाई
It's finally
IGL है भाई Star EXO was an IGL and he got like 22 kills.
Impact the game. When you're broke, you have to go for some gambles. When those gambles don't work, you're even deeper in the hole. Simply could not climb out if you're XLG. And what I was most concerned about looking at the players was just kind of the faces and how they got more and more silent after starting and cheering after round wins. There was no noise.
दूसरी साइड क्या हो रहा है दूसरी साइड देखते हैं
Yeah, I think they were pretty defeated there mentally. And
Stream
also
A
in the
देखते हैं
game as
stream
well,
A पे
but
क्या हो
just
रहा है
sloppy gameplay we saw in the highlights there. One of the key highlights, pushing into tree, players just literally walking through smoke, no support, going before the flash as well. And multiple times we talked about that on the A side with the rubble, heavily wanting to commit and just running into the defense. So clean from the side of Gentlemates, where multiple rounds didn't even allow Sheelight to get on the site. I think it took like 5 rounds before Sheelight even looked at what a site was. Could even get a plant, but even then, still not successful.
Yeah, and I feel like for Gentlemates, they just had such a good grip on this defensive side. One of the main reasons, obviously, was all that passive information from the Cypher util. It never was broken in any of these rounds. On the B side, they weren't too scared because Sheila had only gone there once. And then for the rest of it, the reads were
on the
really
site,
good.
I think
fights were good. It was scrappy.
Took
But
like
it was
5
just
rounds
the way
before
that
Sheila even
Gentlemates
looked at what a
liked it.
site
They
was.
used their util really well. They understood all of their winning conditions, and they did it together.
मार्टिन अकेला पेलेगा एक्सएलजी को तो क्या बात कर रहा है अभी तक तो सही चल रहा था भाई I think it's an even match.
So it's the OG of OGs. What are the expectations now, knowing we're going the distance? In both of these fights were pretty one-sided, at least for the first 20 rounds.
Well, I actually think Gentlemates have played the overall better Valorant over the course of the 2 maps. Yes, they didn't lose the breeze, but they were still.
दूसरी साइड क्या हो रहा है I think TH won, right? I think TH won. Stream A.
Back on the Neon, so it's not a surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit because you want Dumby to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had.
Oh, G2 का मैच है क्या अभी?
The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of.
वेलो ये कौन सा गेम बोला था तूने आज रात में कौन सा गेम नहीं वेलो नहीं आज रात को वो खेलेंगे ना मैका के मेलियन 309 रुपए का खरीद ले अगर खरीदना है तो नहीं तो वेलो पे खेल सकते हैं अगर मन है तो यस G2 वर्सेस NS
But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? You know, like when is the legend born?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team,
G2 का रोस्टर
they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's a predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins Masters like boom, so much faster.
But not personal, man. It's personal.
Huge storyline there. Because
it's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still
भाई दोनों साइड में कुछ नहीं चल रहा अभी तो
all of a sudden that pressure becomes
कब शुरू होगा मैच TH जीत गए क्या did TH win which team won
gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed. Is actually going to bot left for the.
Yep.
But the series is under their belt.
TH won.
It's been a very. Oh, this could be us.
Yeah. I mean, very.
मैं भी आ सकता है रात में बहुत बट घर वाले चांटे मारेंगे.
almost time and time
बता
again.
साहिल, will you play Mega Chameleon?
Shanghai. You know, sorry, Bangkok.
मैं खेलेंगे यार, मजा आ रहा है, बहुत फन गेम है भाई, बहुत ही फन गेम है।
2025.
I've been everywhere.
First Masters 2025.
Yes,
They're
I
in
remember
the
now.
finals
Yes.
against T1.
G2 hate watch will feed families. Look at the comment section,
That's
man.
what I'm hinting at, really. But to me, that's the idea. Is that it feels like they're so good. They're a team that's good enough to win the trophy, but are they composed enough to win the trophy? That's the big question we ask of them, bringing themselves here to EWC.
When we talk about star power across both these rosters, who jumps out at you, Kukuka?
I mean, I'm here to see if Dambi is actually back on the Neon. I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been the nerves and whatnot, but if other players are making it work, there is no way that Dambi doesn't, right? And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against Jogimo. I feel like Jogimo has been a little
Dambi is playing Neon.
And I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't
मजा
have the
आएगा।
best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know, and EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for
luggage doesn't arrive.
Luggage?
Your luggage doesn't arrive. Get inside.
Maybe I'm
the,
overthinking a little bit.
Get inside the head of Martin.
Martin, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I'm thinking what you're thinking. Just trust your gut feeling, Martin.
All right, boys. For 3 out of 3, show each other what you chose.
Oh.
What about when you get 30 kills in an official?
It just makes sense.
Oh, where are you going with this one, Minnie?
I don't know.
Martin's
He
got
made
his
me
already.
overthink. He made me overthink, to be honest.
No, no. You want to lock it in?
How do you feel?
Take a look, boys. Let's go.
Martin crazy
Practice
guy.
room. You're in a scrim. In between rounds, there's not much noise going on. The calls have already finished. And then you hear from just outside your headset that your teammate has farted.
This one, maybe. Not this one. Maybe this one.
All right, show the camera. And now take a look at what the other put.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. You lose on your map pick in game 1 of a best of 5.
We lost few first maps already, so nothing much. Right? I think we're thinking the same, right? We're cool like that, right, Martin?
भाई उन्हें पहले बोल रखा था, we have lost many few first maps. And we don't care. We don't care, bro. Who cares?
Get knifed.
I think this one is fast again, to be honest.
Who cares?
There we go. All right, boys, show the camera.
Who
And now show
cares?
each other. Let's go
Yeah.
again, boys. What is happening today? We're on a streak. Pick one of the sprays to describe your coach.
Okay, there is one choice that could be obvious. I'm just going with this one because, you know.
Show each other what you chose.
Okay.
Big brain.
7
Okay.
out of 8. We've
Oh,
hit
boy.
the record. Can we beat it? What about if your teammate whiffs the easy kill?
I think you need to make tasks just for us, on like new question, just for me and Martin, maybe. On the same page.
I mean, it seems like it. Show each other what you chose. This is ridiculous, boys. 8 out of 9. Getting more and more impressed every single time. Describe your IGL in one stick.
Okay, let me. Not this one for sure. Are we thinking the same, Martin? It depends if you're in a funny mood.
Boys, show each other your cards. You've done it again, boys. You've done it again. Minnie and Martine. I mean, this synergy. I could have told you this before this piece, but it's off the charts, boys. Well done.
Minnie and Martin. Oh. I don't know which match to watch, bhai. I don't know which match to watch.
Trading haymakers here on the main stage.
G2 को देखने का मन भी कर रहा है.
Map number 3 as Haven is loading up.
RS को
Welcome
देखने का
back,
मन
our
कर रहा है. G2
casters. It's
RS
Avril
और
and
इधर
Athena. And Athena, as you bring the mic
Martin
real
को
close,
देखने का मन
talk
कर
to
रहा है.
me
बता भाई
about
साहिल
this
किसको देखना
battle.
चाहिए?
What
किसको
have
expect
you
करें?
witnessed here from the Gentlemates? Because after game 1, we were kind of writing them off. We thought we might as well call the shuttle.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. It felt like there was a huge shift in their mentality and the fact that they could just be aggressive, take their fights, and the fact that they were gambling right almost every single time seemed to work out for them. It was the opposite story on Breeze. Every gamble they took just didn't work out, but it ended up working out in their favor. They were so quick with their rotates as well, even when they didn't see anyone, which I think was the big change for them. Breeze, such a big map for them to rotate, but they really took advantage of it on Lotus.
I mean, on Lotus, you basically had perfect reads most of the times. You even just had the situation where you didn't even allow She Like Gaming to get onto
Yeah.
site, but when they rotated around, really well read by Starzone multiple times and just catching Sheila out to not allow anything to happen. He had the best scoreline just about next to Martine on that map. 4-0 in first bloods as well. So just completely catching Sheila lacking, and Sheila multiple times just wanting to try and push their luck and push on through no matter what. They are the full committal team. We're going this site. They're going in whether they win or lose. And unfortunately on that map was all lose.
Yeah, they literally couldn't adapt. It was crazy.
Reminder, what's on the line? Well, you need 2 wins to go through, but even if you get 1 win, you're adding about $20,000 more to your prize pool. You're going to finish in that 9th through 12th range guaranteed. If you win the second match, you're guaranteed top 8 and $90,000. So a lot of money on the line, but more importantly, pride and expectations from your community and your region. What is known historically as stronger, China or the Americas so far this year in Valorant?
Americas for sure. This year specific.
But EMEA is Gentlemates is EMEA.
Right.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to figure out the power rankings though.
Okay, so
America's number 1.
It's a little recency bias.
Pacific.
Then China, then EMEA, or do you go EMEA, then China?
China, EMEA. If you're talking
The
about
Americas
EDG, go, listen, don't worry about it.
EMEA at the very bottom.
It's fine.
So wait, so
Okay, bye. We are back.
China, Gap, then EMEA, right? Is that what we're saying?
Oh yeah, that's what
Yeah,
we're
a couple
saying.
of gaps
There's
and then.
actually
यार
5
कौन सा मैच स्पेक्टेट करना
regions
चाहिए हमें?
that
G2
is just the
G2 का मैच देना चाहिए, G2 NS या फिर M8 versus XLG देखें.
Ready for the final map. We're getting into Haven. Is it again our duel?
भाई ये मैच बड़ा टक्कर का होगा. इसके बाद हम वो वाला मैच देख लेंगे. पहले ये देखते हैं.
That'll decide the series. Athena, how do you see it playing out?
I mean, probably the way that Starzo was playing last game was kind of insane. And
G2 का तो first match है ना अभी.
about Haven, at least for these teams, Gentlemates has had a lot more success on it. They've had 3 wins on this so far, 3 losses, making them at a 50% win rate. But when I'm looking at the other side for Sheila, they've struggled a lot on this. They've lost this almost every single time they've played it recently.
We've got the map loaded up right now. I'm hopping off the mic. We hand it over. It is Avril and Athena, the decider here on day 2 of groups.
Thank you, Puckett.
Double A.
I got you. Double A. It's versatile. Use it anywhere. None of this USB-C charging. We're old school here. Back in the batteries, and we're back on for map number 3 here. Double duelists online for the side of Gentlemates. And what do we have here? A Killjoy on Haven. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that.
Been a minute.
Scanning ahead.
5 players here towards this A. Gentlemates just opting to stick together. This Phoenix now for Martine is back from that breeze. Mini on the Neon. It's working out well for them so far, at least in this EWC qualifiers. The switch up to Mini on that duelist has been one of the main talking points for why this roster has switched up. They're able to implement that Neon really nicely, and now can they keep up the momentum from that last game?
I mean, look how many players here from XLG. They're ready for it. Leo takes a bit of damage in the opening, but it's going to be Martine and Mini to finish off those players. Only a response from Raga so far. They need a little bit more from that on the XLG side of things. Nomad still making his way through from CT, but he's in the day here. 1 versus 3 now. Lysol, the last one standing all the way in A short, and pretty sure his positioning is gone.
GG
By the wayside as well. Only had 2 bullets left to go through and didn't even get a chance to shoot.
Feel like Gentlemates have won this first pistol on every single map, at least the first half pistol. And they just need to lock in again because they did lose the second round that one time, the anti-Grifty. But this round, so well played by Gentlemates, just making sure they're getting their trades in, staying grouped up. I think that's a really valid way to react after that first game, or sorry, the second game, having that momentum, knowing they could just play together, trade, and out-frag in terms of XLG.
Look at the pings are for Gentlemates so far. A long is the location. Leo lucky to even dodge out away from that Marshall shot. Does Bippo trigger the trap? Over on this side of the map, he's just facing it, everybody. He's still alive. Raga slides on in to clean him up, so 1 for 1.
क्या shot था भाई रागा
Towards C, but on A. It's looking all
trade,
so
nice
far.
trade.
Leo trying to hide behind the wall and the boxes. He's been flashed out, and he's so lucky that he's not been pushed into so far. Oh, gets a headshot, but just
Leo
doesn't
knew
get
it.
the kill on the Starzo with 180 kill.
And now all of a sudden in this post plant, but Happyway's already walked out here. trying to get any of that number advantage for this pistol, but it's not looking too good for them because this Thrifty is just going to be a little bit too hard to get those fights.
I mean, you do have an exit setup here. No man over towards the A-long side of things, but they're not playing for exits. They're trying to get their way onto site itself. It's a very different looking Raga on our screens. Not a very dead looking Raga on our screens as Martin gets the clean up there with No Man, a sole surviving member. He's just going to have to run at the spike and die.
But no way,
Trying to
bhai.
get exits on his way out while doing it. But at this point, when I'm looking at a team like Sheila Gaming, when they're in this spot, it's such a big mental hurdle that they have to get through because they lost that last game 13-1. That's insane.
Yep.
And I think especially when you're coming off of a fresh win, where at the end, towards the end of that first map of Breeze, we were talking about how Gentlemates was starting to warm up, starting to get back into it. So now it's a little bit scary for them because they're thinking, are they just warm? Were they just whiffing on us a lot of the time? And how do we fix it? They weren't able to adapt in that last map. And I'm really looking at them to be able to adapt this game because it's Haven. You take too long to adapt, you're going to lose your sights. You're not going to be able to have that defensive setup the way you want it. But now with this gun round online for them, they're opting to go for this A-long. Fast C-split here for the side of Gentlemates.
Okay, what's the response going to look like? You do
Mini's already in the side C.
for XLG.
Okay, main se Star X so aa chuka hai.
Just walks into No Man. The Stinger gets the job
No
done. Double up. In
way
fact,
they can do
now
anything.
a free upgrade. Take that. For all of your
Raga
efforts. Slide on
is
in
gone.
for Raga. That is just gross. He doesn't get the shots in Starzo. Looking better so far.
Spike planted.
Dina's shaking her head over there. But Leo does at least
Starzo
bring
is
it
like
back. Not enough.
good IGL, bro.
I'm afraid 1 versus 3. Starzo is low, but Leo will be lucky to even find the one. You get a scan, but you can't.
Starzo
walk
पीछे
in.
भाग गया.
Yeah, crazy from Raga. Going in really quick, breaking that Cypher trip, making all that noise, and going for the slide. I really like the confidence in
He'll
it.
save.
But you just, again, don't
Leo
want
is
to
going for
take
save
that
because
close fight. You don't want to force
money
yourself
is
into
not
that
looking good on their
position,
side,
which
bhai.
Gentlemates, they keep
3-0.
taking advantage of the fact that Sheila, they
3-0.
split up against this bonus. They've taken those close range fights instead of just breaking that Cypher trip, realizing that they've added that pressure and grouping up together to make sure they have the util for a retake. Gentlemates just running away with it. But it seems like it's off the back of Sheila Gaming mistakes. Small little things that are switching the round over.
I want to see a fast attack timeout here from Sheila Gaming before you let the game get too far away. This might not be the round for it, given they have no money. Or maybe it is, because still something to be done here. Raga going to come through with a hero rifle on this round. The one player that's been somewhat competitive over the last 2 maps, particularly on that Breeze, but now he has to be the guy to bring it home. Walking down. There's already a player waiting for a Martin on the other side in that window, though.
Mid push कर दिया उन्होंने.
Look at the read from Gentlemates. They
Damn.
suspect that mid's going to be dirty, and they've made that right call.
This reminds me of the play from Sheila on Breeze to push down mid, and it actually worked out for them. But the problem is they don't have the knives online this time. They're not able to go for some crazy updraft play. Instead, they're just holding it passive, making sure they're just holding, trying to hear if there's any information, try to get ready for a really fast flank here as well. As that Neon on Raga pushes all the way through, but they know it's going to be a C execute at this point. So much noise here.
XLG ready for this one. No Man, does he have an opportunity? Not quite. Martin's so quick with it. Raga getting caught up with the trip as well. He's just missing his shots. At least we'll find the one of the Martin. Misses and readjusts here, causing a little bit of slowdown, but there's only 2 players still alive for XLG. They're both playing together. Gentlemates, they're not too sure what the secondary is. They'll know it now that Lysol's thrown in the paranoia. Raga, good for that kill on the procs. Mini's still unknown though. Can Raga get more? He's just a hero right now. 1 versus 2. Starzo is just a little bit cleaner.
10 HP on Bippo. That was so winnable for Raga. Again, that hero rifle online, trying to put in the work. Again, doing the same thing. Almost deja vu.
रागा को दिखा रहे हैं और प्लेयर फोटो दिखा रहे हैं
This
बिपो की.
time, a little bit more
उल्टी सीधी
successful.
चीजें
But I like
दिखाते
the
रहते हैं.
pressure that Raga has now put onto Gentlemates. They're very well aware that at any point in time, that Cypher trip could be broken on their flank and someone's just going to come running at them.
Here we go. It's a technical pause, actually. I was going to say good time for a timeout if that's the case, because this is about the exact same time that we did see a timeout last time.
Yeah.
Technical pause.
This didn't help out XLG enough. But they certainly need the help. This was a near heroic play, the only rifle online, but Starsoak had their number. Still looking good from that last map, transferring that mechanical prowess now onto the decider.
I feel like again for Gentlemates,
Martin तो भाई बहुत कुछ लग रहा है.
running these executes, fast splitting. The only time we've seen them slow down so far has been on those anti-thrifties, making sure they're not getting up close and personal. Whereas for Shilai, they're struggling a lot of the time to understand the space that they should be adding in between Gentlemates. For me as well, I'm looking at them to just be adapting a lot quicker, making sure they're changing up their setups. Try something aggressive towards mid again, but this time with weapons, and make sure you're able to trade. Don't be so readable here for the side of XLG, and make sure that Gentlemates has at least a little bit of a concern that you're going to be fighting back, because right now Gentlemates, they have so much space across the map at all times. They're not worried about too much aggression. They feel like they can take every single part of the map for free, and especially when you see them just running into Garage on that C-split, they know it's just a Killjoy alarm bot.
XLG as well, second year in a row here at EWC, and last time around they got grouped. Didn't quite make it out. 1-2 against Sentinels. Called it a close affair, but not quite good enough, and now opening out. It's been a bit of a disaster class these last map and a half here at Haven, and also Lotus for Shilai Gaming. And I mean, this is a group where you saw Nongshim and G2 on the other side of this group C, with Gentlemates looking like the so far superior team here. Shilai would have to get through one of those other two teams potentially in that lower bracket if they don't get their act together here. And what I'm seeing in terms of the gameplay might not be enough for them to escape groups in EWC 2 years in a row.
I think the way that Gentlemates
भाई NS versus G2 बहुत ही crazy round चल रहे हैं वैसे. 3-3 चल रहा है.
That's why going into the series, before I saw the map vetoes, I was so set on Gentlemates winning. The past 2 games that they played in that EWC qualifier were just so.
तो ये देखते हैं. इधर क्या चल रहा है?
I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dombi. Okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dombi started, and then it was just shut right down because G2, again, playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here. And then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still enough to get the buy going.
Yeah.
4 ultimates to try to utilize to tie this up once again. Obviously, G2 able to get into a post play. That pick from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits. For now, just some mid presence, but Dambi okay. I think just spams through the
Dambi के पास ult है.
Pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Just pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Coming as the Sova, he could be, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. In the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Next Ross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner, swings in, does so. gorgeously as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valorant, going deep enough. Now the overdrive going to be popped as Baby May frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it, and Nongshim will tie it up again.
4-4 again.
Now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to
together, but at the end of the day too, people like PRX, the second place in the world, almost every single global so far recently, they've struggled too. Just lost against NRG. This really feels like a tournament where anything could happen.
It's a lot more happening for Americas and EMEA though, and a lot less happening for the opposite, unless we can now, after that very long tech pause, thank you for staying with us there. See if XLG can get something together. Well, I did mention that a tactical pause would have been good there for XLG, but they did get a long time to wait.
I do like this operator buy though from Raga. I think this is going to help them out tremendously.
Raga off kar raha hai bhai.
Without being way too aggressive, overextending, which is the way that XLG
Raga
play. They
is offing
get really deep
on the A side.
Yeah, that
Let's see.
gonna let them get that hold, get that A line, and it's gonna be really nice for them to see. I think it's a little added pressure as well for Gentlemates. They're gonna learn or have to learn or adapt on how to push that operator off, making sure that they're just not getting that space for free, holding that deep line the whole time.
Well, operator for XLG, map 1 on Breeze was used by No Man on the Jet 2. Pretty mid-level success, didn't really hit that many shots. No man, no hits, unfortunately. Map 2, well, they just didn't have any money for it, really. They were broke the entire game with how many rounds they lost. So now we finally get Raga on board for that op, and maybe on the Neon we'll find some level of success. But if not, it's going to get ugly out there. And this is the type of round as well, given where the economy is, highly likely you're going to end up seeing XLG save if this round doesn't quickly go well for them. So let's have a look at this one. Going to be on the line. Already flashed out as Raga. Doesn't even get an opportunity to get that shot. He just wants to rip it through against the fast lane for now. But it's going to be all of M8.
Already एक बंदा उनका shots में चला गया ना.
Slowing it down a little bit. The
Still, they left. They're going to B.
Just applying the pressure. Gonna try to fall back somewhere else, depositing Bippo into a really nice spot here to catch off any of those rotations. But XLG, they have 3 players on this B site. They're really gambling hard because Raga has that full line towards A, but the Killjoy
look at that
turret going down.
I mean, that's all it took to start to bring over some.
Okay, इन्होंने C पे voice दे दी, B पे voice दे दी. शायद ये A जाना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर ये A पे गए, तो
it's going to be Bippo as well.
Now they know who is there.
Raga doesn't even get to sit on the line with the operator. He hasn't revealed the operator. That's the only sort of good news here is 4. Start to push through into A short.
I wanted Raga to off, but it is looking good for Gentlemates.
They've done some damage or at least done some pressure, and again trying to get that execute down.
I mean, you're almost just playing for retakes here with how far back some of these players are. Leo still wants to swing on in, but it just swings to his death now. It doesn't get joy, and unfortunately you thought Lysol would go down there, but he's actually good for 2. Raga's activated for the operator.
Okay, bhai, nice round.
A long time waiting. XLG snap up their first round in this half.
They've brought it back. That's what I like to see. The 1-3-1 setup in the middle of the round off of that pressure was really well timed as well, because Raga again getting that line off that operator. I think it was so important. He did get pushed off, but everyone was so quick at rotating. As you can see here, they're flooding out of spawn already. The spike hasn't even come out of short yet. These players are still getting onto site. Nothing able to be done for mates. They can't clear it out. Not enough util because they've used that drone to push back that operator. I'd say that now, but they're fighting a lobby here with this dart, taking their first really aggressive A lobby take. And it looks like they're going to actually gamble towards it because they have no other options right now. There's Cypher just sitting in that window.
The operator's on the wrong side of the map. Lysol
operator C pe.
in the waters here though. Paranoia out, ready to go. Leo as well.
They entered. Mini is in, but Mini got dead. Martin मर गया. Oh, they're lucky.
Nice and cheap in the day here. On round number 6, Starzo trying to make his way in. Leo, position has been revealed. Is Starzo quick enough? Yes, certainly is, but Nomad's just a little bit quicker on the other side. 4 versus 2 here as the rotations for XLG slowly coming on in, but they don't even need to really rush here. Only Bippo left, and you're not thinking Bippo's going to get a lot done here.
Getting a little bit sloppy on the side of mates, not clearing those corners when they're going up against this Bippo. It's going to be really hard to win it. Doesn't get the pick, and Lysor getting that 3K. But man, Gentlemates going back towards that A, they tried to fight it a little bit more aggressively because they
Finally SLG भाई momentum में आते हुए खड़े होके टोंट दे रहे हैं भाई एमिड को. No way, he stood up. पर क्या round निकाला ये, क्या round निकाला.
Anchor roll and doing a good job. One of those kills being a spam is kind of insane. You can't really adapt to that honestly unless you're just able to get that trade, able to get up close and personal. And now for XLG, this is looking pretty promising. They're back on track. The op again online for Ragan. He's
off C पे कर रहे हैं.
It's also a lot of confidence coming through. Heard big cheers from the side of XLG on stage.
Now they know.
Pop off out of the chair as well. Now let's see if the players themselves can pop off for this round 7 here. Ultimate's starting to be used. Hunter's Furies from the shadows as well. Emeda starting to feel a bit of pressure on the garage side. They've peeled off.
A is empty.
Calming down
they should go to it.
For mates walking up towards this. Leo's
easy. A is yours.
But it doesn't matter because Starzo actually gets the trade onto Leo, and this is a fast hit now from Gentlemates. They've gotten all that information. They know that that short is clear now. Happy
Kevin
holding, trying to prevent the spike, do a little bit of damage. It's going to be a lot harder of a retake now, but Raga's all the way in that flank.
Yeah, look at this read though. Starzo knows something is up, and he's looking for the play. Speaking of looking, Lysor catches Bippo looking in the wrong direction, and now Raga, he's going to get double fakes and doesn't even land a shot. One good shot there from Raga, at least trade his own life 1-to-1. Happyway finally drops out of heaven. All that kill onto Mini, still keeping this one competitive, but the scan is good. Starzo and Prox good for their 2 kills as well, leaving Lysor by his lonesome, and he needs to get double here. He'll get 0.
The timing for both of those kills. Bippo just turning around last second as the peek comes in from B main. And then for Rarga unscoping at the worst possible time as the double peek comes in. That was so unfortunate for both of those players. But XLG, they really tried this round. This was a close round in my opinion. They had the right ideas. It's just the fact that they got picked off towards that short. That was a really big pick for Gentlemates, and they knew to run away with it. Now Happyway has his Viper's Pit online. On the other side, we have that Cypher out. We have the Omen out. We have 2 of these kind of informationals that not going to be too detrimental. No real winning condition here. And Gentlemates going back towards that mid. They know that they can default and break that alarm bot. They've seen it already, and the setup hasn't changed yet for XLG.
Tell that Gentlemates, by the way, are expecting some sort of aggression here. A bunch of the Killjoy utility is going to get popped in terms of the information being given over. How far does Mini want to walk through into spawn? A little bit further because he's got Raga down already. And now Mini has a big flank coming on through. Does he know there's a play on the other side? He does now, and he'll get the easy peasy kill. 5 versus 2, and XLG can't even get a single player. Look at the money though. Leo's completely zeroed out. Have to start thinking, is it going to be a save?
Yeah, Rarga unable to find anything. I think we need to see that aggression elsewhere. Leo going to pick that operator up. They need that to get any form of success on their defense side. It feels like they're really relying heavily on this operator to be able to hold it down, get a full line for themselves, and be able to play a stronger side on the other side. But this is crazy. For Gentlemates, they waffled a couple of the rounds, but now they're back into it. They've adapted. They've seen that the setup's changing. As soon as they don't see the op, they're no longer scared. They don't really care about pushing it off that much. As long as a dart or a drone is there, it will do the trick.
The confidence as well, just straight up just pushing to garage, ignoring all the Killjoy utility. Alarm bot they know is there. Turret activated, Mini just pushing through the window all the way into spawn. And then finding success. I mean, he gets Raga, then gets the big flank all the way in CT, straight through the smoke. It's just all too damn easy. And XLG, okay, I talked about the timeout needing to happen maybe a little bit later in the day, saying we got those 2 rounds, starting to feel...
Still some really nice rounds, really good adaptations from him and the team. But
पक्का
a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad who has,
Wait, 10 बजे
especially when Dombi's playing like that.
Yeah.
10 बजे मेगा के मेलन खेलेंगे अभी तो मैं वो कर रहा हूँ ना EWC वॉच पार्टी
That relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, you know, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site. Easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
Spot out here from Baby Bay. Unable to get those shots to connect. Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Giacomo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Gambi swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination, and Valen is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis is his life for the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay 2 shall fall.
NS जीत रही है सर तो अभी के लिए.
Need it. There's two players on the back of the site causing issues with General Mates and causing more now. Finally, Lysor does fall, but Raga still in play. Leo has nothing to work with. If he gets a kill the Classic, he'd be lucky to. But Raga!
Yes!
On a very important round that he gets it all. One of the few members that actually had a gun.
Oh, भाई रागा ने क्या रेस मारा?
You need to see step up, and he steps up big.
He floods into sight, gets the picks. Gentlemates, they fall apart. They're TPing off of sight. They're not able to fight that backside properly. They're waiting for some sort of util to help them out. Martine getting that initial pick didn't matter. Clearing that site did not matter because the real VIP here was Warga flooding into that site with that Omen with Lysor and just getting those picks. That was really well done and a little bit sloppy from both these teams, but it doesn't matter because the ace is what important. And now both darts going down for the sides on this A long and scanning actually players towards that A lobby.
Pit's already been put down as well, so Happy Way now will be content with the fact that they've got C. Not expecting that M8 will walk into that one anytime soon. Back over towards Garage. The alarm bot isn't there this time, by the way, so Martine's looking for it. He won't find it. That being said, though, with the turret gone, Garage has been taken. This is what M8 want to do to draw attention away, but M8 looks like they want to lean A.
Leaning they shall. Falling back from that Garage. They're trying to find that alarm bot, trying to break that. Put some pressure towards that Garage. They're trying to find the Viper's pit as well, trying to get as much information as possible, but they're not able to get that just yet. Two players left towards this long A, looking like they're going to put a lot of pressure here. Try to fake it. The Omen smoke is here. The Neon, the whiff from Rarga on that operator, but three players here on A. They're going to know it's not an execute, but how quick are they going to be able to rotate? Because the players of M8 are already on site.
Well, the adaptation was alarm bot went B, so that information is being given over. Unfortunately, there's not going to be the slowdown or stoppage of the spy plant at all from XLG. And the operator as well.
B plant कर दिया अभी C पे एक प्लेयर इनका और A के लिए रोटेशन नहीं बंदा होल्ड कर रहा है विंडो से.
Plenty of players outside from Gentlemates. XLG slowly making their way onto site. Watch for this play. Mini catches no man lacking. He might catch a couple more. He just catches bullets from Raga, sadly. Might be Martine's turn to make it work for them. Bippo on the front line, so he's making things difficult. Very difficult. 4 kills with Bippo.
Oh, Bippo 4K.
Martine is there because Bippo on the front will just do it for you.
What a nasty series of shots. That was insane. Just taking his time to adjust his crosshair. The micro adjustments being absolutely phenomenal. The mechanics on this guy is insane. And this is a really good reason why they've put him on that Sentinel. His timing and his positioning has been phenomenal. This pick by Mini too. No man having his ult out. So unfortunate here, but he should have known. And by ult, I mean turret. I just don't know how to speak Rarga. He's now got that Neon ult online. A Thrifty on the side of XLG, and they're going
Ult
really
कर दिया भाई,
hard
push
at
कर
it.
दिया.
Yeah, well, Raga this time, he's been the hero so far. He got an ace early. He's got the overdrive out, collects one so far. Surely the secondary Bitbo goes down, and what can Raga get next? This is the level of aggression from XLG's defense. It hasn't come through yet. They've basically got no equipment, but off the back of those 2 kills and off the back of some exploration now, they should get some upgrades.
The spike is still down, though, here for Gentle Mates. They know that they have the crossfire on it, too.
Walking into enemy territory here. What used to be theirs is no longer the case. Overdrive for Mini this time around. He'll get one through the smoke, in fact, but Martin responds. 2 versus 2. Raga's got himself an outlaw. Happyway has found a rifle as well, and he finds Brox. And a Raga kill onto Martin.
क्या round निकाला भाई XLG ने.
A thrifty win off the overdrive. XLG getting nice and active early in the round.
I'm telling you, I need to see XLG be active, be aggressive with their weapons too. Maybe not necessarily running all the way down into their spawn, but being able to have those fast rotates based on how much information that they're getting, holding it down. Yes, they got the A-long a lot of the time with that operator. Yes, they can just spot C with that turret, but it feels like they're not fast enough at reacting, not putting enough pressure.
Look at that scoreline, 15 and 7 despite losing on the actual rounds itself. XLG haven't had any shortages in terms of Raga finding kills, but as we start to progress in this next round now, A is where it all happens. Bunch of the players, including Ragas, have already arrived. Raga might fork it, but he's already done the damage required. Martin and Brox have a little something to say in this round, but Nomad will still want to close the door on this offense. Genomates, it's just Martin. He's walking out of sight.
They're able to hold that site too. We were talking about how they were just struggling, couldn't delay long enough on weak side, but also weren't playing retake, and now they're able to flood in because the delay is finally there. Obviously, Leo getting that pick really big onto Mini, and now Martin, he's just trying to find anything.
He's got no money.
Yeah, it's really hard here. Has to save, but not getting anything because XLG is not giving it to him.
What a recovery. It's going to be 5-7.
Wait, it's last round.
Yeah, it's going to be... Sorry, he's not going to save.
He's not going to save.
What are we talking about?
We don't know how to do math.
4-7. Don't do maths on the live broadcast yet. He's got no money, and he's about to have no time either. Martin, if there's one player you want to see do a 1v3, it'll be this guy. He's got the mechanics for it, and if you want to sprint to the other side, buddy, you better get your sea legs ready and going. He's got his knife out. Look how fast the rest of XLG are going. You're going to see B might be a better call here, but there's actually a nanoswarm there. I don't think he's got time to plant.
He has time.
Okay, well.
He's chilling.
now he doesn't have time to plant. I mean, all it takes is XLG just getting a little in there. Okay, just run it. Send the body in. You got 3-1. Send one at him when he tries to plant, and he won't have any time left.
That was really well played by XLG. Those are the kinds of rounds that I really like to see from them. The super fast understanding of how they want to play, really quick rotates, flooding into sight, being able to delay for so long. And I think this is a really nice game to watch. This map is kind of playing out how I expected to. At first, I thought Gentlemates were going to just run away with it once again, but XLG putting up a really good fight. And of course, this was so nice here. Getting onto site, everyone's there, everyone's supporting each other, and Martin, of course, trying to get that clutch, but it is a nose goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have just Leo hiding in spawn. He's like, you ain't getting me. At the end of the day, too many players alive there, but a recovery, 5-7. I mean, I'm trying to remember how many in a row. Was it 6-0 at one point on this particular map that we had? It was
no, it was like
4-2. Sorry, I was still thinking of Lotus.
4-1, 4-2.
4-1, 4-2, and the highest differential was 6-2.
Yeah.
Before you started to get a little bit more rounds in a row for Sheila. The fact that we end 5-7, and particularly at, I think those rounds 9 and 10 as well, you really start to saw the confidence come back in.
Yeah.
Celebrations were big. Raga's popping off. As I said, they were down in rounds, but Raga's scoreline was insane. He got that ace.
Yep.
And then they follow up with that round where they get super aggressive with the overdrive, just running out of their spawn straight as soon as the walls come down and just rushing into the offensive line.
Let's see, right? Let's see what is going on the other side.
Yeah. The good thing is now, though, They're switching sides. XLG, they're not out of it.
ये तो अभी फर्स्ट हाफ पूरा हुआ है तो ये वेट करेंगे.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half.
Oh, NS is winning.
Some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
Yeah, G2's kind of
last round for them.
Second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah,
12-5
a damn thing
on that Lotus. Yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2 is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Dombey able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay. Bolt flies around. How is he still getting kills? Chocobo going to be taking down Balance, only able to find the one. X-Ross will get the trade up, and now it's a player advantage to the site. Grab a Baby Bay. Okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening. They reward him with a kill. Plan will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset.
Damn.
Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a target. Tucks over to the side, slides in, and Ivy will sit him down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner, takes the fight, takes Trent's life. It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh. Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in, and Francis has the timing. 13-5. Nongshim take us back to Breeze, and they take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
This is incredible stuff from Nongshim, and you know you're seeing the dividends from them going back.
Sure, they're just going to defuse. They're just going to defuse. Leo can't find any more shots. Look at the low HP on those
It was
last
like
3 members.
11, 9, and 13 on the side of the defense.
All
side.
he
That's
needed
crazy.
was, he landed the shock on the player defusing. He just needed to land one more shot.
Yeah.
And that player probably would have gone down.
Yep, another pistol going the way of Gentle Mates. This was a little scary here. Raga almost getting those 3 kills. Got 2 instead, almost lined up for this 3rd and the 4th. But it's okay because
Raga is
SLG,
match
they've been in
MVP
this
still.
position. Once again, they're back in
Raga
this
के
position.
19 kills है भाई, 99.
Raga. They're going for this. They mean setting up again for something just grouped because they know that Gentlemates might be just full stacking something. The Cypher Cam going to be broken. That's information for them. Are they going to full commit though, knowing that there's Cypher trips around here?
They already took damage as well. Trip is on the floor. Raga sniffs it out. Even just runs through the cage with Starzo. Quick with the flick there on the Stinger. Now the drone to start clearing. By the way, you did see at the start of the round, pings going on C long, despite everyone walking to A. That's because the ending is going to be on C. No man's already explored it. Lysol still has to get through Garage. 2 players waiting there for him.
Damn.
Wait for the long flank.
Okay. XLG planted, but Amit के 5 player garage के बाहर, एक garage के बाहर wait कर रहा है इसका.
2 players on opposite sides, judge in hand. At some
और
point, though,
Viper
May
पीछे
has
जा रही है
actually
इसे.
one moving. The rest of his team
Okay.
are moving on to site
Oh.
as well. No man with a double up. That's not
What?
bad at all, but still, where's Happyway? He's the X factor here. But Pippo's too smart for it. I feel like we've seen these scenes before, I think it's Leo in long again, but this time he's gonna get a classic.
Yeah, but it's still
People
an
बहुत smart है
expensive
भाई.
round here for Gentlemates. 3 guns down on their side. They're able to get the Bulldog and the Judge back online. So for their bonus round, it's going to be a little bit weaker than normal. So for XLG, this is where we need to see if they've learned their lesson. Learned the lesson on making sure they're not forcing those close fights. I don't want to see them going through that garage. I really want to see them taking the long fights, long C, long A, making sure they're clearing, getting a lot of that information, using the util to clear those close angles. I don't want to see them fall into another trap set up by Gentlemates.
B or C is clear. They're playing A default and pushing from the A by Gentlemates are crazy for that. और ये भाग रहे हैं यहाँ से लोग पूरी side दे दिए यहाँ पे. I think they'll go C because they know that nobody at C. Yep.
But as they run through Garage, it's the alarm bot that will signal the long flank coming on through. It's an empty site, full retake for MA.
4 players on the flank here for MA, ready to break some util. They got that Killjoy turret
Retake
down.
पे
That's
खेल
gonna be
रहे
a
हैं.
lot of pressure
They don't have
towards
any
that
ults.
garage, but the
Why
alarm
are
bug's
they
still
playing
up.
on
They know it's
retake?
not gonna
Oh,
be a
they were
flank.
doing the
5 of these players though positioned for this garage.
bonus
split.
round कर रहे थे
For the
लोग.
first time, the XLG actually have all 5 alive for this post plant as well. It's been problematic before. They spot Martin going back over towards CT side. That's probably an obvious thing. Prox already gets a shot onto Happy where there's decent damage from the util coming on through, and now that damage is transferring into actual kills. Leo, Raga, Lysol, all 3 showing up when it counts, and Martin now, Guardian in hand, has too many angles to cover. Raga's definitely plus 20 by now, leading the server and finally giving a round over to XLG in the second half.
This is good for XLG now. They're still down, still trying to recuperate a lot of those rounds, but at least they've learned from their mistakes, not doing the same things over and over again, keeping majority of those guns, 3 players left alive. They don't have to force too many weapons. They don't have to give up their economy. They can snowball here. And on this attack side, they actually have that Hunter's Fury online for Leo, able to do something quick if they wanted it to. Or if they get that spike down, they can play a post plant pretty convincingly. Martin, though, he has the run it back. Gentlemates are pushed all the way down long C with Prox. They have so much information, and Cypher is just set up here. Bippo by himself on the A site.
It's a lot more measured from XLG compared to previous maps. On Lotus, they'd already be X-egging somewhere. This is just a fake happening over towards the A side. It does seem like M8 are biting. B has gone away for free, as the rest of the team is there, and now as the Neon starts to slide away, in fact the other Neon is getting something done. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Running back being popped by Martin. He wants a little bit of this action. Loses ultimate straight away. Plant still hasn't come down, by the way. Possibility for a mid to see, but does seem like they will commit to it finally. 4 versus 4 with a long flank coming through from Bippo as well. Prox also from the left side of the map on C. But everyone from XLG is peeled off.
Bippo, really nice positioning here. He's not going to get clear just yet, but Happyway has a feeling the timing is going to be really important here. Bippo getting the pick onto Happyway, and now this start of this retake. Martin pushing all the way through, and again, another beautiful crunch. Bippo with this positioning over and over again has been so good when he gets into these spots.
Just completely unspotted and just without the wherewithal as well from XLG to potentially check for the possibility of a flank. And Bippo gets away with murder there from behind, crunching with Martin coming through from the actual site itself. And Raga's looking 2 ways, can't get a kill there. Wouldn't have been enough anyway with just the 1. And suddenly what was looking like a decent attacking start, selling a full fake on the A, getting a somewhat free-ish easy plant on B with a little bit of delay. It's all completely unraveled by this crunch plate coming through from Bippo and Martin.
Did I just see Leo was on his drone at the front of B? Is that what I just saw? That's not good, XLG. We can't be doing stuff like that. Now look at your buy. You have those 3 rifles, but 2 of your players, one of them on a Bulldog, one of them on a Sheriff. It's still a little bit rough, but it doesn't matter because they're walking up towards C. Looks like they're going to go for this execute. They still have that Hunter Fury online.
They're about to walk into all of the Cypher utility. They're going to walk into the mini damage here as well. And there's like some guns actually online for the side of XLG. Those guns are all on the floor now. 4K for mini on the overdrive. And it's going to be Gentlemates in commanding fashion, taking control of this game.
Crazy,
again, both hands on the wheel.
The contact play is just not it against this team because you need to get that information first. You know that they're always going to be having some sort of setup here. Gentlemates so far on their defensive side have been very creative, switching it up almost every single round and making sure that they're getting the rounds of understanding how to play against XLG again. The walk-up, the contact play. I really applaud XLG for trying to try something new here for Shilai. But 3 ults online, and they're broke again. A thrifty. And you're about to give them the match point of the game. Martin, beautiful pick onto Rarga. Leo trying to get that Soval to do anything, but not connecting with anyone.
I've seen Rarga make use of that before for good effect. And now, okay, how about Happyway? No, man. Suddenly, things are starting to turn around in favor of XLG here. Leo and Dominic as well. Bippo's got the only responsive kill here. After all is said and done, they'll reveal the rest of the positioning, which says we're going over towards a 2 versus 3. Couple of upgrades found here by Lysol and Happyway, and suddenly things
easy. Winnable.
On the bright side for XLG. Gentlemates trying to get their way back into sight, and my goodness, Prox thought he had the opportunity there. off the back of the paranoia, but Happyway just too sharp. 3-1, and Bippo might just have a little bit too much to do here. XLG, an unlikely round for them to actually win. They're going to Thrifty.
Thrifty round. This XLG has been so good at winning thrifties because of the way that they're playing it. It's like they have nothing to lose, and every single time they get rewarded for it.
And they lost Raga instantly.
Exactly. They're so good at these rounds. They're so good at getting their ones, getting their picks when they're just taking those fights and forcing it. It's like it was insane. Those two picks, man. I think here Mini kind of throwing a little bit, playing so close when they know that they're on an eco. Again, they're pulling some of the same mistakes that XLG was doing. But gun round for both these teams. Judge on the side of Mini, and he's trying to play that towards Short A.
Might have just given a breath of life here for XLG. A second win has been spotted, and speaking of spotted, Martin has been spotted. That's a bit of a risk because if somebody actually swung while he's shooting the turret, he would have gone down.
C पे अकेला ओमेन अगर डबल पिक लेता वो बन मरेगा.
Line here against all 5 from XLG, a very important round, and they find the timing. Raga just runs on in. And now what can we get out of Starso here? Again, all 5 around the corner. Raga's so fast. Starso didn't even see the timing of that. 5v3. It looks like XLG will find another round.
They've learned from their mistakes, XLG, using that.
भाई ये मैच तो क्लोज होने तो लग रहा है मेरे को.
Just contacting up, and Raga, beautiful.
अगर ये राउंड निकलता है तो फिर बहुत क्लोज हो जाएगा मैच. 8-11 हो जाएगा.
Just hold W. He knows he's been playing.
3 राउंड तो कुछ भी नहीं होते हैं भाई. Indeed.
Putting it down, putting it to the test.
I think they're saving.
Forcing M8 to play at their pace, and now Gentlemates, they're gonna go for that save, maybe a couple of exits, but still safe because they want to save those rifles. Their economy is not good. XLG have snowballed their economy. They also have the lockdown, 1 away from that Viper's Pit as well. They have so many really good winning conditions for them to win these post plants. They just need to keep enabling themselves to get onto that site.
And nothing easier to fuse against the Viper's Pit either in a following round, but more importantly, you thought that XLG were going to get choked out of Haven, but suddenly they just find that extra gear. I mean, how fast was Raga to get that shot as well?
भाई रागा ने क्या मारा है top.
Pixel available.
फिर ये
Prox just eats dirt. Gentlemates now 2 rounds to play to finish this map and get the series 2-1. We'll take a tack pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done, because despite there still being 2 rounds to play through and that not being a lot, seems like XLG are starting to find their momentum themselves as well.
Yeah, a timeout here at a good time because they need to understand what's going wrong. They need to hear back from their coach. They need that third-party perspective. And right now, it feels like maybe they're just waiting for an operator to be online so they could shut down a lot of what Raga's doing. Make sure to punish him from holding W, going crazy and getting those initial picks. But I think also they should not play scared. The last thing I want to see here for Gentlemates is to lose that confidence, to lose that momentum that they've had so far this series.
By 8-11 is like winnable for XLG even.
Playing those 1v1 peaks. It's okay having a little bit of those hero plays because they've come out on top of it almost every single time. Raga just needs to get shut down, and I think we have the tools for that, especially when you're looking at Starzo.
The scoreline's looking a little nasty here.
7 seconds to start the round 20. Trips लगा दिए Bippo ने C पे. B is empty again and 3 people on A. And all the players of XLG is on mid. And there is no one to mid investing. Happy way? Happy way left में 2 लोग हैं.
Lockdown's already in play over towards the mid side of the map, by the way. And who is going to win this game of chicken here? Mini's in a great spot. Hathaway in a worse one. Relay bolts exchanged. How does Mini get out of this situation? A little bit of help from Stars. It's good. Raga is going to find only the one. And the lockdown's
Chumeshwari performance by Mini bhai. Crazy play by Mini.
Last player standing.
So crazy.
Bippo.
Beautiful shot from Bippo. But Starzo going back to essentially
Bippo is too good to be a sentinel, bhai.
Following up with his duelist, making sure he's there for
smart.
the trade and using that util to set up his team for success. Mini playing close, really well done. At least it wasn't an eco or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go for a couple kills. Gets one, gets 2. 2v1 all of a sudden. He's low on HP. 13.
I think that's it.
Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross. Stars though lets him. No spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well. Quick feet coming through from Lysol on 13 HP and M8 are forced to split. This is going to give a possible 1v1 opportunity. What a smoke play. Lysol has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Proc should have an easy freebie here. No chance for Lysol. Doesn't realize how close Prox was.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but 12-8 now. Series point here. So scary for XLG. It's gonna be really worrisome. But they've kind of come back a little bit. Gentlemate's taking that timeout to talk about it. And it looks like another timeout's gonna be coming in with the way that these players have kind of leaned back in these chairs. It is confirmed as a timeout from XLG, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You literally have to win this round. Last point of the series if they lose it. But I think they're on the right track here. I think they're going kind of in a good route, Avril. Like, they're going for these executes. They're almost winning these clutches. Rarga's being absolutely phenomenal, but you need another player to be online to be able to support him and make sure you set him up for success.
The other player in that particular round might have been No Man, who found his way all the way through mid. Starting to get a bit of a flank going, but just gets caught after the lockdown came through. So if that kill had gone differently, despite the scuffle that happened over towards A long that cost the lives of 3 of the members from the side of XLG, might have been a different game. Lysol certainly tried his darndest there. Got a lot of work done, but just no HP and barely any time to play through. 12-8 now. Match point found. Gentlemate's one away from locking the series away from XLG and putting them into the lower bracket.
It's so scary here, though, because you see the run it back online for Martine. You see that Hunter's Fury online for Stars.
Okay, by final
really
round.
good retake also,
Maybe.
or at least flood retake
Agar
to deny a lot of that zoning. But a really quick C-split here coming in from XLG.
Mates
They're not
जीतेंगे
committing,
इधर.
though,
Okay.
just yet. Putting a pause on it.
रागा तो एंट्री ले रहा है भाई.
He's ulting. He already slowed things down with that hot hands, and well, currently it's hot hands in favor of Raga. Martin loses ult almost instantly. Mini just spamming through the smoke, but he's not catching anything so far. He might have a bit of an off angle here. No one's quite seen him.
Damn, Mini.
Kill on Delio. Raga goes down here as well. 2 versus 3, and it might all end here. Gentlemates just need a couple of more. Viper's Pit, though, still a rescue opportunity for XLG. Spike on the floor here. Starso using drone to explore, looking for the tag onto this Viper, but not going to quite find it.
By 1 HP यार, Star Saxo तो.
Opportunity. XLG have found themselves in a spot where they can still win the round just off the pit alone. Oh, Bippo!
Oh, Bippo!
Oh my god.
And that's going to be Gentlemates. Defuse in round. It got a little bit spicy on Haven with a small comeback for XLG, but Gentlemates and EMEA in general will not be denied in the opening round here. 3 maps, they did lose their breeze, but all questions answered on Lotus and Haven.
It's very fitting that Bippo got that last kill too there. His positioning all game has been absolutely phenomenal. He's brought them back to a lot of...
In the ₹9 workshop that you're providing, what all do you cover?
In ₹9, you learn how to automate.
On this angle. Jump peek to try to get the spot. TP for a reposition. No, just a fake. Is Baby Bay now the one going to be falling into the trap here? You'd suspect, but no, I believe it's a no-scope to come away with that kill. RB now taken down. Downbeat flushed out, and this is looking to be a potential flawless. Unless Xros can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed in the anti-eco. Valon gets 3.
Okay. Gonna really find out what this composition is made of for Nongshim going into this next one. G2 able to take first blood and able to have a...
Not seal the deal. Had the heal, and he's right back up to full. Ivy now try to play this one out. G2 incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps, just flipping the teams around. The split might be nearer on the horizon than we anticipate. Ivy eating some damage, does manage to survive. Will quickly backpedal away, keeping his life intact, but this round no closer to going over to Nongshim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I think, some of the layers that G2's composition is going to have over Nongshim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available in time to slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for Nongshim unless they can start figuring some things out here pretty fast. They're going to add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around G2 wants to let Baby Bay and that Outlaw lead the charge back down to an eco. Our Nongshim,
भाई ये राउंड तो G2 जीतेगी भाई
only 2 players even at
जिस हिसाब से खेल रही है G2 crazy भाई
the Vandal over but can't afford to do much else.
भाई गेट खोल हम बाहर खड़े हैं खोलो ये गेट भाई कल मिलते हैं कल अब मैं लाइव हूँ और अभी लाइव लंबी चलेगी
Low orb assisting in that, stopping this potential flood forward from G2.
शटर खुलना पड़ेगा
Potentially to explore elsewhere. Just go re-clear around mid. We end up with a full crunch attempt in towards market.
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up a little bit further through some of this space. Cam's gonna see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is going to be no. He swings it. He's able to find one. His leaf will get taken down. He swings around and has the one up. Ivy is destroying him. 6 bullets and it gets the ace.
Bro, what?
That's all they need. Is they kept it in the right hands.
Oh my word. I thought he was dead to rights there, but they just don't check the generator.
भाई तो क्लिप मूवमेंट है भाई
I mean, look, immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then Valorant kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one in that 4 trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that, Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side.
By confidence boost होगा बहुत. NS be like, not too quick. G2
backs away. And Jogamo very quick for that punish. Slides forward, finds that, plants his feet, and gets a second. Right back into this RG2, not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. The heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own. We can find these players, both of them stuck here behind the Sage Walled backside. Even though they see that, this should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for Nongshim. Waiting off the wall, which is buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this. As the guiding light confirms that street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand?
Well, with the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably
G2 saving.
Maybe they could send one out, Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as Nongshim, and you got to talk right here, right now, about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with, because you don't have answers to it right now. Frankly, part of that, again, is going to be the composition that you're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber on a Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And, you know, why on Breeze, we were kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
TP into the spawn now. Valen looking for a backstab and won't just be able to join in. But alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but Ivy still managing to find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again. Gives him a very advantageous position. The drone now to lead forward. X-Ross. It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Is connecting. Trent able to find just the one kill. Looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed. As Nongshim rally back for another round win.
Well, I guess all that you really need to do now as G2 is just avoid Ivy. He's the only one that's been able to shut you down at all. Some individual brilliance. Oh, he even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Find two.
But Ivy the बहुत crazy खेल रहा है भाई.
So Ivy locked in. We need a little bit of help from the rest of Nongshim. Got some huge ults on both sides of the coin. Baby gonna have that tour de force. Seekers res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft. As well as Francis' Hunter's Fury. RB looking to try to tee up Francis here. Paranoia at the ready, so they're gonna play off contact. Seems to be that this is one of their answers. Just try to slow down the Neon on the other side. But it is just the Paranoia that connects here.
On to everyone, but not going to be too
भाई पांचों Paranoia हुए थे.
Work their way forward. Spam shots out. Only going to be about 3 charges, I think, remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bay. Boost up over the top of this box. Street side. Down with the Paranoia. To try to clear some angles. 2 players going to be spotted off the drone, the Trailblazer. Spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just look at the try to gum things up here on this approach. Downby with the operator. So
क्या बसड़ हो रही है भाई कुछ तो.
Doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Sides in. He's going to try to go for a no-scope, but it's a big overcook here from Dombey. Ivy now once again having to be the hero. His location is known, and he cannot find Valen. Holds his own. And every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really, really tough for Nongshim. This round has got to be kind of a gut punch because you actually read this decently well. You're able to use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away. So G2, love this comp. Love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure. This time, Nongshim looking again to maybe set up that Paranoia trap outside of A, but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round where damn near all of them got hit by it. Just will get a bit of confirmation that there's players in mid, but you know, doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it. Ross and Dombey do have their ults, but right now it's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere. Trying to bait that Paranoia out, and they will.
Dombey quickly reclears it. Will now back away, so all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bang slotting just alongside that trip. Will clear it. Op shot going to be registered. Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards A.
Yeah, I mean, now G2 is kind of realizing that they gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but they don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again finds one.
Able to find it just before that flash connects. Quick peek in from RB, but there's the backstab. Leaf scaling forward up through mid. That will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed, but same can be said for Ivy as Baby Bay going to be pinned into the corner to find that kill, but it's going to be Valen to the rescue, keeping him protected. Spam not connecting, the Trailblazers spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The res to come in. No counter spam going to be available from these positions, so Nongshim get back into a 3v3. Two very far fanned out. Allen could just be their undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill with Baby catching RB in transit, mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair
Damn.
off. Cannot connect with it. The defuse to come in. Nongshim Red Force try to get their way back into this map.
This one just gets a little bit scrappy. Kind of some of these weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago it was, I think, you know, the execute, and they can't. And this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground, and can't do so.
RP, quick shot. He's able to find one.
Dambi ने miss कर दिया
Has that trade, and he's not checking the corner.
Oh, corner नहीं देखा भाई.
Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley.
That was bad.
Having to pivot out back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though, with that early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent, though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap. Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off, though, but now, at this point, you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab
Oh, nice shot.
being enacted as Francis is on that flank, and the door is just being
Nice
held.
shot.
The round is just going to be over.
Nice shot.
In the down B 1 by 1.
Kill save.
Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. It's Francis frantically trying to flush him out, and the shorty's not going to be doing a damn thing. Nongshim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked. Causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis. It's a solo with an operator. Of course, Francis to the side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find the one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP, still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As, oh my god, he almost has the collat, but no, Jogamo is a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. Dexros trying to wall them out, but Zold to try to play in Ivy. Heals going through. Finds the first. Can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator. Able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to Xros to try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it.
G2 thrifty.
G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man. I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip? There. They did get cleared, or pulled back, one of the 2.
Swing in, and Leaf is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah.
There.
Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen, so too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away, ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. The shot connecting, Francis only going to be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out, Extros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy manages to hit all three! He is walking on water this series! As Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely disgusting. Goodness.
तेरी स्ट्रीम अटक रही है क्या कर रहा है?
This round swung
मैं था नहीं यहाँ पे.
team's directions at one point or another with that time left on the clock. Good night.
Good God.
Oh. What?
God.
What?
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that
Bro.
You want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him.
भाई ये क्या round
It's
था?
just incredible at times. But it's also going to be so damn frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo ushered back away, pushed into the open for Dombey to collect it. Brings out another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. He's alone on the B site.
You're going to have this drone here. This is going to give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So
Holy shit, bruh.
Donby maybe control that
सच में भाई क्या crazy मारा भाई. Ivy ने 2 बार clutch किया है. अभी ये smart किया था पहले थोड़ी देर पहले.
There you go.
Nice ball. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, we'll just be the double push forward.
वो wall पूरी नहीं हुई क्या?
That might even be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The sort of force of Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downby now isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that.
4-on-4 situation है रखी अभी.
Ends up coming away empty-handed as pop flash. The turn not going to be good.
Okay.
Still is able to find one kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall.
Downby का shot दिखना मुझे.
Downby and RB in a 2v3.
Oh, off versus off. Off versus off. नहीं. Oh shit.
Shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downby just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be on the one with the Pacific counter swing in G2. Anti. Themselves out into a lead, 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B.
Half time होगा, लेकिन भाई वो round क्या था? मुझे फिर से देखना है round.
That tire was disgusting.
10 seconds now.
हाँ यहाँ पे तो 4v4 था नहीं 4v3 था. Ivy, Francis और X-Cross बचे थे. X-Cross is behind generator. Ivy दूसरी साइड पे है और ये Downby है. कौन है ये? Downby को मरा होके दिखा रहा है अगर ये Downby यहाँ पे है तो मर गया था Downby. Okay.
Shot connecting Francis only going to be good for the
Okay, X-Cross ने मैच निकाला था क्या?
The swing out, X-Cross eating some damage. Cannot
Oh,
find those
Ivy.
kills with just barely a second to spare.
Look at that. Ivy के सामने तीनों लाइनअप हो गए थे लेकिन लो थे क्या? हाँ तीनों लो थे थोड़े. Okay, situation was on his favor.
The plant can come
Off
in.
missed.
Manages to hit all three.
भाई ये क्या क्लच था?
On water this series. As Ivy bails them out and gets no.
Man of the match है भाई ये.
It gets better every time you watch it.
It will never get old. That is some filth.
तेरे को आईवी का एक और दिखाता हूँ आईवी का एक और क्लच दिखा तेरे को मैं
tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026.
Baby, nice. I love this comp for G2. I think Baby Bay on that chamber is where he's been so fantastic in Americas. And I love the Sage on this map.
Quite connect on the Trent. It would have been a one tap at the time.
Comfortable on that Trent to get
momentum to get built up by Nongshim. Set up. He's on.
He's a shit.
Absolutely absurd.
I mean, look at
ये देख
Oh, what? Gonna see go up a little bit further.
Look at this clutch.
Some of this space. Cam's gonna see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check?
Ivy पे सब लोग Ivy पे हैं. ये देखिए Ivy की लोकेशन है और ये सब लोग Ivy पे थे. And Ivy का shots है ना. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is destroying them. 6 bullets and it gets the ace.
Ivy ने 2 क्लच किए भाई. Ivy ने crazy क्लच किए.
In the right hands.
Oh my word. I thought he was dead to rights there, but they just don't check the generator.
Absolutely absurd.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay
Crazy.
was the one in that 4 trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the
when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
ये क्या भाई की English recommendation में FC fans what? NS won first map. No. Oh yeah. NS won 13-5 by Breeze. 13-5 जीत गई NS. And the second map G2 is winning so far, but NS is playing so good.
Alongside Baby Bay, but Nongshim Red Force going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here. Are X-Ross and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment.
Ivy बहुत crazy खेल रहा है.
If they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt, if not the Thrifty itself. But Leaf
ने corner पकड़ लिया भाई.
Expected in this position.
Leaf ने corner पकड़ लिया.
The wall.
Leaf भैया ने पकड़ लिया corner. Okay, wall टूटने का इंतजार होगा.
Break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties.
2 casualties.
Quite a bit. So 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay.
Daisy guy.
Lose a couple guns.
Daisy ऊपर.
I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leap even going to go for the judge. Carry those
Daisy
2
ऊपर है
the
ऊपर.
outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's
Okay.
one of them's Dombi.
NS mid control लेने सोच रही है.
Banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, थोड़ा सा late.
Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid.
Shot.
Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL.
Damn,
Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that judge in hand will grab the orb.
Dim got the
Guarantees that
ult,
he'll have the res going
I
into the
guess.
next round.
अगले राउंड में करेगा रेस्ट लेकिन
Take some serious work though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
Well, given a chance, they're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner.
भाई लीफ वेपन ले पाएगा क्या? नहीं ले पाएगा.
Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. And it's a very nice headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge.
And
nothing to really get stressed about here for G2.
Nice. Nice up.
Red Force still eating quite a bit
nice
of damage
50.
to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly.
भाई लेकिन ये शॉट अच्छा था वो हेजिटेट हो गया भाई से टीपी करने में हेजिटेट हो गया वो.
The previous half, being that outlaw being able to be carried over in round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
Okay, IB 15-9, crazy.
Right? In the hands of Baby Bake. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad.
Baby Bake फिर से chamber खेल रहा है.
Nothing to be too concerned about.
Outlaw चला रहा है.
Again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities, and they know it because they have that sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out. Really slowed down the round, though.
RB's in a weird position.
He knows he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the two players watching this angle. Well, it'll have to just be a 3-2.
सारी रात live रहेगा और क्या?
Try to shut this down and slide in. Somehow Valen doesn't manage to find that shot. Down, sliding right at him. You would have thought he'd be able to connect with that, but the Neon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. The res is going to be committed in and leave immediately. Drawing down is able to find X-Ross. Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Avoids those bursts of damage. Now we'll have 4 players to try to go for the retake. Some shots exchanged. The flash not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Downby.
Oh,
Baby will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. That's Nongshim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the side.
भाई इस मैच में तो मुझे पता भी नहीं है कि बोलना क्या है, लेकिन
ahead of it, expecting a peak
बहुत ही टक्कर का मैच है ये.
Of Nongshim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park. Sets them up for that extra advantage. Finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one.
Timeout हुआ attacking side से NS ने लिया.
We'll look to try to right this ship, but 4 rounds down.
6-10.
Feels like Nongshim not having a great grasp of how to try to pilot things.
6-10.
Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender side just boil down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. And we will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime, and it was map 3.
Oh, decider क्या? Split है क्या?
But That being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
भाई कितने कुक बैठे होंगे ये लोग भाई बड़ा मजा आ रहा होगा इन्हें देखना ईवी को देख ईवी ने 15 किल किए लेकिन क्या क्रेजी किल किए 5 किल एक बार में किए 3 किल एक बार में किए मेरे 8 किल एक बार एक ही 2 राउंड में किए उसने बाकी इजी चल रहा है वो
into that top left corner again.
सिचुएशन देख बी पे स्टैक किया है बी पे 3 लोग हैं
sure it gives you a
बी पे है
I mean you're able to probably identify that trademark is
जोगिमो
in market
बेबी बे और
to capitalize off of it. They
and Cypher we have in the mid. Cypher अकेला mid में enclave रुका हुआ है.
Something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect.
A पे easy है करना क्योंकि H पे सिर्फ Sage है.
On the drone with the wall there, so.
And Sage has been revealed. Sage को पीछे आना पड़ा अपनी position compromise करनी पड़ी. B से rotation start हो गया एक back step के लिए आ रहा है. I think EV को kill मिलेंगे दो. EV अगर पीछे देखें EV को और EV को kill मिल सकते हैं लेकिन EV
Potentially going to be caught on the timing.
Oh,
no, it's going to be
की timing तो सही है भाई.
Back over towards the site is gunning down 2.
Okay.
This position.
Damn.
The third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will,
Ivy ज़्यादा patient हो गया भाई.
Shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Dambi alone in a 1v4.
Dambi अकेला दूसरा को plant ही करता हूँ.
Falling the flash, connecting, and Leap is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking all but guaranteed.
Another
एक गोली miss its end.
Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it.
भाई आईवी की placement बहुत ही बढ़िया थी. आईवी वहाँ रुक सकता था. 2-3 पिक निकल जाता है आईवी के.
Huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him.
वही वो अकेला मिड पे था उसे लगा था उसकी टीम एक किल तो निकालेगी वहां का.
They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid.
Same भाई वो same बैठे हैं 3 लोग इधर 2 लोग उधर अब वो जल्दी घुस रहे हैं. Like they want कि kills निकाल पाए वो थोड़े से.
Thwarts Nongshim's plans all across the board.
But I don't think so. Ivy is getting anything. Ivy ने पीछे अपने ट्रैप दे रखा आगे वेट कर रहा है किसी का लेकिन इन्होंने गैराज ही बंद नहीं कर रखा.
Neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
A is empty भाई. Still too hard for them.
Not going to be able to find the timing, but here's that
Francis.
Yeah. He is not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwires comparatively shallow. None the wiser. But
Will Evie get one? Evie got one. इसके पीछे एक और है.
Able to get that backstab through. Neural depth, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way.
Okay, Evie got 2.
Keep his eyes trained
easy.
Sight, so
A planting.
Can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fighting space.
Holy shit.
Him, but talking about plants his feet
But still, it's a winnable situation for NS.
Ivy's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now it's
3v3 है.
In a very much win round for Nongshim.
Oh, G2 खो गया भाई पैरनवा में. X-Ross अकेला है अच्छा. नहीं, Dambi भी है, okay. Dambi and X-Ross.
Around where Nongshim need to win it and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy.
भाई वो नहीं हट रहे हैं, वो diff कर रहे हैं.
The defuse not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay.
But the round was won by NS.
Cannot take G2 up to 12. Believe he narrowly escapes. Nongshim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
But it's Ivy again. He just this time a little bit pacier with this alert.
Ivy ने क्या round निकाला यार. ये kill दिया, ये ult दिया. फिर Omen निकाला, फिर एक.
Use the seekers against G2 there. Knows that after he clears the first, the second 2 aren't locked into him. But
94.5.
regardless,
call us and share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you want to win?
A car would be good, I suppose.
Yeah, you already have a car. What you're greedy.
Yeah,
wow.
What about second car?
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
NS
for now
is trying to like lock in an A again. 3
Stack over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however,
G2 के
up into B main.
प्लेयर थोड़ा सा स्लो खेल रहे हैं अब.
Could be really annoying.
Oh, they're gonna go for the
Mid control है इनके पास. But baby Bay is waiting for.
With the stinger, is able to find that kill. Baby Bay now
Oh.
his exit right before he would have had contact on Ivy.
Ivy is inside.
Spots him out, and the second shot will be able
Got
to take
him.
down the enemy Cypher. Coming with the overdrive, trying to push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the punish. Shuts down 3.
NS जीत गई. नहीं नहीं नहीं. NS पिछला राउंड जीती थी.
Just the distance.
इससे पिछला मैच जो मैप था वो मैप NS जीती थी. सेकंड मैप ही चल रहा है जो अभी ये G2 जीत रही है. मतलब G2 जीत ही जाएगी. ऑलमोस्ट जीत गई है वो. अब डिसाइडर मैच होगा.
Just hold the line again, double up for G2, and they're able to find a huge multi-kill. That time it was Trent. Nongshim.
ब्रीज था इससे पहले वाला मैप. वो NS जीती है भाई 13-5 से. अब 12-7 चल रहा है करंट सनसेट पे. सनसेट पे G2 जीतेगी. फिर डिसाइडर मैच होगा स्प्लिट पे. स्प्लिट पे मजा आएगा भाई देखने का. लास्ट टाइम इन दोनों के वर्सेस हुआ था स्प्लिट पे तो ओवरटाइम गया था बहुत लंबा.
Only been able to find the 2 rounds in this half.
बीच में बंद करी थी स्ट्रीम. हाँ.
Why are they just going to be looking at, Stinger Sheriffs? That's about it.
Yeah, it is less than ideal to say the least. Silkanon
मैं लाइट कब आएगी?
to come up with something incredible. I don't know. There's some individual things they can do. I think maybe some more mid explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to identify that. Nongshim doesn't
What are
feel
they doing?
comfortable to
I
hold
think
B.
they
None
sound
of
दे
their
रहे हैं
close friends
जानबूझ
are
के
there
A
for
पे.
it, so it kind of has to be A. And so, if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia really to clear some of those angles in the relay bolt. You can wait those out or bait those out.
Oh, ये तो सही. Oh no. That was unlucky.
Able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Jarmo, okay.
That was too lucky.
Gonna be able to find RB. He wants to end this one. As Leaf.
Damn, bhai.
For the punish. Jogamo the repeat takes down X-Ross. And the wheels have well and truly come off as Jogamo looking for an ace of his own, but Valen will say, let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3. 13-7 Sunset. It's a dominant display at the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against
Too easy for G2. भाई 2 गोली से ज़्यादा निकलती नहीं है गन से गोली. सिर्फ हेड.
Going back to some of their comfort agents.
Didn't.
Really like the theory. You didn't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact.
Look
here.
at these guys. G2
really
the
well
goat.
on this map, able to tee up Jogamo. Really
तो भाई G2 जीती है सेकंड मैप. पहला मैप जीती थी NS. तो अब होगा डिसाइडर मैच. और उस डिसाइडर मैच के बाद हम खेलेंगे मेका कैमेलियन. Are you ready?
Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze. And Jogamo looking good alive and well. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I agree. Jogamo on the Neon might be a little bit better, as it was a great showing there by G2. They get the job done against the Noodle Boys here and tie up 1-1. Nongshim Red Force and G2, 2 of the great squads across the world going head
1-1 हो गया भाई.
On a final map number 3 as we welcome back Kukuka and Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been in the pool. Now it's come back. I think they caught Nongshim underprepared on this map, and G2 clearly had it down. It looked very strong from them. I think even the scoreline is quite tight, quite kind to Nongshim. You go 7-5. Wow. Oh, that was, maybe it was good for G2. And then you go, oh, but they got pistol and bonus. And you go, oh, well, maybe Nongshim were good. And then you go, Ivy single-handedly won 3 of those rounds. You go, okay, maybe G2 are actually better than the score looks here.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to be a surprise. If you have those sets,
बीच में स्ट्रीम बंद की थी. जिम गया था. अब किसका इन्हीं का ये नहीं का ये.
Like this is what how we can get the most out of them, and it absolutely worked. And
G2 एक राउंड जीत गई है. मतलब एक पूरा मैच, एक मैप. सबसे पहला ब्रीज मैप हुआ था. ब्रीज मैप में जीती NS। तो नॉनशिम जीती पहला मैच, और दूसरा मैच जो अभी हम देखा सनसेट, ये G2 जीती है। तो अब डिसाइडर मैच होगा स्प्लिट पे। तो स्प्लिट एज लास्ट मैच इन दोनों में के वर्सेस होगा। जो वो स्प्लिट मैच जीतेगा, ही विल बी द विनर ऑफ दिस राउंड, दिस ब्रैकेट, और वो आगे प्लेऑफ्स में जाएगा, वरना निकल जाएगा। यप।
Sped away in the second. And that's still despite the fact that
लेकिन सारे मैच एक तरफा हुए हैं। ये इकलौता मैच है जिसमें दोनों टीम बहुत तगड़ा खेल रही हैं।
highlight moments here for Ivy on the Cypher.
Ivy's an amazing player. He's so comfortable on these traditional Sentinel roles, especially this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset? Probably not, but is it the best for Ivy? It very well might be. He was putting up, a great show, that 1v3 as well. It's insane the stuff he's able to do, but the problem is it's too little too late. It's not enough. You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this map. They need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds ahead in my mind.
Something that I was talking about before we jumped into Sunset, and something that also a paper thing just highlighted, is how Trent was going to mix with Jogamo to make this situations so favor for themselves. And Trent had an amazing map. We've seen a Sky resurgence thanks to the
Trent भी अच्छा खेला
we've
भाई।
seen from the agents. So it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that, and you're going to be pairing it with a Neon. It looks very, very good when you're thinking that if that is going to be your only information, considering that you have those two Sentinels, you have to go with them.
A brutal kind of run here on the opposite side for Nongshim Red Force. RB, 7-20. I know that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but just being -13 is a little tough, given the fact that Ivy was popping off on, as you said, not best in slot, but a team that can go ahead and bounce back. The resilience of this Nongshim Red Force squad can't be understated big time.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map.
सिल्क सॉन्ग खत्म कर दिया क्या? नहीं, खत्म नहीं हुआ।
From the qualifiers, running that double duelist, Danby sticking with that Neon, and it was X-Ross on the raise there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the ideal form that you will get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent that will be in that form, so they will win their map. And this should be the biggest clash of them all, because all the worrying signs that we could have seen on that first map, and we were like, oh, Jog, and oh, Dre, like, baby, what are you doing? This, and that. We're gone out the window, thanks to the map too. Leaf also brilliant on that stage. It's absolutely everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I know. Again, everyone from G2 stepping up. That is what you want to see from a team that have stars all pop off moments. Almost the ace that we saw at the end till Valorant stole that one away. And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG. And so
EMEA.
I mean, EMEA doing pretty well.
According to
so
Athena,
far.
we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions, as G2 and Nongshim Red Force will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Yeah. 5 तो गोलियां होती है भाई साइफर के पास, इसके चेंबर के पास। नाइस आइट्रो भाई। कॉपीराइट नहीं मारते क्या ये स्ट्रीम वाले? मुझे नहीं मारेंगे, मैं को स्ट्रीमर हूँ। I got the permission, buddy. We have the permission to stream their game. भाई नेक्स्ट मैप का वेट कर रहे हैं अब। लेट्स सी कब आएगा। होला होला। खेल लो भाई, कुछ मजा देगा, बस खत्म होने वाला है ये गेम, लास्ट मैच है, उसके बाद हम खेलेंगे मैका खमेलियन खेलेंगे उसके बाद। वाह, मेगा कैमेलियन, यस 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 यस।
Time, and as we said to it, let's set the stakes here. We know that G2 is going to take a little bit of time to set up on stage. Nongshim are now just coming on out. What do you want to see out of these squads?
I mean, I want to see Nongshim get explosive again. That's what I feel like they got tampered here a little bit. They felt a lot slower. I mean, I feel like G2 were able to work the map around them far too easily. Nongshim are at their best when they're in your face. Dambi needs to go forward with the support of the team. I don't want to see any big, deep rotates round spawn. No, forward, boys. I want to see that double duelist that we saw from them in the qualifier. It was very effective.
आगे भाई G2 वाले आके बैठ गए
lean back into their strengths for me for Nongshim.
And if you
नहीं,
are a
सब mods
G2
बैठे
fan,
हैं,
you want quite the opposite, right?
check कर रहे हैं पूरा
The same
system।
way that Nongshim runs that double duelist, we're going to full control for the side of G2. Astra, Viper, Vice, like literally everything to stop them. We always say, when we talk about the meta, we talk about being one step ahead. And if you really think that it's tilted in that direction, if you can find a very strong counter to it, you should be in theory favored. It looked very good when they were playing with the double sentinel here on Sunset, and that is something that they have to find a way to translate onto split. Watch out, because obviously the chokes are much smaller, and many things can go wrong.
Baby Bay on Neon. Yes, no?
No, that's one of the things that
Let's
could go wrong.
not. Let's not.
No, I think I want to see Jogamo stick with that duelist. I think he can play the Neon. We also know he can play that Raze really well.
Raze,
I
very
think
much
that's a
so
really
here on
natural
Split,
fit.
yeah.
But I think on the side of G2, I totally agree with you. I want to see control. I want to see Leaf take over that Viper. I want to see maybe a Vice with that. You know, there's... The whole objective for this is G2 need to slow down Nongshim. Nongshim need to not allow themselves to be slowed down.
The best thing that could happen for them is trying to isolate those kills, right? When we're speaking about slowing them down, it's more so of like, one by one, you know? One by one, get onto the side. And if you can shut down Dambi, probably one of the reasons why he swapped from the Neon in the first place, the fact that he was not the one being isolated. They also have Ivy playing absolutely brilliant, so it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of G2. The resurgence, though, of Jogamo. In the first match, Dambi diffed on him. Like, made absolutely no sense. But if he's on a duelist, he does have a lot more freedom. And also with the compositions playing more around him instead of him helping the rest of the team, it just works better.
I think it's one of those selfless things, right? You've got such a star and he wants to try and lift the rest of the team on up, but really, the team needs you. You be the guy. It's okay that you're the guy. That's like a whole thing in Korea here and in the Pacific as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is a meta that's centered around those duelists, right? They're probably the strongest that they've ever been right now. So it's all about enabling them. That's one thing Nongshim historically have been able to do brilliantly, and that's why they could lift that trophy over in Santiago. So I want to see both teams be able to emulate that.
And let's speak a little bit about the repetitions. Yes, you were saying that in the qualifier, prior, they were playing with that double duelist with the Neon and the Race for the side of Nongshim. But when we talk about reps, G2 is on the lead by a lot, especially I think that they played at least 3 weeks during the regular season, a couple of times in playoffs, and of course they're in Masters London. There is a lot of show and there is a lot of tape, and this
आ चुकी है G2 और NS की टीम वापस मैदान में.
your opponent before coming into the tournament. So if any preparation has been done, it has to be for this match.
डाम्बी ने फिर से नियॉन लिया है, एक्सरॉस ने फिनिक्स लिया है, RB is Omen and IB is Viper.
This is not what I expected to see from them, but I can
Baby पे वेले पे वापस.
on the side of Nongshim, it's not that race.
Okay.
They're going back to the Phoenix from Exros that we saw.
Split पे dual controller.
We know that there's a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So
No
here's the
Senti.
thing, right? Bar the trend being on the sky would literally worked very well on Sunset, so why not? They played something similar like this before with Baby Bay on the Waylay, but Jogamo was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think that Jogamo is a brilliant race. So I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of stopping power.
भाई मजा आएगा भाई, ये मैच में मजा आएगा.
Gonna be that Viper, maybe a paranoia, so I think it's gonna get explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow or fast, it's going to be loud as we've got the two squads battling it out for that victory and the right to play gentle mates later on in the group stage. G2 and Nongshim Red Force 1-1 into our final map, number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It all comes down to this, a split to decide it between these two teams.
ये decider match split पे होगा decider match.
Of Master Santiago, will it go to overtime? Will it go Nongshim's way? These are the questions that we are asking that can only be answered by these squads once they get into the lobby itself. Baby Bay back onto that duelist duty with the Waylay coming through a bit.
Baby Bay back to the duelist.
So expecting to see
Chamber भी अच्छे खेला था वैसे Baby Bay.
impact from him.
Yeah, no, and you need him to kind of come alive. He was one of the ones, along with Jogamo, on those double duelists that struggled against Nongshim on Split last time. -4 respectively in the KD column for both of them. Master Santiago.
बोल रहा -4 respectively.
We're getting the better of them overall. It is a very different setup for both squads in a lot of ways. I mean, you got Exros on the duelist now, Francis over on the Fade. So they're going to swap roles. Be Ivy on that Viper again. RB maintains the Omen. Valen will not be piloting the Astro with this comp. He's going to move over to the Omen. Trent switches off of Fade, goes into Sky. Again, I'm comparing this to the last time these two teams faced off. So yes, it went to OT, but here feels like it just comes down to skill, firepower.
He saw everybody, right?
There you go.
Jogamo with that sheriff at hand, able to take off RB's head very swiftly as Baby Bay goes diving into the back of sight. No one home though. Nongshim were heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be set, but Dambi eating the full brunt of that one. Now we'll try to go for the peak, but Leaf has him dead. Just banged through the box. Exros gone as well, and that leaves just Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2 gonna have a third pistol win.
G2 is too confident,
right? Now in a split. America squad very much waking up after getting beat on Breeze. Swing in, Ivy. Good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent put into G2 here as they take the opening pistol.
Yeah, again, a lot of sparse fights that, you know, normally you're not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one tapped off the rip, and then you kind of screw up a Phoenix curveball that leaves Dambi not able to scale the space and maybe get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again, finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres.
B is again clear.
Maybe with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost. So this is a round where you're very content to lose 2 players, assuming you can get all 3 guns carried over. Now, so far, Nongshim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map, or at least willingly gave up the long B space. Do have a late lurk here from Leaf to try to deny Any attempt to just die to the spike or thwart this retake, and here they go.
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there. Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke. Exos eventually going to be able to find that kill on a Valorant. Trent going to be taken down as well.
But retake तो crazy हो गया भाई.
Already on for the defuse. Downbeat just bouncing back into the zone, completely ignoring these players here in Garage. Baby will be able to find one. Defuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having a kill leave, having to reload. And Nongshim Red Force right back into it, tie it up 1-1.
Not a fan.
Okay. Take it all back. That looked really well rehearsed.
Oh my god, retake था.
Some crazy good thought going into that. That curveball from X-Ross, the big opener into the can that was G2's post plant. And then it's just Dombi doing what he does best, running at you. Just a classic. And he's getting the job done. Doesn't matter, seemingly, how much you nerf the agent, you nerf the shotguns. Dombi is still really, really good.
Oh, yeah. G2 now looking to try to replicate some of that magic we just saw. They do have a Vandal and a Sheriff behind this. Saturate going to be connecting on the Dombi, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it. It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just for a pick. Baby comes away empty-handed. Meanwhile, push up into Mail. X-Ross going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Valen to escort these players in safely. Relief dead. Vandal can be collected in IV. Okay, does register that, but still is going to be taken down. Valen, full HP now with a shout. Baby with this bandit.
Now you got to be real
way through vents.
Real careful as Nongshim. This is potentially scary, especially with so much time left on the clock. Baby all the way in spawn.
There's a world where this can get away from them. Spot out. X-Ross looking to hold his own, and he shall.
Baby पे काम हो गया भाई ये.
Looks like RB
But no,
with the right
but no.
read, staring exactly where he needs to, but not quite hitting the shots that he needs to. So this still ends up being very costly for Nongshim. But as the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre, and Nongshim will establish a 1-round lead.
It gets a little too uncomfortable for Nongshim after just a really great hold from X-Ross. Just going to stand there, gets the first cleanly, second to follow up, but that dropped gun in mid causes a whole bunch of problems because they really don't want to fork that over, don't want to give them any opportunities in a post plant to dig in. Even those are good read from RB, he's not really able to be sharp with the shots where Baby was. Dive in. Nobody home from Nongshim.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at Baby's health. Trent can get some healing through. Tag to 16, so frankly, he's going to be lucky to be alive. Boombot with no scout. This gives them some pause. Dombi, ooh, elbow showing. It's going to be Jogamo, the one to eat some damage, though.
I think Dombi's a little lucky that he didn't take a lot more damage there. He gave Jog a pretty good opportunity on that angle, but
oh no. Look at this. Speaking of opportunity, but no, it's absolutely squandered.
Blunder by Dombi bhai.
We'll be able to find Joe on the back end. The real fortunate part about that for Nongshim at the end is that Trent can't heal himself back up. He should have had him absolutely dead. Ramp now going to be taken. They haven't firm control here for G2. 40 seconds remaining, can still go for a pivot as well if they want.
Well, they've conceded some of this space over towards top A, and
oh, hello.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now, going to be popped. X-Ross looking for that moment to strike, and he has been able to find it. Baby going to be taken down. Francis out from Alley. Intercepting Trent, putting the spike down on the floor. Tries to go for the wide swing, but there's 2 players on the opposite side. As Valen will fall and is now down to Leaf. Blazewall does allow for him to recollect this spike. Reads the rewrap from Ivy, has the headshot. But Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's got it by about 0.05. He'll be able to get that one in play. The way that X-Ross pulls back from that angle, I think he thought that the time was gone, but now he has to try to play this out in a 1v1.
This is not going to be easy.
Corner check कर रहा है X-Ross.
In the mix.
But it's going to be Xros able to find that third. Spare their blushes.
Hello, Ayan bhai, welcome to the live stream. Kaise ho Ayan bhai?
Was that? Leaf
NS won the third
through the
round.
ringer, but it's still going to be Nongshim maintaining and now stretching that lead.
Nongshim.
Well, been talking a lot today about Ivy, but here on Split, it's been Xros who's been instrumental for Nongshim. Able to hold the line in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis after he gets that first kill. Ivy just not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box, going for the default plant, but
म्यूजिक सुनने आया था, स्ट्रीम देखा, लाइव है. Yes.
Trent, quick clear the haunt. The flash out just to make sure nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from Nongshim, so have to be pretty cautious about that. Paranoia not going to be used just yet. Oh boy.
Again on Big Bay on the dive board. Will be able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely able to be recovered, but Xros will be able to shut down Juggernaut. Leap now going to be found in mid. Xros with the reposition, but Valen with the read. Spams out the Stinger, able to connect. As the smoke will fall, Baby Bay here out in front, but Francis hit the transfer.
Wow.
Barely scraping by with any health. And Valen at that range. The Stinger got in his own right. Still not going to be able to find that kill, so will end up falling. As Nongshim.
भाई यार सुबह से यही लाइव कर रहे हो. हेलो नाइट सिल सॉन्ग कब करोगे लाइव? कल नहीं परसों.
That are almost costing Nongshim big time, and G2 able to find some good timings to.
Damn spray transfer. Exactly भाई, क्या crazy खेला.
Somebody steps up in the back line of Nongshim. And again, it's what makes this team so fearsome. Is you have a lot of really, really talented players behind those duelists. Francis and Ivy, incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there, but right there, Francis able to bounce back after.
Oh, G2 have a nice position now.
Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Jalif. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just the decay. So it sees grabbing him in position. Now right as rain. Like you said. Good kill from Leaf as Dombey trying to isolate. Reads Valen's reposition, but can't do anything about it. Even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. Get that trade back into their favor. Flash sent. Side plant now. Going for safety. Smoke on a main, but Valen still able to play in front of that one. Xros strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. Molly just going to be lobbed into the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit,
but still 5 players left for G2, and they got one. It's 1v4 situation. I think he'll save if he can. He cannot. G2 has the round.
Themselves a second round win.
Shit, 3 दिन.
Great work again.
Yes, 3 दिन. मैं start करूँ after this match.
Some great
ये game खत्म होने वाला है.
I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper.
Let me see who wins, G2 or NS.
Immediately starts scaling forward and just goes, guys, it's open. They're not going to be able to get here in time. We have a huge advantage, and the best part about that, you only have to invest one of the alts. Leaf held on to that pit, so he's going to have it available potentially for this round. They can get there. Just use those Seekers to really confirm.
Okay, B entered.
Oh, okay.
Break up that. The conversion path's going to be set.
Akela, yeah. He's dead, bro. He's dead.
This box, and Baby Bay eventually will find him.
Baby Bay is in. Dabby still going slow, but 4 log backstab aa rahe hain.
Around into garage as the pit goes out towards Alley. Baby Bay going to be taking that first contact as RP will be able to take him down. Xros with the ult in play wins the fight versus Valen. Nongshim now get ready to storm their way forward onto the site, and Trenton Alley is going to be caught. Leap now zoned a world away. Having to rescale, but the Seas will connect. The Spam able to find him. Dombey shuts it down, drops the pit.
Damn! Bhai, kya retake tha?
Nongshim now up 5-2. Similar scenes on both of these maps.
Which team are you rooting for in this match? In this match, I don't know, man. दोनों टीम बहुत अच्छी हैं. भाई लेकिन क्या rotation था, भाई crazy. NS is playing good.
An unbelievably explosive retake. Ivy just in an awful
G2 fumble कर रहे हैं. G2 is a very good team. G2 always fumble on the global events. I don't know why.
He's able to get that opening duel, allows him to keep creating space, and all of a sudden, that pit that should be a safety net.
So Ayan bhai, NS won the first match and G2 won the second match. Breezers insect पे हो गया. Split पे चल रहा है match. The team wins, proceed to the next round.
Able to backpedal, dodging any punish. But now Nongshim quickly making the call to try to pivot across towards this A site.
NS ने A खाली छोड़ दी थी. A पे entered हो चुके हैं G2. They have 3 players in the heaven. And
able to get themselves into fairly entrenched positions.
G2 की position तो सच में अच्छी है.
And they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced having to drop back, but Sun is out of both of these players. Jogamo comes out of top. Oh. Baby Bay gets one as well. And now suddenly the blink of an eye, it's just Ivy.
Save round था भाई go G2 का.
Finds the first, but needs so much more.
I think he's saving now.
Yep. Re-clear into heaven, and he will just abandon the hope of a clutch. Will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah, they're able to just punch right back. I mean, this time, Nongshim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp.
ये retake काम नहीं किया Nongshim के लिए, लेकिन G2 won the match. लेकिन दोनों ही टीम ने Sentinel नहीं ले रखा है, तो attacking will be easier. I would say.
With the utility, the flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed.
Aggressive team है दोनों की side.
It's absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons in. That last little bit from the blast pack doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight, to stay alive.
You got to be, I think, a little bit more thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're Nongshim, but G2 just give them enough time. So quick. Get into those well-disciplined post plants where they know what they need to do. Their protocols, you know, are going to be very well drilled. Francis goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
Hey, not running a raise. Molly's already been expended. Just some pot shots attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
See how hungry Nongshim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but
भाई दोनों टीम
in a match actually
commit नहीं करने जा रही हैं.
Francis has to start backpedaling.
Maybe Bay can push this issue because he has that refract available.
Still, it is a defensive map. It is a defensive map, and they don't have a sentinel. They have dual controllers, dual
once again, so much util, so
duelist,
expended from both sides,
and initiator.
Taking any damage.
दोनों साइड ये है ना, 2 controller, एक इनिशिएटर और 2 ड्यूलिस्ट. यस यस, दोनों टीमों ने सेम कॉम्ब लिया है, प्लेयर्स अलग अलग है. यहाँ पे डाम्बी और एक्सरॉस ने नियॉन और फिनिक्स ले रखे हैं. वहाँ पे है रेज और वेले.
Finds that elimination. Dambi here, though, to try to hold this line, has the overdrive, and the time has gone away from them. This has been such a heavy investment. As maybe they up and over the top. Eventually, he's going to be able to find Dambi. The plant now going to be coming through as Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this.
क्या एंड पोजीशन पे इन्होंने प्लांट किया है. 3v2 सिचुएशन है. आरबी got him. It's 2v2 2v1.
Swing out of the smoke. That is unbelievable.
What?
RB has had such a quiet performance.
If controllers and initiators work together, they might just work better than Sentinel. Might be, but that was disgusting.
Some of the nastiest spray transfers today from Nongshim. Saw from Ivy earlier this time.
Bro, what was that spray transfer?
I thought this was curtains. I mean, you get the backstab.
भाई मैं तो कह रहा कि हार गए.
You get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for Nongshim.
Damn, bro.
Change momentum, but RB, that is one of his best. And we've seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Absolutely insane.
Insane, bhai,
It's
insane.
one of those ones that if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? Nongshim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted from Baby Bay. Has to take the refract out instantly. RB just ushered forward by the pain shell. Otherwise, no worse for wear.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure that I have the paranoia in hand on this B execute this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and Baby Bay did me in. This time he plays it much more disciplined. Again, you clear that dog, but G2 is just sending that more to keep attention onto that side and to see if they can get an isolated fight. Xross is going to slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
Yeah, it really did, but RB still going to be good for 1. Looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like, again, that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit. Weapons now going to be recovered. The heals pushed out. Jogamo back up towards full, but now taken down. Ivy from on high, able to find that kill. Slide in, and Dambi will get it done.
Dambi भी like अगर RB कर सकता है तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ. Dambi भी like अगर RB कर सकता है तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ. हम स्प्रे ट्रांसफर के लिए जाने जाते हैं.
Another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug off.
Look at that, bhai.
From RB, a really well coordinated execute. Good crossfires available.
Damn, this was even better.
Slides in, gets the 2K. Tread's trying to figure out where the hell he went. Can't lock on.
This one was even better.
Just back-to-back rounds like that.
Timeout लेना पड़ गया भाई G2 को. I think G2 is cooked. G2 is done for.
Absolutely need to call this timeout now.
Yeah, you need to settle down.
This has been slipping. You have to stop it.
I mean, at the very least, you got to find a way to take that confidence away from Nongshim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team. Because those are 2 heartbreakers in a row where you had real shots to win around, put yourself in real good positions.
भाई दोनों बार वो winnable situation में थे और
compared to previous
round निकाल दिया.
They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever.
It would have been 5-5 right now.
Whoever's trying to hold that.
But वो 2 round जो RB और Dambi ने निकाले हैं भाई, crazy.
They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt, not going to be cleared this time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure Numbers' presence.
Yeah, we'll be making a decent amount of noise as sees again, connecting here onto Baby Babe. Takes a refract back to Ramen.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper some value. Trent maybe could just lead with the Seekers.
There.
Then Jogamo's in a position where he can double blast pack up and punish right behind the cabbages. There we go.
There it is. 1-2, Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that showstopper not going to be finding a damn thing. France is going to have to just drop away on the rope, fully blinded up. Meanwhile, Extra scaling forward. It's going to be good for 1. Strimp will get taken down. He is there for the trade. Valen out from garage.
Execute नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन फिर भी G2 baby.
Saturated up, and Baby Bay is dropping off the box to his demise. Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes. Just Dambi left in a 1v3. G2 should have this one wrapped up.
भाई अब तो जीत जाओ भाई अगर Dambi ने ये round निकाल दिया भाई. Imagine if Dambi take this.
If it could happen 3 times in a row, yeah, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out. But G2 will be able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key for this last round to carry over these weapons. Looking to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of ults here, but I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh
भाई
RT
2 ult तो सामने use कर ली, 3 ult करी.
Yeah.
Damn.
How important it was. Knew what they had.
This round was important.
Wanted to get the most out of the portfolio.
ये round important था. 7-4 है, 7-5 अगर हो गया तो winnable situation में जाएगी क्योंकि defensive match है. Map is defensive and 8-4 would be like not too bad too. Like 8-4 भी recoverable है.
No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be
G2 still have 2 ults and RB has 1 ult.
Try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest. They too, with just those stingers, want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
Oh, G2 has all.
Set up at a ramp, but will be abandoned.
Acha, NS has all the
I'm just gonna be
stringers.
left on his lonesome.
Hey, everybody bought a stringer. It's only.
Scaling in that direction, but Xross with that Phantom.
What disgusting, guy.
Punishes Leaf as well. Just caught going on a walkabout. Valen now trying to TP into back of sight, but here's RB, shuts that down. The up and over, the plant of the feet, the flash is going to be good, and Baby Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately, eliminated. Trent snapping Xross back. Is the Molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now. It's over behind the box, the spike now in play. A player advantage here for Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the
कौन निकालेगा ये मैच 3v4 है
Just need Francis to maintain.
नॉन के पास गन्स नहीं है
control
बट एक के पास ही गन नहीं है ओके बाकी के पास गन है
It's out. Backpedal here from Valen, trying to get to a safer spot. It's going to be good for the one, but Ivy now with a third. The swarm out, and Baby Bay is looking for that transfer of his own, but Xross will deny. The diffuser
Almost
winnable.
winnable.
Shim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a
8-4.
wild half to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
I mean, the fact that you get 4 almost feels good in some ways and bad in others is G2 because, yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches, but despite all that, you're still very much in this map. And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side, but you never know. Nongshim, that's a team that if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers, it can be really
Let's see,
tough.
right?
I do like a few of the moments I saw
Holy
with the Waylay
shit.
and the Sky to really slow down some of those retakes. So you're gonna need a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
NS ने 2 क्लच तो बहुत crazy करे हैं
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. You've been in this position before. Granted, you know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim Red Force, but you got to this split and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
What if?
Second half के लिए ready to your teams.
Too Faithful going to be looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for America's, yeah, I know what you mean. But how well so far EWC has gone for America's against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
No, for sure. All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be off to the races. Exactly what the G2 fans want to be seeing.
NS ने सबने भाई सबने गने खरीदी हैं सबने शेरिफ लिए
Yeah, just
they need everything they can get.
Burn that thing, bro.
G2 has left A.
Just gonna sneak underneath their noses here. I mean, they have a good read there, but the saturate.
Zombie still going to be going for the slide. They'll get pushed over. Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find Xross with 2 for 2. As it else looks to settle, but Jogamo's looking for a little bit more, and he absolutely oversteps.
2v3.
That's tough.
It's tough.
Oh, damage suffered as well as Valen. Down to 15.
With a bandit.
But he's got to do everything, it feels like. Maybe if he causes enough of a distraction, kills a couple players. Valen could collect something, but Leaf, gun barrel, maybe not being registered. Francis, but he'll just peek in.
Half time हो चुका है.
And oh, it's instantaneous for the
Maybe
right click.
5 more rounds.
The hopes start to fade even further as Nongshim.
जिस हिसाब से NS खेल रही ज़्यादा लंबा मैच लग नहीं रहा मेरे को.
First pistol here on split, move up. 9-4.
I'm already feeling a buy up here for G2.
Sure.
I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating it, I guess they're not going to go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky.
ये वाला राउंड देख के मैं सुसु करके जा रहा
They're with you. I think that
और मुझे लगा जब तक मैं सुसु करके आऊंगा तो जीत जाएंगे भाई एनएस वाले एनएस is playing crazy बाय करके आई है एनएस and
Already Nongshim, a pretty good read on what's going on the map. And even though
G2 का eco
might drop this Marshall, but
G2 कह रही है eco करेंगे हम तो
plan here is to just look for a little contact.
Okay, well,
G2 got a gun.
Not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Jogamo, it's a weapon back.
वो लोग कभी भी spawn पे ही हैं सारे.
Falling. All of Nongshim are going to look to cluster on this side of the map. G2, though, want to try to re-explore mid, so they will be backpedaling a bit, but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this. I thought for a second G2 was just going to hold the line on A and Nongshim was going to walk into the beehive, but
Okay, ये खाली है ये.
Stung just yet.
G2 is going all together for the picks. And 2-2 पे divide हो गए, 2 B चले गए, 2 A चले गए, and I don't think so NS has any idea ये क्या हो रहा है. Omen is still waiting for them to come here. I think he'll get all the picks. Easy. EG. No guns.
I believe one of the bandits as well going to be lost. Valen with a slow walk forward. Dombi just jiggling on the corner, gets the spot. Takes the fight, wins it. Nogamo, how quick, how accurate can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. No, the bandit instead. Will be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. Jogamo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map
still good go.
10-4. Double digits now hit.
9 points वाली team है NS. Yes,
3
NS.
rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing Ivy, they might make the wrong read, but they actually take just long enough to pivot over to the A side that G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure. Turns out to not be the case, but RB there lucky to not take more damage, only down to 86 health.
10-4 हो गया भाई.
2K, even though it looked a little unsturdy.
Yo, Buzz, what is up?
It's Dombi, maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny. Thought about the paranoia. They're just going to use the Prowler, and Nongshim didn't get the look that they liked. Ivy going to be identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The Saturate is in. Ivy will still be able to find one. But meanwhile, Leaf back over in the mid.
G2 try कर रही है भाई. G2 full try कर रही है, लेकिन
one of the big thorns in their side eliminated.
Round difference बहुत ज़्यादा है. इन्हें थोड़ा सा.
Alive and well though.
Fumble.
I even think Nongshim heard that.
Fumble तो है.
Maybe not.
They weren't looking on their flanks, so convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward. And X-Ross, my goodness.
Swooping forward, doesn't have any util to try to get the heal here.
ओ गोली मार दे करे यहाँ पे ये थोड़ा सा राइट में यहाँ गोली मार दे करे. Crazy हो जाएगा भाई.
Gonna start to scale up, but hasn't quite gotten that spot out yet. Now will do so. Paranoia going to be sent, but only connects onto the enemy Omen. Meanwhile, Jogamo looking to try to fast swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Fallon going to be able to find the one. Jogamo now backstabbing, cleans up the enemy Omen.
RB there tried to sell a fake rotate.
Francis is planted, and he has no idea if the cake एक बंदा main पे है already.
Swing in.
We got one.
Francis just locks on.
Heaven.
He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out, and Trent from the round.
You missed
will be
it.
able to win this round. But
GT की तो ऐसे हो गई.
What a conversion attempt here from Nongshim.
जीत गई भाई G2. एक round. 5-10.
Persevering for another round.
Yeah, this a very
जीत सकती है G2. मुझे उम्मीद है G2 में. G2 जीत सकती है.
Nongshim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas when you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated.
Oh.
That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim went into RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem, whereas you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden
बी खाली पड़ा है फिर भी कोई नहीं गया अभी लेकिन ए पे अभी स्टैक्ड है हमारी अटैकिंग साइड और मिड कंट्रोल के लिए मिड पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं आई थिंक ये रीटेक पे खेलेंगे क्योंकि दोनों साइड खाली छोड़ रखी है उन्होंने
Nongshim, especially that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
Honestly, I'd love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exec and RB likely to TP into the back of sight.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump fake as they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper.
Yeah,
a little too quick.
Okay.
Paranoia going to be baited out for that Prowler.
Dambi.
Oh, the kid, the Baby Bay going to be dead.
Okay, Francis अकेला फाइट ले रहा है वहाँ बी पे और वो लोग ये एंटर हो चुके हैं ये पे
forcibly evacuated is Ivy. It's the headshot. Jogamo now all the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver. As
what a shot Terran की तरफ भाई ट्रेड ने क्या मारा भाई ये
G2 stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
3v3 again.
I mean, this showstopper you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Back of map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. Extros barely taking any damage. Francis just lingering in the back.
What a round.
Drives the knife into Allen.
What a round.
There's Nongshim now up to 11. G2 trailing by 6.
It took a while to get there, but eventually Nongshim's able to find that A execute that they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again really clean, but then Trent answers back and you think there's hope, but there's that extra layer on the backside. The showstopper from Jog can't find success even though he's got an opportunity. Exros gives him the chance. Exros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done. Now, another timeout has to be taken. D2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised. The KO punch seemingly in the windup for Nongshim. I don't know. It just seems like there's some good ideas from G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're getting beat. Like the individual kind of step up moments lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
And people call them hero plays, but the hero plays have to be allowed. You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them. Nongshim, they're going to make those moments happen for themselves. Able to just have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A Thrifty here. Deny Nongshim from getting up to match point.
It's such a scary round. As G2 obviously winning the Thrifty be amazing, but if you could get the Nightfall out here, or if you could get the run it back out from Exros, that's kind of a win too, because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point round, that sucks, just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's...
Sometimes blunt is better.
That's exactly it. I mean, I'm not the type to beat around the bush. Tell it to you straight. That's the paper thin guarantee.
Things very quiet. Playing this very close to the vest are Nongshim, not wanting to get caught off guard. They've already been thriftied a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want to allow for it again. But what a punish from Dambi. Practice with those snipers paying dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more. The rephase for Dambi. Overstepping a bit, but the team is there to back him up. As the dust will settle and it's just Baby Bay allowed to recover some weapons here in mid. He has to be the one to get this over the line, to clutch up, to bail them out and deny this match point from going into Nongshim's hands.
The full kit to work with. There's an opportunity.
They are just scattered to the winds. Easy to isolate, but hard to read where they're going to be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked in. It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby Bay able to find the one, but that costs him life. That costs him time. He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done. As the money for the buy will just go down. Could have just held on to it. But that is now the 12th round found for Nongshim.
Man, it's scary.
क्या हुआ? What is scary?
Nice shot from Dombi.
Dombi ने मारा भाई.
Able to at least get some value here. He hit. Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay. I think going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah,
Oh, 12-5.
X-Ross.
I think the game is done.
I mean, Nongshim didn't even
I think the game is
consider
done.
saving their Nightfall. They just went for it, Baby Bay. Oh, that's a seize.
It is, but it's going to be Valorant with covering fire. Able to find it, Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Makes it a 1-for-1. That convergent pass now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him to be underneath.
Exos now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint Shell will be able to snap him back. The exec denied. Meanwhile, Ivy marked all the way forward. Trent will be able to win out the fight. Tagged down to 5, but still alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent. That is heads-up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard. Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the approach from Sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round to an end. Strikes out as X-Ross will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant. Seekers now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo fully blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision and has RB in his sights. G2.
भाई G2 हार नहीं मान रही भाई.
Getting up to 6, but 6 is how many more they will need if they want to push this into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure. Going all the way over to get the op. Gonna make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay, I mean, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The ult cycle gonna be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent pass. There's a chance here. You can set Nongshim back onto an eco, get a few more, and then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4. This time, Nongshim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen, and they're able to hold the line and take Dombi down.
ये NS वाले जापानी हैं क्या?
Then this time you have
Nongshim, yes.
Oh my God.
They also have an overdrive and a very fast attempt.
Nongshim कहाँ की है? I don't know.
Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for Nongshim. I think, again, a little bit too eager to use these powerful ults early in the rounds that don't really find enough value.
Dombi again continuing to try to sprint forward. The paranoia to try to hold them at bay, but no. Valen gonna be caught, but Jogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, oh, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that molly on the floor. Immediately brings this now into a 1v1. Drop down, the drift across, the spike is still the opposite side of the pillar.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. But he has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots Not connecting the tap of the plant, Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it.
No! Oh, shit!
Steps on for another clutch and another victory.
Damn!
That was wild.
Wild clutch, bhai. Wild clutch.
In a way that it ends like that for Nongshim because that
भाई
was kind of
crazy
the
भाई
story of
मतलब
that story.
ending ऐसी हो गई मजा आ गया भाई.
Incredible individual efforts to win some of those big
NS
rounds,
is
those very important times split for Nongshim.
Winner
is very clean.
G2 has to leave there. Nongshim has to leave.
Pacific here at the event where the rest of the teams have been on struggle street. They once again managed to come out on top this time in significantly cleaner fashion. On top this time in significantly cleaner fashion.
Hello!
With that
GG,
split
right?
as a
GG.
finisher. What a series from Ivy. MVP absolutely in my eyes. But everyone had their moments. The transfers from RB, from Dambi, from Extros. The op shots from Francis when he took it in hand. A group effort at the end of the day. As Nongshim Red Force will stay afloat. No losses quite just yet, and G2 now have a rematch with XLG, but we'll leave that for the analyst test to break down.
Thank you very much, guys, as it is Nongshim Red Force continuing the woes internationally for G2 with a 2-1 victory, closing out Split with an exclamation point. A fantastic victory here for the Pacific squad because Pacific had been 0-3 up to that point. Paper Rex not get the job done. RRQ not get the job done. Global not looking good at all, but it is Nongshim Red Force getting it over the line here for the Pacific teams as Digon here alongside Kakuka in big time and Nongshim Red Force. Ivy is the one leading that line.
Don't let them say I ever doubted. I always believed. I was always believing in Nongshim even after they lost the map too. It's okay, but they get the job done on Split. I thought they looked very...
W match भाई W match. चलो अब बताओ क्या खेलना है. I'm ending the stream and let everybody come to the VC फिर हम शुरू करते हैं. Mecha Chameleon की stream. आप ये stream अभी यहीं बंद करते हैं. Alright, bye bye GG's. It was a W stream.